Hey, welcome to the Isekai Audiobook. Glad to have you here. Just a little reminder, please support the authors who create this story. Without their creativity, none of this would be possible. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you never miss a new adventure.
A silent voice. My first kiss was with Nishimiya Shouko. Chapter 1, A New Beginning. Just like that. I died. So casually. Everything went pitch black. As Carl wondered whether he'd remembered to delete all his study materials before dying, he suddenly felt like his feet were grabbed. A moment later, he was hung upside down, and someone was spanking his bare butt. What the hell? You're messing with me like this. This is supposed to be saving a patient. Be careful, or I'll sue you in the afterlife. He could feel fluid building in his lungs. Breathing became harder and harder. Was this what dying felt like? Then, after being dangled and thumped a few more times, he finally coughed up a bunch of gunk, and just like that, he could breathe again. A divine doctor. Right after, someone lifted him upright. He could hear people talking, but he couldn't make out the words. His vision was blurry, only fuzzy outlines danced around him. Still, he could hear their voices, male and female, though he didn't understand a word. It sounded like Japanese? Maybe it was just a hallucination before death. 9 months passed. Carl still couldn't believe it. He was reborn as a baby, and even kept his memories. Now, he was Akira Miyamura, born into an ordinary family in Japan. Even after all this time, no mysterious system had shown up. Guess those were only for the chosen ones. Akira sighed. One morning, he crawled up to a full-length mirror and stared at his round, chubby reflection. After a while, he smirked. Heh, not gonna lie. I'm adorable. Just then, a beautiful woman walked in from the hallway. Without missing a beat, she scooped Akira up and gave his cheek a playful bite. Dear. Akira's looking in the mirror again. He's such a little narcissist, she called out. This was his mother in this life, Shouko Miyamura. From down the hall, a tall man appeared, smiling warmly. This was his father, Daiki Miyamura. Daiki gently took Akira from Shizuka's arms and kissed him on the other cheek. Oh, by the way, Daiki said, some new neighbors just moved in next door. Their name is Nishimiya, I think. Really? Shizuka replied, surprised. Then we should go say hello later. Why not now? See if they need help. The family quickly slipped on their shoes and stepped outside. It only took a minute to reach the house next door, a cozy, traditional-style home with a red tile roof and a silver nameplate that read, Nishimiya. As they approached, a man at the doorway turned and saw them. Can I help you? He asked politely. Hello. I'm Daiki Miyamura from next door, Akira's father greeted. We just wanted to welcome our new neighbors. He gently lifted Akira's hand to wave. This is my son, Akira. He's just over 9 months old. Isn't he adorable? He beamed. Shizuka lightly tapped her husband's arm, signaling him to tone it down. Then she bowed and added, I'm Shizuka Miyamura, Daiki's wife. It's nice to meet you. The man nodded politely. Hello. I'm Mr. Nishimiya. Thank you for coming by. Inside, a woman stepped out carrying a baby. Seeing Mr. Nishimiya still outside, she approached. This is my daughter, Shouko Nishimiya, Mr. Nishimiya said proudly, gently holding the baby's tiny hand. Isn't she cute? The woman holding Shouko offered a quick nod and said, I'm Eiko Nishimiya. Nice to meet you. She didn't bow, unlike typical Japanese custom, but Shizuka didn't seem to mind. The two women quickly began chatting about the neighborhood and local shops. Meanwhile, Akira couldn't understand much Japanese yet, but his attention was locked on the little girl in Eiko's arms, Shouko. She was staring right back at him. Then, she reached out. Eiko noticed and chuckled. Why don't you come inside? We brought some treats from the countryside. As she turned, putting some distance between Shouko and Akira, the little girl suddenly burst into tears. Daiki, startled, realized what was going on and brought Akira closer. Shouko stopped crying immediately and grabbed Akira's cheeks with both hands, trying to pull him in. Akira blinked. This brat. What are you trying to do? Still, he leaned forward to help her out. Everyone watched in curiosity, until suddenly, Shouko lunged and planted her tiny mouth right on Akira's lips. Ah! Akira screamed. Everyone froze. Mr. Nishimiya quickly moved in to separate them. There were still tiny red marks on Akira's lips, courtesy of Shouko's baby teeth. Yaeko gently tapped Shouko's hands. "That's not nice, Shouko." But the little girl just clapped and giggled. "I'm so sorry," Mr. Nishimiya said. "She's teething and tries to bite everything." He dashed back inside and returned moments later with a box of fancy chocolates. Daiki passed Akira to Shizuka and waved the gift away. "It's all right. A little bite's no big deal. It's just," her saliva all over his face. Still, he gave Akira a once-over, surprised the baby hadn't cried further. Akira, meanwhile, was deep in thought. My first kiss in this life, stolen just like that. This little gremlin actually went for it. Shizuka looked worried. "Aki-chan." "Huh." Akira blinked, snapping out of his daze. He looked up and responded with a soft grunt. "He's amazing." "Didn't even cry," Mr. Nishimiya said in awe. "My Shouko cries if she even feels a breeze wrong." That praise was all Daiki needed to start bragging about Akira's milestones, first laugh, first step, everything. Akira watched in disbelief. "Seriously, old man? You're bragging right now? Your kid just assaulted me." Shizuka sighed, already used to her husband's ways. She tugged his sleeve and said, "Honey, let's head home and check Aki's mouth." Daiki agreed and bowed goodbye. "Thanks again. We'll visit properly next time." As they walked away, Shouko reached out again, unwilling to let Akira go. Back home, the Miyamuras stepped through the front gate, removed their shoes, and headed inside. In the living room, they laid Akira down on a soft tatami mat. The bite marks were already fading. Akira was placed in his crib, and his parents knelt beside him, chatting away. He watched them blankly, then yawned and pulled the small blanket over himself. Being a baby has its perks, he thought. But man, it really makes you sleepy. Chapter 2, Shouko is diagnosed with a hearing impairment. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 2 years had passed since I first met the Nishimiya family. I was about to turn 3. During this time, I had tried all kinds of methods to summon the system, but none had worked. Countless small things had happened around us, but one thing remained constant, the strange, warm chaos of this family. There was Dad, carefree and unreliable, Mom, affectionate and occasionally unhinged, and me, who remained mostly silent through it all. I became known in the neighborhood as that kid. The quiet one. The obedient one. The cute one. No one ever suspected that the soul of a full-grown university student lived inside this tiny body. As first-time parents, Shizuka Miyamura and Daiki Miyamura adored their child, me. To them, I was a miracle, a piece of themselves they had fought hard to bring into the world. Suspicion never entered their minds. One morning, I stood in front of the full-length mirror and stared at my reflection. After a long moment. "Heh. This grandpa's still got it." Shizuka, who was kneeling on the tatami reading a magazine, glanced up and said, "You're starting to act really full of yourself, always admiring your own reflection." I raised my right hand, extended one chubby finger, and waved it at her without turning around. "You're noisy, Shizuka-chin." Her temple twitched. She didn't say a word, just quietly got up and walked toward me. I saw her approaching in the mirror but didn't move. She scooped me into her arms, locked my legs with hers to keep me from escaping, and began rubbing my face with both hands. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom." I quickly caved, my voice muffled. Any more and she'd rub the skin off my face. She stopped eventually, gently patting my now red cheeks before planting a big kiss on my face. I watched as she nonchalantly returned to the table and picked up her magazine, acting like nothing had happened, like a total scumbag boyfriend pulling up his pants and ghosting you. I could only sigh and wipe off the trail of saliva left on my cheek. A few days of peaceful life passed. Then, one day, Shizuka came home from the Nishimiya house with news that stirred ripples across the still water. Our family was gathered in the living room watching a comedy show. Daiki peeled an orange while I lounged beside him on the tatami. Shizuka suddenly paused as if remembering something. She turned to Daiki and said, a little nervously, "Hey, did you hear?" "Hear what?" he replied cautiously, hands freezing mid-peel. "I just got back from visiting Yaeko. She said Shouko's been diagnosed with a hearing impairment." "Ah, what?" His reaction was strange, half surprise, half something else. Guilt? Shizuka took the half-peeled orange from him and started peeling it herself, talking as she worked. Apparently the doctors confirmed it. She'll need hearing aids. Maybe even learn sign language. She handed him half the orange and then turned to me, breaking off a small piece and gently feeding it to me. Daiki forced a sigh. Shouko's still so young. I hope it's a misdiagnosis. Yeah, Shizuka agreed softly. From their exchange, I could tell, once again, Dad had distracted Mom, and the secret stash of cash he'd hidden behind the TV might live to see another day. Pretending to be innocent, I chimed in, Mom, Dad hid money behind the TV. What? Shizuka turned, murder in her eyes, and grabbed Dad by the collar with lightning speed. Several days later, the Nishimiya family had visited 4 or 5 different hospitals. All the results were the same. Shouko had permanent hearing loss. She would have to rely on hearing aids and learn sign language to communicate. That night, Mr. and Mrs. Nishimiya sat in silence at the dinner table. The diagnostic reports lay scattered in front of them. Mr. Nishimiya looked down at one of the reports, sipped cold water, and asked coldly, "Why didn't you tell me about the genetic defect in your family?" Yako's eyes narrowed. She was already on edge, and now, her husband was trying to pin the blame entirely on her. Clenching her fists, she hissed, "The doctor said it wasn't genetic." Shouko's hearing loss was caused by a viral infection, which she got from the father's side. Mr. Nishimiya chuckled, still calm, swirling the water in his cup. "So, it's your fault after all. She had problems in your womb." Yako slammed her palm down on the table. Water splashed over the reports. "You think I wanted this to happen? So you admit it was your fault? I was infected by you. This is on you. Or maybe, you didn't get vaccinated." Yako's voice broke. "If only I'd known." "Let's talk about it tomorrow," he said, glancing at his watch. "We shouldn't disturb the neighbors." She was too exhausted to keep fighting. After cleaning up the table, she returned to the master bedroom with Shouko in her arms. That night, she slept with her daughter curled in her arms. Mr. Nishimiya took the guest room. The next morning, the doorbell rang at the Nishimiya home. Yako opened the door and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Mom." Her mother-in-law smiled coldly. "What? Not happy to see me?" "And no, of course. Please come in." Yako reached for her bag, but the older woman dodged her politely, keeping hold of it. Soon, they were all seated at the dining table again. This time, Yako's own mother, Kei, was present too. Mr. Nishimiya opened the conversation. "Let's continue discussing the child's issue." "What child's issue?" his mother asked, feigning surprise. He briefly summarized Shouko's diagnosis while sipping from his cup. His mother gasped in theatrical shock. "What? Shouko's deaf?" "That's right," Mr. Nishimiya nodded calmly. "We were deceived." Yako's face darkened. The two were putting on a bad play, and she was the villain in it. Mr. Nishimiya went on, "We never imagined she'd give birth to a defective child. That was the final straw." Yako slammed the table. "What the hell do you mean, defective?" He stood up, slamming the table back. "That's what she is. She's not normal. So what do you want to do then?" There was a long silence. Mr. Nishimiya looked her straight in the eye. "Let's take her to the orphanage." Quietly. "Leave her at the door." Yako froze. She stared at the men she had spent nearly a decade with, wondering who the hell he even was. Her throat tightened. Her chest ached. And then, she whispered, "Let's get a divorce." His mother slammed her hand on the table and snapped, "Fine. If you don't want to send her away, then you raise her on your own. Our family doesn't want a freak like that." Yako picked up the water cup in front of her and threw it in Mr. Nishimiya's face. He held his mother back as she began to shout, and wiped his face with a smirk, dismissing Yako entirely. Tears spilled freely down her cheeks. Chapter 3, Abandoning Wife and Children. The final decision after a day-long discussion was that Nishimiya Shouko would be raised by Yako Nishimiya. The house would also be handed over to Yako, and she would bear the mortgage, which had been ongoing for over a decade. The male party firmly refused to pay any child support beyond the initial down payment made when buying the house. The next morning, Yako Nishimiya and Mr. Nishimiya went to the district office, Civil Affairs Bureau, to finalize their divorce agreement. That afternoon, Mr. Nishimiya packed his things and left without hesitation, taking his own mother with him. Friendly reminder for those unfamiliar, the female party's family originally had the surname Nishimiya, so after the divorce, she kept that surname. Also, the character Nishimiya K, though only briefly mentioned in the movie, is Yako Nishimiya's biological mother in the original manga. Before leaving, Mr. Nishimiya didn't even glance at Shouko, who wanted a hug. He completely ignored his own biological daughter. "Is uncle leaving?" came a small voice. Mr. Nishimiya turned to see Miyamura Shizuka standing under a large tree nearby, holding Akira in her arms. "Yes, little Akira," he said quickly, putting on a smile, "next time there's a chance, uncle will bring you something delicious, okay?" If it weren't for seeing Akira in Miyamura Shizuka's arms, something he found inappropriate, he might have wanted to hug the child. He thought how wonderful it would be if this were his own sensible and smart child. "Are you ready?" Mr. Nishimiya's mother called impatiently from the black car, poking her head out the window as she saw him standing still. Mr. Nishimiya didn't hear Akira's reply, but urged by his mother, he left quickly. "Uncle is leaving now. See you next time, Akira." After saying goodbye to Miyamura Shizuka, he got into the back seat and drove away. Miyamura Shizuka carried Akira into the Nishimiya home, took off her shoes in the entrance hall, stepped onto the wooden corridor, and walked into the room. She greeted Nishimiya K, who was kneeling on the tatami mat nearby, looking after Shouko. Miyamura Shizuka put Akira down to play with Shouko, then went over to comfort the dejected Yako by the low table. Over the past 2 years, Miyamura Shizuka and Yako Nishimiya had become close friends who could talk about anything. Shouko saw Akira and tried to break free from Nishimiya K's arms to go play with him. Nishimiya K put Shouko down on the tatami mat, then got up and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shouko crawled quickly across the green tatami mat to Akira, threw herself onto him, and wrapped her arms and legs tightly around him. "Ah! Hug!" Shouko made soft, ah-woo-woo sounds. Akira didn't understand her language but guessed she was asking for a hug. He sat quietly on the tatami mat and held Shouko around the waist, afraid she'd slip and hurt herself. He thought, this child is truly pitiful, with her hearing impairment, and that scumbag father just ran away without a second thought. Miyamura Shizuka glanced at the two children hugging on the tatami mat and smiled softly, feeling the scene was especially heartwarming. "Are you laughing at me?" Yako Nishimiya, who had been looking down, suddenly looked up with a hurt expression, thinking Shizuka was laughing at her. Miyamura Shizuka quickly waved her hand. No. I just think the way those two children interact is very heartwarming." She pointed toward Akira and Shouko. Yako looked where Shizuka was pointing. The scene suddenly changed. After feeling secure in her hold on Akira, Shouko pressed her mouth to his chubby cheek and started sucking, not biting, just sucking gently. Akira had gotten used to this over the past 2 years. At first, Shouko would bite with her newly grown teeth, but after realizing it hurt him, she switched to sucking. Now, he didn't resist anymore. If he did, Shouko would cry. Yako Nishimiya chuckled softly at the sight, watching her adorable daughter and Akira interact, feeling it wasn't such a burden. If she had to raise her herself, then so be it. Miyamura Shizuka carried a half-red-faced A-gang back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Seeing Yako's mood lifted, she didn't say more. Satisfied, Shouko lay on the tatami mat with a pacifier in her mouth and didn't fuss as she watched Akira being carried away. Just then, Miyamura Daiki unexpectedly returned. Miyamura Shizuka, puzzled, asked, "Why are you back so early today? Are things at the office finished?" Miyamura Daiki, peeling an orange and watching TV, replied without turning his head, "Yeah, I left it for them to handle." Shizuka handed Akira to Miyamura Daiki and headed to the kitchen. "Okay, you watch Akira. I'll prepare dinner." Miyamura Daiki put down the half-peeled orange, took Akira, and teased him while looking at the red half of his face. "Hee, why didn't you let Shouko kiss the other side of your face red too? Then it would be symmetrical." He completely ignored whether 3-year-old Akira understood what he meant. Akira ignored his old man and watched TV, secretly planning that next time he had money, he'd tell on him again. He thought, "I'm only 3 years old now." Besides teasing Shouko and trying to teach her to pronounce words properly, though it doesn't seem to work yet, not wetting the bed is already a big achievement. Helping Shouko's family? Not happening. That night, the Miyamura family sat around the dinner table. Akira sat in his special green children's chair, eating the child-friendly food Miyamura Shizuka had prepared. Shizuka talked to Daiki about problems with Nishimiya home. Are you still hiring people there? Yes. Why? Does Yeiko need to work multiple jobs? Miyamura Daiki swallowed and thought about Yeiko Nishimiya. Shizuka nodded, lifting rice with chopsticks. Yes. Between taking care of the child and the mortgage, her previous salary definitely won't cover it. I want to help her find something. You should talk to her tomorrow. The next day, Miyamura Shizuka told Yeiko Nishimiya about this. The day after, Yeiko went to Miyamura Daiki's office for an interview. She passed smoothly, it was a good professional fit. Yeiko then began working 2 jobs. More than a month flew by. While eating lunch in the office dining area, Yeiko suddenly felt waves of nausea. She thought it might be due to exhaustion. She had taken another part-time job a week ago. Miyamura Daiki walked by, carrying his bento box. Seeing Yeiko covering her mouth and staring at her lunch, he asked out of concern, "Nishimiya, are you feeling unwell?" Yeiko held her metal chopsticks, about to eat, but waved him off. "Maybe it's just my irregular schedule. I feel a bit nauseous." Miyamura Daiki frowned. "Nauseous? Have you taken a test since the divorce?" Suddenly realizing the seriousness, Yeiko's expression changed. She had been so busy since the day after the divorce she hadn't even considered this. Seeing her troubled look, Miyamura Daiki said, "You should go get checked today. I'll mark you present." Yeiko nodded, quickly packed up her untouched food, grabbed her bag, and went to a nearby pharmacy to buy a pregnancy test. Back at home, Miyamura Shizuka was chatting with Nishimiya Kei when Yeiko suddenly returned, puzzling them. Akira stood by the dining table feeding Shouko, unaware of the adult's tension. Yeiko said something to Shizuka, then put down her bags and pulled out the pregnancy test stick before rushing to the toilet. Shizuka saw the test in her hand and was surprised. She told Nishimiya Ito not to worry and went to check on Yeiko. "Yeiko, how is it?" she asked at the closed bathroom door. No reply came. After 10 minutes, Shizuka asked again. Faint sobbing came from inside. Startled, Shizuka twisted open the door and saw Yeiko crouching by the sink, crying softly, head in hands, the pregnancy test discarded in the white basin. Chapter 4, Nishimiya Yuzuru. The next day, Yeiko Nishimiya met with Mr. Nishimiya to discuss matters. Together, they went to the hospital for a checkup and confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. Mr. Nishimiya, fearing that this child might also be born with complications, expressed his reluctance to raise the child with her. In the end, they reached an agreement. He would cover all medical expenses and provide 80,000 yen per month in support until the child graduated from high school. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months passed. 2 months earlier, Yeiko had already quit her job and started resting at home in preparation for childbirth. A few days ago, after calculating the timing, she checked into the hospital early to await delivery. On this particular day, while lying in a hospital bed chatting with Miyamura Shizuka, a sudden sharp pain shot through her abdomen, startling Shizuka, who had been sitting beside her. Shizuka quickly called for a nurse. The nurse arrived promptly and rushed Yeiko to the operating room. Fortunately, the delivery went smoothly, and she gave birth to a healthy baby girl, Nishimiya Yuzuru. Back at home, Nishimiya Kei was taking care of little Shouko and Akira. The phone near the entrance rang, and Kei got up from the tatami mat to answer it. Upon hearing that her daughter had gone into labor, her mind went blank. In her panic, she left 3-year-old Akira at home with Shouko and rushed to the hospital. Akira sat quietly on the tatami, watching Kei's hurried silhouette disappear through the door. He sighed. "I get that you're in a rush, but maybe think twice before leaving 2 toddlers alone," he muttered. "Ah. Hug." Shouko, noticing Akira was no longer playing with her, opened her arms wide and pounced on him without hesitation. With a soft oof, Akira became her human cushion. He lay flat on the tatami mat, staring up at the green ceiling, utterly defeated. Shouko giggled and snuggled into his arms. Time passed quickly again. Now, both Akira and Shouko were 4 years old, and it was time for them to start kindergarten. April 1st, sunny. Miyamura Shizuka drove Yeiko Nishimiya and the 2 children to visit the kindergarten and meet their teachers. Miyamura Daiki was at work, and Nishimiya Kei stayed home to take care of baby Yuzuru. When they got out of the car, they saw that the kindergarten was situated along a tree-lined street. The outer walls were painted with colorful cartoon characters. Next to the main gate was a sign that read, "Futaba Kindergarten." The gate itself was shaped like a giant rainbow bridge, with two cute little bears standing at either end. When Shizuka and Yeiko had first visited the school, they had been pleased with what they saw. The kindergarten even had specialized facilities and classes for children with hearing impairments. Good morning. Standing by the gate was a gentle woman in a yellow t-shirt and blue jeans. She greeted them warmly, her eyes clearly drawn to the two adorable children in matching white outfits, holding hands. Good morning, Sensei. Could you tell us where the sunflower and sakura classes are? I'm actually the teacher for the sunflower class. My name is Midori Yoshinaga, but you can call me Teacher Yoshinaga. She smiled and crouched down in front of Akira and Shouko. Which one of you is in the sunflower class? She asked, gently patting their heads. Akira, finding her kind and approachable, responded politely, Good morning, Sensei. I'm in the sunflower class. Shouko remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yoshinaga's hand on Akira's head. Shizuka and Yeiko stood nearby, watching with warm smiles. Just then, another woman walked out. She wore a blue t-shirt, beige jeans, and glasses, her demeanor quiet and composed. She approached them and asked politely. Good morning. I heard one of the children is in the Sakura class. I'd like to learn more about her needs. My name is Masumi Ueo. Nice to meet you, Ms. Ueo. Let's talk over there, Yeiko replied, and the two women stepped aside to chat. Meanwhile, Shizuka kept an eye on the kids. Soon, Yeiko and Ms. Ueo returned. Teacher Yoshinaga seemed amazed by Akira's maturity and charm, offering praise after praise. Shouko, on the other hand, hugged Akira tightly the moment Teacher Yoshinaga removed her hand, glaring at the teacher with clear protectiveness. Shizuka smiled at the scene and reminded everyone, All right, shall we head inside? Of course, Yoshinaga replied, and both teachers led the group through the main gate. Akira's eyes lit up as they stepped into a spacious playground covered with green grass. On one side was a beautiful slide, on the other a large sandbox surrounded by toys. They walked past 4 cozy one-story buildings and a 3-story main building with a European-style facade, white marble walls, and stained glass windows. Silver plaques on the doors read, Sunflower Junior Class, Lily Middle Class, Rose Senior Class, and Sakura Junior Middle Senior Classes. The Sakura class was specifically for children with hearing impairments, focusing on sign language and other support methods. All right, little ones. Time to split up now. Teacher Yoshinaga clapped with a bright smile. She and Ms. Ueo stood in front of their respective classroom doors. Shizuka reached for Akira's hand to guide him toward the sunflower class. Yeiko moved to guide Shouko, but Shouko clung tightly to Akira's hand and was already being led in the wrong direction. Shouko, our classroom is this way, Yeiko said gently. Akira leaned close to Shouko's ear with her hearing aid and said slowly, Shouko, we'll see each other soon. She didn't react, so he repeated it, this time slower and clearer. Understanding finally dawned on Shouko. She let go of his hand, but then suddenly threw her arms around him and refused to let go. Teacher Yoshinaga and Ms. Ueo exchanged a smile. These two kids were clearly close. Shizuka gave the teachers an apologetic look and stepped in to help calm Shouko, but to no avail. Helpless, Akira sighed. Aunt Kei, let me stay with Shouko in the Sakura class for now. Mom, can you help register me in the sunflower class first? Shizuka nodded, chuckling. Yeiko, don't forget to record the orientation for me. She turned to explain the situation to Yoshinaga, then walked toward the sunflower class. Yeiko could only take Akira's hand and lead both children into the Sakura class. Inside, the room was mostly filled. More than a dozen children and their parents turned to look at the new arrivals, a tiny girl wrapped around a slightly taller boy, with an adult trailing behind them. Ms. Ueo clapped her hands to gather attention. This is our new friend, Nishimiya Shouko. Let's give her a warm welcome. The parents started clapping. The children followed shortly after. Shouko remained clinging to Akira, unmoved by the applause. Akira looked out at the crowd of big and small faces, then introduced himself awkwardly but clearly. Hello, everyone. This is Nishimiya Shouko. Please take good care of her. The room chuckled warmly. Yeiko stood by the door, covering her mouth to suppress a giggle as she recorded this memorable moment on her phone. Chapter 5, A Playful Mom and a Little Adult. Both the parents in attendance and Ms. Ueo, standing at the front of the room, couldn't help but feel impressed. The child introducing himself on stage, Akira, came across as bright, mature, and composed. Most of the other kids had shrunk under the attention of so many strangers. Some stammered their names nervously, while others hid behind their parents altogether, too shy to speak. But when Akira finished his introduction, Ms. Ueo led the applause, and the parents followed suit. On the very first day, two things left a deep impression on everyone: Akira's confident introduction and Nishimiya Shouko quietly clinging to his side. After a while, when it was clear Shouko had no intention of stepping forward to speak, Nishimiya Yako made her way onto the stage. She gently took Akira's hand and guided him toward the seats in the back. Most of the front seats were already full. Akira and Shouko ended up sharing a chair, while Nishimiya Yako took the seat next to them and began chatting with a nearby parent. Only then did Akira finally take in his surroundings. The desks were small, yellow, and square, with soft padding on the corners for safety. There was a hollow compartment beneath each one for storing personal items. The chairs were simple wooden ones with backrests, spaced about a meter apart from one another. The classroom floors and walls were lined with white tiles, which looked like they'd easily show dirt. Above the blackboard hung a large, round wall clock, probably for keeping track of class time. Just then, the door slid open again. Akira looked toward the entrance as Ms. Ueo led another child and their parent inside. Following the same routine, she introduced the new student to the room and invited them to step up and introduce themselves. The child stood on the podium and nervously introduced their name. Akira politely applauded along with everyone else. He glanced at the clock. It was nearly time. Looking down at Shouko, who still clung to him tightly, he spoke in a soft, coaxing voice. "Shouko, would you let go of me for a bit? After school, how about we go buy some snacks?" Shouko looked up at him but stubbornly shook her head. Seeing that didn't work, Akira leaned in and added gently, "You can get anything you want. And tonight, we'll skip pronunciation practice, okay?" Shouko looked a bit hesitant after the first offer, but once she heard they'd be skipping pronunciation drills, she let go immediately. In her head, she thought, every time Akira teaches me how to speak, it's so boring. I have to repeat a word over and over, sometimes dozens of times, just to get it right. Then he asks again the next day, and if I mess up, we start all over again. If I get to skip that tonight, I can play all I want. Totally worth it. As soon as she let go, Akira gave her a gentle pat on the head, then turned to Nishimiya Yako. "Aunt Yako, I'm heading back to the sunflower class now." Nishimiya Yako, still deep in conversation, turned around in surprise. She hadn't expected Shouko to let go so easily. "Wait, Akira, are you sure you know the way?" she asked, concerned. He quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, Aunt Yako, you can see the sunflower classroom as soon as you step outside." He stroked Shouko's head again and said with a calm smile, "I'm off then, Aunt Yako. See you later." Before she could respond, Akira pulled open the classroom door and stepped outside. Shouko watched him leave with a hint of reluctance, inching closer to her mom. Some parents nearby, having noticed the exchange, looked at Akira with curiosity. He walked down the hallway and paused at the door to the sunflower classroom. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the doorknob and gently pulled it open. Inside, Teacher Yoshinaga was on the podium, introducing a student to the rest of the class and the gathered parents. Everyone turned toward the door as Akira entered. The boy standing beside Teacher Yoshinaga let out a sigh of relief now that attention had shifted away from him, then turned to see who had walked in. Teacher Yoshinaga's eyes lit up as soon as she recognized the child at the door. She remembered the name immediately, Miyamura Akira. His earlier introduction had left quite the impression. Smiling, she waved him over. "Akira, come on up. You're the last one, we're just waiting on you." The boy beside her practically ran off the stage, grabbing his parent's hand and hurrying to a seat below, clearly afraid he'd be asked to perform next. Akira stepped up to the center of the podium. He took a moment to scan the room. Just like the Sakura class, same desks, same chairs, same wall clock above the blackboard. He spotted his cheap mom, Miyamura Shizuka, holding up her phone and recording him without a hint of shame. Clearing his throat, Akira spoke smoothly, "Hello everyone, my name is Miyamura Akira, but you can also call me Akira. That's my self-introduction." The second time was easier than the first. Without Shouko clinging to him, his delivery felt more relaxed and natural. Teacher Yoshinaga clapped in support, and the parents and children followed. Miyamura Shizuka, however, just gave a faint smile and didn't clap, too busy holding her phone steady. Teacher Yoshinaga nodded. "All right, Akira, You can go take your seat. I have a few more things to share with the parents. Akira gave a polite nod and walked over to where Miyamura Shizuka sat. She was still filming as he approached. Stopping in the aisle, he glanced at the phone nearly in his face and muttered, a bit annoyed, "Shizuka-chin, that's enough already." Without missing a beat, Shizuka pulled him into her lap, rubbing his head vigorously as she spoke through clenched teeth. "You little rascal. You only call me Mom when you want something. When you don't, it's always Shizuka-chin, huh?" Akira was unfazed, he was used to this. But the sudden gesture startled teacher Yoshinaga, who paused mid-sentence. The rest of the class followed her gaze. All eyes were on the mother and son. Realizing they'd drawn attention, Shizuka chuckled awkwardly, quickly setting Akira back in his seat. "Sorry, teacher Yoshinaga. Please go on, pretend we're not here," she said cheerfully. Teacher Yoshinaga let out a light chuckle herself. She was already starting to get a sense of their dynamic, a sharp, mature little boy and his playful, doting mother. She clapped her hands to bring everyone's attention back and continued explaining the school's basic routines. There would be nap time during the day, and parents needed to prepare packed lunches for their children each morning. After confirming that everyone understood the schedule, she dismissed the parents. Since today was just orientation, pickup would be at 10:30 a.m. Starting tomorrow, drop-off would be between 8:30 and 9:30 a.m., and school would end at 3 p.m. A perfectly ordinary day. Chapter 6, The Drama Queen. After giving her final instructions, teacher Yoshinaga dismissed the parents. Miyamura Shizuka stood beside the teacher's platform, crouched down slightly, and gently patted Akira's head. There was a faint reluctance in her eyes as she said, "Mommy's heading off now, okay? Be good and listen to your teacher." She paused for a moment, her voice softening. "I'll come pick you up at noon, all right?" The same scene played out across the sunflower class, parents whispering reassurances to their children, encouraging them to feel at ease, promising that they weren't being left behind. When Akira heard her last line, he looked up at her face, expression unreadable. Internally, he felt a little exasperated, but didn't let it show. Instead, he replied, "Your acting needs work, Shizuka-chin. But don't worry, Mommy, I'll be just fine here." Miyamura Shizuka blinked in surprise when he called her by name again, but before she could get upset, she caught the tail end of his sentence and smiled. He'd always been like this, strangely reassuring for a child. She gently ruffled his hair one last time, then stood and made her way to the classroom door. Akira remained in his seat, hands folded neatly on his desk. He watched as Shizuka turned at the door and gave a final wave. He smiled in return, watching her push the wooden door open and leave. Teacher Yoshinaga stood at the front, observing with practiced detachment. She'd seen the same scene every year. Then, like clockwork, the classroom began to erupt into cries. One after another, kids started wailing, first in trickles, then in waves. Teacher Yoshinaga moved quickly, weaving between rows to help comfort the sobbing children and assist any parents who were still present. Akira glanced toward the Sakura class across the hall, wondering if Shouko had started crying after Auntie Nishimiya left. He felt a twinge of concern. But before he could dwell on it, the sound of crying nearby became so sharp it nearly pierced his eardrums. Grimacing, he stood and walked over to the loudest culprit, one of the kids on his right, whose tear-streaked face and snot-filled nose made for a comically tragic sight. The child's mother noticed Akira approaching. She turned, expecting to see his parent nearby, but quickly realized he was alone. Surprised by how composed he was, she assumed he'd come over to help and felt a surge of gratitude. As she noticed snot about to drip into her child's mouth, she hastily pulled tissues from her bag and wiped his face clean. Afterward, she pointed to Akira and said brightly, "Yongli, look. This big brother didn't cry at all, he's a brave warrior." The little boy paused, sniffling, and looked up at Akira with watery eyes. His mother pressed on. "Don't you want to be brave too? If you can wait until Mommy picks you up at noon, you'll be a brave warrior, just like him." Still sobbing, Yongli managed to stammer, "Why yeah. I want to be brave, too." With that, he wiped his face with the back of his hand, tears and snot smearing together, a gesture that made Akira wince internally. He briefly entertained a wicked idea, what if he told this kid his mom wasn't coming back? But he quickly took a deep breath and held it in. No need to scar someone on day one. Roughly 10 minutes later, most parents had finished soothing their children and gradually left. With teacher Yoshinaga's help, and Akira's unexpected support, the class finally settled down. Akira returned to his seat near the middle of the room. At the front, teacher Yoshinaga dabbed at her forehead with a tissue and swept her damp bangs to the sides. Once she was composed, she clapped her hands to get the class's attention. "All right, everyone, quiet down. Did you notice the little toys in the cubbies under your desks?" The kids perked up. Some peeked underneath with wide-eyed curiosity, while a few who had already noticed earlier beamed with excitement. Akira reached into the space under his desk and pulled out a small, furry cat plush. He studied it for a few seconds, then casually tossed it back. Cute, but boring, he thought. But then he paused. Wait, Shouko would probably love this. He quickly retrieved the plush again and examined it closely to make sure he hadn't damaged it with his careless throw earlier. From the front, teacher Yoshinaga watched the children enthusiastically play with their toys or swap with neighbors. She smiled. Her gaze lingered a little longer on Akira. Seeing someone as mature as him guarding a small cat plush-like treasure, especially not letting the girl beside him touch it, made him seem even more endearing. Suddenly, loud sobbing erupted from the far left corner of the classroom. Teacher Yoshinaga hurried over. The child in question explained, between sobs and hiccups, that he'd wanted someone else's toy, but they wouldn't give it up. That was why he'd started bawling. Akira, still in his seat, sighed in disbelief. Crying over someone else's toy. Must be spoiled at home, he guessed. Well, that trick won't work here. Teacher Yoshinaga handled the situation calmly, clearly used to this sort of thing. Once the matter was settled, she returned to the front and had all the children stand up one by one to introduce themselves. After that, she told them a short story. By noon, class was over. Teacher Yoshinaga asked the students to wait in the classroom until their parents arrived. Akira raised his left hand. Yes, Akira, she asked, curious. Teacher Yoshinaga, can I go to the Sakura class and wait for my guardian with a friend? She immediately thought of the sweet little girl who'd been with him earlier and nodded with a smile. Of course. Go ahead. Akira didn't have anything to pack. With the plush cat in his left hand, he stood, gave a polite goodbye to teacher Yoshinaga, and walked to the classroom door. She followed him to the doorway, watching as he headed toward the Sakura class. The other kids in Sunflower class overheard their exchange but didn't question it. To them, Akira was already the boss, and the boss could do whatever he wanted. Arriving at the Sakura class, Akira raised his right hand and knocked lightly on the wooden door. Please come in, came a voice from within. It was Ms. Uio. He pushed open the door gently and stepped inside. Ms. Uio was standing at the front of the class. Akira bowed politely. Excuse me, Ms. Uio. I came to find Shouko. Ms. Uio recognized him instantly and gave him a kind smile. She waved her hand as if to say no problem, and motioned for him to go ahead. Akira hadn't looked around yet, but after standing up from his bow, he glanced over, and realized something. The parents in the Sakura class hadn't left yet. They were already looking toward the door from when he knocked. And now, every eye, adult and child, was on the boy standing in the doorway. Chapter 7, Dolls. Akira didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the parents and children around him. He quietly pulled the wooden classroom door shut behind him, hiding the small cat plushie in his left hand, and walked straight toward a seat in the back row. Ms. Uio stood at the front of the room, watching him walk in. She clapped her hands to regain everyone's attention before continuing to explain the remaining orientation points. Nishimiya Yeiko, sitting beside Shouko, offered Akira a gentle, understanding smile and then turned her attention back to Ms. Uio, who was now speaking about special considerations for children with hearing impairments. Akira greeted Yeiko with a small nod before shifting his gaze to Shouko. Shouko hadn't taken her eyes off Akira since he walked in. The moment their eyes met, she instinctively scooted over, offering him half of her seat. Without hesitation, Akira moved the plushie to where she couldn't see and sat down beside her. Just as he settled in, before he could even take the toy out, Ms. Uio clapped again to signal the end of the session. That's all for today. Please return tomorrow, she announced with a smile. Oh, one more thing, she added, just as the parents were beginning to stand up. The room paused, everyone turning toward her. Ms. Uio picked up a piece of chalk and turned to the blackboard behind her. As she wrote a string of numbers, she said, "This is my contact information. Please save it. If you have any questions, feel free to call me." The parents took out their phones and either wrote it down or snapped a photo. One by one, they began to take their children's hands, thank Ms. Uio, and head for the door. Nishimiya Yako did the same, recording the contact info, putting her phone away, and then reaching out to take both Akira's and Shouko's hands so they could leave. But before that could happen, Akira quickly passed the hidden cat plushie to Shouko. Wanting to make sure she understood, he leaned in close to her ear, where her hearing aid was, and spoke slowly and clearly. "Shouko, the kindergarten gave me this toy today. I want you to have it." As soon as he brought out the plushie, Shouko's eyes lit up. She eagerly reached out, taking the little gray cat into her hands and holding it like it was the most precious thing in the world. Akira smiled as he watched her. She didn't say anything, but her reaction made it clear, she loved it. Still holding the plushie tightly, Shouko then freed her right hand, reached into the cubby beneath the desk, and pulled out a small gray dog plushie of her own. Without hesitation, she placed it in Akira's lap. Akira blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that. But holding the soft little dog, he found, he kind of liked it too. Nishimiya Yako leaned back in her chair, watching the two of them with a serene smile. She didn't say anything, just sat there enjoying the rare, peaceful moment. Then, click. The unexpected sound snapped them out of the moment. Akira instantly knew who it was. He turned his head along with Nishimiya Yako, and, sure enough, there stood his mother, Miyamura Shizuka, holding her phone in one hand, covering her mouth with the other as she stifled laughter. Japanese phone cameras always made that shutter sound. There was no way to mute it. Catching their eyes, Shizuka waved with her free hand. "Don't mind me. Just pretend I'm not here," she said cheerfully, before pressing the shutter again. Click. Click. Shouko couldn't hear the sound, but she noticed everyone staring in the same direction. She followed Akira's gaze and saw Miyamura-san aiming her phone at them. Her face immediately flushed. She was certain Miyamura-san had taken a bunch of unflattering photos of her. Akira sighed and called out, "Shizuka-chin, when did you even get here?" Surprisingly, his mom didn't mind him calling her by name this time, maybe because she thought he was just trying to act cool in front of Shouko. With a grin, she replied, "Since when?" "Probably since you gave Shouko that adorable little cat plushie." Then, in mock dramatics, she pulled a tissue from her pocket and dabbed at the corners of her eyes. "Honestly, Akira, you had such a cute toy, and you gave it away. And not to me." Akira and Yako exchanged a glance. They both knew what she was doing. But Shizuka had deliberately slowed her speech to dramatize her lines, which meant Shouko caught the tail end of it. The moment Shouko realized Miyamura-san sounded sad, she panicked. She stood up, hesitated for only a second, then walked over with the cat plushie in hand. Looking down at it reluctantly, she bit her lip, and then held it out to Shizuka. "Ah. Auntie, this, for you, don't be sad." Shouko's words were soft and slurred, but heartfelt. Before she could finish handing it over, Shizuka placed her hand gently on Shouko's head and began to pat it. Not satisfied with just that, she put away her phone, crouched down, and started rubbing both of Shouko's cheeks. Too cute. Way cuter than my own brat, she thought. Shouko stood frozen, clutching the cat plushie as Shizuka continued kneading her cheeks like mochi. There was nothing she could do. Akira finally stepped in. "Mom, that's enough. You're going to make her cheeks raw." Shizuka stopped, narrowed her eyes at her son, and leaned in to check Shouko's face. Seeing only a bit of redness, she gave in to temptation, and planted a playful bite on her cheek. Shouko's face turned beet red in an instant, steam practically rising from her head. Even Shizuka was surprised. Yako finally stepped forward and gently scolded them. "All right, enough. Ms. Ueos still waiting at the front. Let's not keep her here." Hearing that, Akira and Shizuka both turned to look at the podium. Ms. Ueo waved at them with a smile, signaling she didn't mind. She'd been quietly watching their interaction the whole time and found their families charming, in a way. Seeing it was getting late, Shizuka stood up, took Shouko's hand, and walked over to the teacher to say goodbye. Then she waited by the door for the others. Yako also stepped up, took Akira's hand, exchanged a few words with Ms. Ueo, and walked out together with Shizuka. Once they were outside the kindergarten gates, Shizuka stretched and took a deep breath of fresh air. "I'll go get the car. Wait for me here," she said. Then, seeing Akira holding the small dog plushie in one hand and Shouko's hand in the other, she frowned. Without asking, she snatched the plushie from him and gently guided Shouko's small hand more firmly into Akira's. I'll trade you, all right, she said with a smirk, waving the toy teasingly at Akira. Akira just looked at her, completely at a loss for words. Yaeko chuckled softly as she watched the exchange. Holding Akira's other hand, she didn't say anything, she just smiled quietly. In that moment, everything felt light. Everything felt right. Chapter 8, Saliva-Covered Milk Candy. After Miyamura Shizuka parked the car in the private garage beside their house, Akira opened the back door and helped Shouko out, gently holding her small hand. Nishimiya Yaeko, meanwhile, unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the passenger seat with unhurried grace. Shizuka waited until everyone had exited the car and she double-checked the interior before closing the door and turning to Yaeko, who stood waiting nearby. Yaeko, could you call Auntie K over for lunch? I told her earlier not to cook anything before we got back. Yaeko felt a bit guilty. Shizuka had not only personally picked them up and dropped them off at kindergarten, but was also going to prepare lunch. She quickly waved her hand in protest. No need. You're doing too much already. You and Akira can just come eat at our place. Shizuka raised an eyebrow slightly, as if she'd already seen through Yaeko's intentions. She chuckled softly but said nothing. Seeing that there was no room to argue, and guessing Shizuka had probably already finished prepping, Yaeko gave a small sigh, nodded, and left the garage to go fetch her mother and bring over Yuzuru. Shouko held Akira's left hand, paying no mind to her mother leaving. In her right hand, she clutched the kitten plushie she couldn't bear to let go of. Akira led her out of the garage, not bothering to wait for his mom, who was still locking the door behind them. He turned right, walked a few steps to his front gate, and gently let go of Shouko's tiny hand. He squatted down out of habit, pushed aside the third blue stone tile in front of the gate, pulled out a hidden spare key, unlocked the gate, and returned the key to its hiding spot. Once the key was back in place, Akira stood up and handed Shouko the puppy doll he'd been carrying so she could hold both. He clapped the dust from his hands and pushed open the half-closed gate. Without taking her hand again, he stopped just inside the entryway, pulled 2 pairs of kids' slippers from the shoe cabinet to the left, slipped his own on, and then helped Shouko into hers. Once done, he stood up and smiled softly. Let's go, Shouko. I'll get you some candy. With a doll in each hand, Shouko let Akira help her with her shoes without any hesitation or embarrassment. Thanks to her hearing aids and Akira's careful pronunciation, she clearly heard his words and nodded happily. Akira shuffled quickly along the wooden hallway toward the dining room. Miyamura Shizuka stepped inside just then and, seeing where he was headed, called out teasingly. No sneaking snacks, Akira. Wait until Auntie K and the others arrive. Akira didn't answer, already used to his mom's reminders. He just raised his right hand and waved to show he understood. By the time he returned to the living room, he had a small bag of milk-flavored lollipops. But what caught his attention was his mother sitting on the tatami mat with Shouko in her arms, gently squishing her cheeks as Shouko froze up. He placed the bag of candy on the coffee table, opened it, pulled out a lollipop, and went to rescue Shouko from his mother's teasing embrace. Mom, why are you always squishing Shouko's face? He complained, even as he unwrapped the candy. He carefully placed the lollipop in Shouko's mouth. Shouko flailed her hands to show she wasn't being bullied, that she was fine with it, and even pulled the lollipop out of her mouth to offer it to Akira, urging him not to be upset. Akira stared at the milky sweet lollipop glistening with Shouko's saliva. His throat reflexively gulped. It wasn't that he wanted to eat it. He just couldn't bear the mischievous look in his mom's eyes, the way she looked ready to snap a photo the moment he took a bite. He knew it. If he so much as licked that lollipop, she'd whip out her phone and immortalize the moment forever. Shouko saw that he didn't react and thought he was disgusted by her. Her smile faded, and she gently pressed the lollipop against his lips. A soft click and a sudden flash lit the room. Shouko turned around curiously and saw Auntie Miyamura holding up her phone, a guilty grin on her face. She turned back to Akira, who looked like he'd just suffered a major defeat. Not good? Shouko asked, voice soft and uncertain. Akira. She suddenly thought, was he grossed out by me? Her eyes turned red in an instant, and tears started welling up. Akira hadn't even recovered from his mom's sneak attack when he saw Shouko on the verge of crying. Panic shot through him. He scrambled to speak but realized she might not catch it if he rushed. He slowed his words and said anxiously. Delicious. It's super delicious. The best lollipop I've ever had. To prove it, he quickly took the lollipop from her and popped it back into her mouth. Then he reached up and carefully wiped away the tears in her eyes. Click. Another white flash. Shouko cheered up immediately thanks to Akira's reassurance. But Akira's fists clenched, he was speechless at his mom's antics. Just then, a voice called out from the entrance. Sorry for intruding. Shizuka stood from the tatami mat and went out to greet the guests, Yeiko and the elders from the Nishimiya household. She could joke freely with Yeiko, but with the elders, she remained respectful despite their familiarity. Akira spotted them and greeted politely, "Good afternoon, Grandma Nishimiya, Auntie." Both women nodded with smiles. Akira's well-mannered nature was something they'd long come to expect. Shizuka took baby Yuzuru from Yeiko's arms and returned to the living room, sitting back on the tatami mat as she played with the baby using her left index finger. Shouko followed close behind. She'd missed her little sister too, even if it had only been half a day. Akira didn't join them right away. Instead, he walked into the dining room, fetched 2 empty cups, filled them with filtered water, and returned to hand them to Yeiko and Nishimiya K. The gesture earned him warm praise from both women. After a while of playing with the baby, Shizuka felt it was time. She stood up and passed Yuzuru to Kei, who was watching a comedy show nearby, then pulled Yeiko into the kitchen with her to finish prepping lunch. Shouko moved over to sit near Kei, excited to tease her baby sister, while Akira, now a bit bored, picked an orange off the coffee table and started peeling it. Yuzuru was still too young, and Kei was understandably hesitant to let Shouko or Akira hold her just yet. Hi everyone. I've set up a Patreon where you can read a few chapters ahead. If you'd like to support my work, I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/Lucas25, thanks so much. Power Stone. Chapter 9, Pink Little Meat Buns. April 2nd. Akira. Time to wake up, it's your first official day of kindergarten. Miyamura Shizuka stood by the bed, gently shaking the still sleeping Akira with one hand while pinching his soft, chubby cheek with the other. Akira slowly cracked open his eyes, raised a hand to rub them, and let out a long yawn. Click. A white flash lit up the room. Still half asleep, Akira instantly snapped awake. He turned to the woman holding a smartphone and asked in a groggy, slightly annoyed tone, "Shizuka-chin, what are you doing?" Completely ignoring his question, Shizuka continued to snap photos from different angles before finally answering. Obviously, I'm documenting the first day of my precious Akira's kindergarten journey. You might not appreciate it now, but one day, these will be priceless memories. Akira, for once, had no comeback. He simply sighed. All right, how long are you going to lie there? Shouko's been waiting downstairs for over 10 minutes. Finishing her little photo shoot, Shizuka started urging him to get up, even raising her hand in a playful, threatening gesture like she was about to drag him out of bed. The moment he heard that Shouko was waiting, Akira bolted upright, grabbed the kindergarten uniform Shizuka had set out the night before, a simple blue top with white shorts and a yellow sun hat, and began changing. He stripped off his pajamas down to his white briefs, but just as he was about to put on the uniform. Click. Another photo. Quickly dressing and slapping the hat on his head, Akira threw open the door and dashed out, ignoring Shizuka and her ever-clicking camera. Watching him run, Shizuka chuckled and called out from behind, "Akira, slow down. Don't trip." When Akira turned the corner into the living room, he spotted Shouko lying fast asleep on the tatami mat, still in her uniform but missing her hat, which had been tossed aside. She looked like a chubby little meat bun, her round cheeks rising and falling gently with each breath. Akira must have run too fast, because the wind he created ruffled Shouko's bangs. She sleepily raised her hand to scratch her cheek. Click. Akira didn't even need to turn around to know Shizuka had followed him again with the camera. Afraid Shouko might catch a cold lying there, he walked over and gently shook her shoulder. She groaned and half-heartedly smacked his arm in protest. All right, Akira, go wash your face first. Let Shouko sleep a bit longer, I'll get a blanket, Shizuka said, putting away her phone at last. She turned to head upstairs. Akira gave up on trying to wake Shouko properly. He took off his hat and placed it gently on her head, then quietly made his way to the bathroom. By the time he returned, Shouko was sitting up, rubbing her eyes. A soft pink blanket now covered her legs. Noticing Akira, Shouko waved her little hand and mumbled groggily, "Mornin'." Akira. He didn't quite catch what she said, but the sight of her sleepy expression made him feel like he'd just taken a critical emotional hit. I'm gonna die of cuteness. he thought. Okay, Miyamura Akira. Here's your lunchbox, and these are sandwiches for the car ride, Shizuka called out as she returned from the kitchen. In one hand, she held a lunchbox wrapped in black cloth, in the other, a sandwich and milk. Akira accepted them silently. Shizuka headed for the entryway, kicked off her house slippers, and called back, I'm going to pull the car out. Come out when you hear the horn. She slipped on her shoes, opened the front door, and stepped out, closing it behind her. Akira set the food on the coffee table and walked over to Shouko. He held out his hand, helping the still drowsy girl to her feet. Only when she was standing steadily did he let go, asking gently. Shouko, did you eat breakfast? She blinked, confused. Then she reached into the pocket of her white shorts, pulled out a small black pouch, and took out a red children's hearing aid. After placing it in her right ear, she looked at him and asked, Huh? Say that again. Only then did Akira realize she hadn't had her hearing aid in all morning. He repeated, more slowly, did you eat breakfast? Shouko perked up. MHM. I had steamed buns, dumplings, and half an ear of corn. She began ticking off each item with her tiny fingers, then added, oh. And milk. Akira chuckled. Her words were still a little unclear, but he could understand her, and that alone made him feel strangely proud. Just then, the car horn sounded. Akira bent down, picked up both yellow hats from the tatami, and gently placed one on Shouko's head and one on his own. Then he grabbed her hand, picked up their lunch and breakfast, and led her to the entryway. After changing shoes, they opened the door to find a bright red car idling in front of the house. Shizuka was in the driver's seat, waving at them through the open window. Akira opened the back door and let Shouko climb in first, then followed after her. Seatbelts, Shizuka reminded them as she started the engine and pulled out onto the road. In the back seat, Akira unwrapped his sandwich, took a bite from one end, and chewed thoughtfully. Shouko stared at him curiously. On a whim, Akira held the sandwich out toward her. Before he could change his mind, she leaned in and took a bite. Without a second thought, he went back to eating from the other end. Feeling thirsty, he held the milk between his knees, opened the straw, and took a sip, then held it out to Shouko. She swallowed her food, took the milk, and started sipping quietly. Watching them in the rearview mirror, Shizuka smiled to herself. If she weren't driving, she would have already taken another dozen photos. A few minutes later, they arrived at the kindergarten. After parking, Shizuka stepped out and opened the back door for the kids. They got out and looked around. Near the school gate stood teacher Yoshinaga, Ms. Uio, and several other unfamiliar teachers, welcoming the arriving children. Holding both their hands, Shizuka walked up to the entrance and greeted the teachers politely. Good morning, teacher Yoshinaga, Ms. Uio. The two teachers greeted her in return. Ms. Uio looked around, then asked curiously, Akira's mom. I don't see Shouko's mother today. Shizuka smiled, already prepared for the question. Shouko's mom had to rush off to work. And besides, she said, squeezing Shouko's hand gently, Shouko is like my own daughter. We're all family. Chapter 10, The Kindergarten Yakuza Boss. Ms. Uio, who had a good grasp of Shouko's family situation, knew it wasn't easy for Nishimiya Yako to juggle multiple jobs. She half squatted down, gently patted Shouko's head, and turned to Miyamura Shizuka with a warm smile. Ms. Miyamura, please take Shouko to the Sakura class first. Seating is still random for now, it hasn't been officially assigned. Got it. I'll leave Shouko in your care, Ms. Uio, Shizuka replied with a polite nod before guiding the two children into the kindergarten. Just as they stepped through the gate, Shizuka suddenly paused, pulling the two kids back. Akira blinked up at his mom, confused. Shizuka turned back toward teacher Yoshinaga, who'd been watching them with a playful smile on her face. Oh, teacher Yoshinaga. Shizuka called out, prompting the teacher to look over, slightly startled. After a brief pause, Shizuka continued with a sheepish smile, I forgot to ask about my Akira. Hee hee. Yoshinaga chuckled softly, clearly amused by the mother and son's antics. Regaining her composure, she answered calmly, just have Akira head to the sunflower class. Turning to the boy, she added with a warm smile, go ahead and sit down in the sunflower class, okay. Once everyone's here, the principal will stop by to greet the class. With that, Shizuka and Akira gave a courteous, see you later, to teacher Yoshinaga and made their way toward the Sakura class. Whoosh! Akira passed the bento box to Shouko to carry and swung open the wooden door to the Sakura class. Several students and parents were already seated inside. From the doorway, Shizuka nodded politely at the other parents, then let go of Akira's hand and gently patted his head. Akira looked up, puzzled. Shizuka subtly tilted her head in the direction of the sunflower class. "Shizuka-chin, do you have a stiff neck or something?" Akira asked aloud, completely misreading her silent cue. "I mean, you should head back to your own class. I've got things covered here." She gave him another soft pat before nudging him along. Shouko, now much calmer than the day before, no longer clung to Akira. Nishimiya Yako had spent the entire previous evening helping her daughter understand what kindergarten was, even teaching her some sign language. "When it's lunchtime, let's eat together again, Akira," Shouko said, her pronunciation careful and slow. Akira accepted the bento box back, said his goodbyes, and turned toward the sunflower class. "Oh. Akira." Shizuka called after him. "I forgot to mention earlier, the bento has 2 portions inside. Shouko's lunch is in there too." Akira didn't turn around. He simply raised his free hand and waved it left and right to signal that he understood. When he reached the sunflower class, he immediately noticed a man standing on the podium, an adult in a yellow plaid shirt and matching pants, wearing square brown glasses. He was telling what sounded like a really bad joke. The man turned his head and noticed Akira at the door. His short, curly black hair, 5 o'clock shadow, and dark skin gave him a fierce, intimidating look. Hee hee. "Little man, are you with the sunflower class too?" he asked with a wide grin. That grin, oddly enough, looked even more terrifying than his neutral expression. A cold sweat trickled down Akira's back. For a moment, he felt the urge to hurl the bento box at the man's face and run. Forcing himself to stay calm, Akira asked cautiously, "Uncle, are you the principal?" He figured the man must be the person teacher Yoshinaga mentioned earlier. Clap, clap, clap. The men started clapping, amused. "Wow, smart kid, you guessed it right away. My name's Takakura Bunta. I'm the one who founded this Futaba kindergarten." Akira relaxed a bit upon hearing that and gave a polite bow. "My name is Miyamura Akira. Please take care of me." "All right, Akira-kun. Come in and grab a seat, don't just stand there," Takakura Bunta said, stepping forward. But the moment he moved, Akira instinctively stepped back. Takakura Bunta froze, looking momentarily hurt. Akira could almost hear the sound of imaginary glass shattering. Thinking it must have been his imagination, Akira nodded awkwardly and hurried to the seat he'd used yesterday. He stuffed his sun hat and bento into the desk cubby, then glanced around the room. The sunflower class was eerily quiet. No one was chatting or playing. He noticed 1 or 2 kids on the verge of tears, clearly trying their best not to cry. Meanwhile, Takakura Bunta had resumed telling cheerful little stories from the podium. "Big bro, you're amazing. You actually talked to the boss." A girl with her hair tied into little buns, sitting to Akira's right, whispered to him in awe. "Boss? What do you mean?" he asked. She leaned in, whispering, "That scary guy on the podium. My mommy said if I misbehave in kindergarten, he'll lock me up and not give me any food." She patted her chest like she was calming herself down. "Hee hee, thanks for the warning," Akira said with a nervous chuckle, now understanding why the whole class was acting so tense. Before he could say more, the little girl had already turned back to face the podium, her posture rigid. Akira followed her gaze. Takakura Bunta had stopped talking and was now looking straight at him, his lips curled into a knowing smirk. Akira shuddered. Then, half seriously, he asked, "Director Takakura, do you have a side job or something?" All at once, several kids in the class looked at Akira with sparkles in their eyes. They had no idea what a side job was, but anyone bold enough to talk back to the boss had to be super cool. Takakura Bunta let out a soft chuckle and replied, "A side job, huh? Well, I do fill in as a teacher now and then. Does that count? Are you sure you're not secretly tossing people into Tokyo Bay?" Akira shot back with a skeptical look. Chapter 11, The Potato-Headed Imp. A child seated at the far right of the second row suddenly raised his hand and asked curiously. Both Principal Takakura and Akira turned their attention toward the boy. From his spot in the back, Akira glanced over and casually thought that the kids had looked just like a potato, round and oddly shaped, with a crew cut that didn't help his case. When Akira looked back at Principal Takakura, he noticed the man's expression turn a little grim, as if something inconvenient had just been exposed. Shinosuke, I'm the principal of Futaba Kindergarten. I don't throw bodies into Tokyo Bay, Principal Takakura said with a weary sigh. Apparently, this misunderstanding had haunted him since childhood. Shinosuke wasn't satisfied with the answer. He opened his mouth again, preparing to press further. Then. I don't do street gunfights or commit seppuku either, Takakura interrupted, already predicting what was coming. His voice sounded both resigned and embarrassed. Shinosuke, seemingly out of ammunition, flopped back onto his desk with a frustrated groan. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, a sudden round of applause came from the classroom door, drawing everyone's eyes. The few children who had been quietly holding back tears immediately burst into sobs the moment they saw the familiar face of teacher Yoshinaga standing at the entrance. Their cries startled both her and Principal Takakura. She hurried toward the nearest crying child to comfort them, while Principal Takakura walked toward another. But strangely, the closer he got, the louder the child wailed. Buffed. Akira couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious to him, most of the kids were crying because of Takakura's face. How could the men not realize that? Realizing his presence was only making things worse, Takakura slumped back toward the podium. As he walked away, Akira swore the man looked like he was losing color, turning almost gray. About 10 minutes passed before teacher Yoshinaga finally managed to soothe the last of the crying children. She returned to the podium, stood beside Takakura, and cleared her throat to refocus everyone's attention. Everyone, please look up here. Teacher Yoshinaga is going to introduce someone very special to you. She gestured toward the men beside her and said with a bright smile, this is our principal, Mr. Takakura. He really loves playing with children. Takakura and Yoshinaga had clearly prepared this performance. Picking up her cue, Takakura nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I'm the principal of Futaba Kindergarten. I promise I'm not a bad guy, so there's no need to be afraid. In a valiant attempt to appear friendly, he forced a smile toward the children. It had the opposite effect. Akira flinched. The children, newly calm just seconds ago, were instantly scared again. The room filled with crying, this time even more kids joined in. Once again, Yoshinaga let out a tired sigh and rubbed her forehead, then stepped off the podium to comfort the children. Akira followed her. The wailing had reached an unbearable level. A few sniffles were tolerable, but this was chaos. After calming down one or two kids, Akira returned to the podium, feeling a little bad for Takakura, who now looked like a ghost of a man. Principal Takakura, don't feel too bad. There are still a few kids who aren't scared of your face, Akira said with an awkward grin. The words, though meant to comfort, cut deep, like a dagger straight to the heart. Before Takakura could respond, a voice piped up from behind Akira. Yeah, boss. We can just secretly throw them into Tokyo Bay when no one's looking, said Shinosuke, walking up and patting Takakura's leg like an underboss consoling his leader. His voice wasn't loud, but the silence it brought was immediate. Every child in the sunflower class stopped crying and stared at the three figures standing on the podium. Takakura visibly straightened. Maybe he didn't need a child to comfort him, but it did remind him, this happened every year. Still hurt, though. Teacher Yoshinaga soon returned, wiped sweat from her brow, and gently motioned for Akira and Shinosuke to return to their seats. She then kindly suggested Principal Takakura take his leave. Dong. 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 3 low chimes rang from outside, signaling the start of lunch break. Akira grabbed his bento box from the cubby under his desk, walked up to the podium, and told teacher Yoshinaga he had something to do. She nodded, and Akira dashed out of the classroom. A few children had wanted to ask him to eat together, but he was already gone in a blur. Watching his retreating figure, teacher Yoshinaga smiled softly. Akira might act like a little grown-up, but when it comes to Shouko, he's just like any other child. Akira reached the door of the Sakura class and was about to knock when he heard Mr. Cameo's voice from inside. All right everyone, it's lunchtime. If you need the bathroom, go now. If your lunch needs heating, bring it here. Akira knocked politely, and a moment later, Ms. Yui called out. Akira opened the door, greeted him, and headed straight to Shouko, who was sitting in the middle of the room. Shouko lit up when she saw him. She scooted over to make room and immediately started talking, her words spilling out with excitement. Akira, Akira. I made so many new friends today. Her voice was rushed, slurred from enthusiasm. You're amazing, Shouko, Akira said warmly as he ruffled her hair with his free hand. He sat beside her, placed the bento on the table, and listened carefully as she began recounting her day. Most of the children in the Sakura class had hearing impairments, so none of them could hear or follow Shouko's words, but Akira could. Every time she shared something funny, he responded sincerely. If the story involved her, he made sure to praise her in different ways. He untied the black cloth around the lunchbox, revealing 2 bento containers. He opened them, checked which had more meat, and placed that one in front of Shouko. Then, he pulled out a small wooden spoon for her and a pair of chopsticks for himself. Handing her the spoon, he smiled and said gently, "All right, Shouko. Let's eat and talk, okay?" Aha. Chapter 12, A Bitter Bite of Kindness. After Akira had finished handling everything, he picked up the square black cloth that had previously wrapped the lunchbox and gently tied it around Shouko's neck, using it as a napkin. While tying it on, Akira smoothed the fabric carefully to keep her from feeling uncomfortable or startled by the sensation on her neck. Ms. Yui was also helping a few other children in the Sakura class with small lunch problems, like bento boxes that were hard to open. Just as Akira was about to start eating, he suddenly thought of something. Turning to Shouko, he said softly, "Shouko, go ahead and eat first. I'll get us 2 cups of warm water." Shouko nodded in response. Akira stood up and made his way over to Ms. Yui. Noticing him approach, the teacher asked first. "Did something come up, Akira?" Ms. Yui crouched down to meet his eyes. "Ms. Yui, do you have any disposable cups? I'd like to get some warm water." Ms. Yui chimed in gently, "Yes, I'll grab some for you. Can you keep an eye on the kids in Sakura class while I go?" She reached out and patted Akira's head kindly. Akira didn't immediately respond. He thought to himself that he'd have to ask his mom, Shizuka, to help pack a thermos for him next time. "Akira." Ms. Yui called again, noticing his silence. Snapping out of it, Akira replied quickly, Sorry, Ms. Yui. I was just thinking." "Thank you, I'll watch over them." "Haha, no problem." Ms. Yui chuckled, amused by how polite this 4-year-old was. She stood up and left to fetch the water. Akira watched her go before slowly walking up to the podium to observe the kids eating quietly. There were only 11 children in the Sakura class now, a big drop from the original 20 or so. Each one wore a different colored hearing aid, including Shouko, who was focused on her food. Akira noted how much better behaved they were compared to the kids in his sunflower class. Maybe it was their own challenges that made them more thoughtful and mature. Just then, Ms. Yui returned with 2 small clear plastic cups. "All right, Akira. Head downstairs and eat too." "Thank you, Ms. Yui." Akira took the cups carefully, then walked back toward Shouko, who was still diligently eating. Placing the water on the table, Akira said with concern, "Shouko, slow down. Don't choke. Here, drink some water first." He handed her a cup. Shouko looked up, not quite meeting his eyes, and took the cup a little too fast, so fast that some of the warm water splashed out. "Careful, Shouko," Akira said softly. Shouko didn't quite catch his words, but she tilted her head back and gulped down the water quickly. Cough, cough, she suddenly started coughing hard. Akira almost facepalmed with a bitter smile, but instead stepped closer and gently patted her back to help her recover. Once she stopped coughing, he asked seriously, "Shouko, are you hiding something from me?" Shouko avoided his eyes and murmured, "No. Akira, you're imagining things." Her pronunciation was so muddled he could barely understand her words, but he could sense the guilt behind them. Akira patted her head and sat down in the seat she had vacated, preparing to eat his own lunch. He sipped some warm water to rinse his mouth and opened the black insulated lunch cover. To his surprise, it looked slightly puffed up. Suspicious, Akira glanced at Shouko. She immediately averted her gaze, looking left and right in a panic. He had a guess. Peeling back the cover, he found the lunchbox nearly overflowing with broccoli, so much that 1 or 2 florets had spilled onto the table. "Shouko, you know just eating meat and skipping veggies isn't healthy." Akira picked up a floret that had fallen and popped it into his mouth. "Balance, remember." He scanned the box, only the broccoli had multiplied. Everything else was portioned as expected. Shouko, flustered, shook her head and protested, "No, no, no." Ms. Yui, watching from the podium, thought they were arguing and almost stood up to intervene. But seeing Akira offer a piece of broccoli with chopsticks to Shouko, she quickly understood, just a picky eater moment. Just a little bite. Akira coaxed gently. Shouko hesitated, then opened her mouth slowly and accepted the broccoli. Her face twisted like she'd just swallowed something bitter. Akira could only sigh as she chewed. He handed her his cup again. Here, drink slowly this time. Seeing how much she hated the broccoli, Akira ate the rest himself. Still, he occasionally fed her tiny bits of broccoli paired with fried pork, trying to balance her meal. What should have been a quick lunch stretched out. Between talking with Shouko and feeding her bits of food, Akira ended up being the last to finish. Finally, he closed their empty bento boxes, untied the cloth around Shouko's neck, folded it neatly, and packed everything up. I'm heading back to sunflower class now, Shouko. I'll come check on you after school. He stood and reached out to pat her head. Shouko nodded sweetly. Seeing how cute she looked, Akira couldn't resist and pinched her soft cheek. Ah. Akira, Shouko mumbled in protest. He didn't catch what she said, but let go after a moment, satisfied. See you in the afternoon, he said before turning to walk back toward Ms. Yui. Chapter 13, The Scheming Imp. Ms. Yui, I'm going back to the sunflower class. See you in the afternoon, Akira said politely as he walked to the podium. After speaking, he turned and headed toward the classroom door. Just before stepping out, he glanced back toward Shouko's seat, and sure enough, she was watching him. Smiling slightly, he raised his hand and waved before quietly walking out of the Sakura class. Outside, the playground was filled with children enjoying their lunch break. The slides and sandbox were bustling, especially the area around the slides, which had drawn the most kids. Akira only took a quick glance and was about to head back to sunflower class for a nap when a sharp cry suddenly rang out. He paused and turned toward the source. It came from the sandbox. Looking closer, he saw a small child crying, apparently upset after failing to win a tug-of-war over a toy and getting sand kicked in their face. Instead of concern, Akira found himself oddly entertained. The crying wasn't as grating out here as it was inside the classroom. From a distance, watching the chaos was kind of fun. Especially since it didn't involve him. He recalled something a teacher once said. Everyone experiences joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness differently. Just then, a familiar figure stormed into view, and Akira's curiosity instantly spiked. Striding toward the sandbox was none other than the boss, Director Takakura. With a gloomy expression, Director Takakura marched up to the scene. The once noisy sandbox fell dead silent. Even the crying child quickly slapped a hand over their mouth, trying not to make a sound. Akira watched from afar as Director Takakura resolved the issue with just a few sharp words. He couldn't help but be impressed. Fierce as he looked, the man was very efficient. Once the drama died down, Akira continued his stroll back to sunflower class, feeling surprisingly cheerful. But as soon as he entered, he noticed something irritating. His seat was already taken by another boy. Sighing inwardly, Akira walked forward and retrieved his hat from the cubby in the desk where he'd stashed it that morning. Thankfully, the kindergarten had accounted for things like this. Everyone's had their name printed on it. When Akira showed the boy the name tag, the kid had no choice but to give up the seat and go find his own. Akira patted the chair the boy had warmed, letting it cool down a bit before sitting. He tucked his sun hat back into the desk and lay his head down, preparing for a nap. He'd just closed his eyes when a shrill voice broke the peace. That's my seat. You're in my spot. Akira figured she was talking to someone else and ignored her, trying to settle into sleep. But then she yelled again, louder. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I know you're faking it. Reluctantly, Akira opened his eyes. Standing beside him was a girl with a high ponytail and an odd glint in her eyes, equal parts innocent and mischievous. Not interested in pointless arguing, Akira answered flatly, you remembered wrong. Your seat's the one next to the podium. To his surprise, she didn't budge. She just stood there staring at him like he'd stolen her prized candy. Akira ignored the look and laid his head back down. Moments later, a soft sobbing sound reached his ears. He peeked up and spotted Ms. Yoshinaga at the front of the class, enjoying her lunch. He hesitated. He really didn't want to deal with this, but he didn't want to bother Ms. Yoshinaga either. He sat up and looked at the crying girl. Fine, he said with a sigh. How about I help you find your seat? As long as we can find your hat, we'll know where you're supposed to be. To prove his point, Akira pulled his own hat from the desk hole and held it up. See. Our names are written on these. The girl didn't respond. Her sobbing only grew louder. Akira frowned. Okay, what do you want me to do so you'll stop crying? The girl paused, wiped her tears, and sniffled before declaring. I want you to play house with me. Akira blinked. What a cunning little imp. He refused instantly. Me. A grown man in a kid's body. Playing house with you. What do you think I am, Nitro? The girl's wailing resumed louder than before. Akira sighed in defeat. He knew there was no way he could get any sleep like this. Then an idea struck him. Maybe I can bring Shouko over. She could meet new friends here. All right, wait here. I'm going to bring someone to play too. Before she could respond, Akira darted out of the room. Back in Sakura class, Ms. Yui looked up, surprised to see Akira back at the door. Akira. Did you forget something? She asked curiously. No, Ms. Yui. I came to play with Shouko. Ms. Yui left the podium and crouched down beside him, lowering her voice. Of course you can, but Akira. She hesitated before continuing. When you take Shouko out to play, be mindful of the other kids. Akira blinked, not understanding. He waited for her to explain. Ms. Yui gently cupped his cheeks and said softly, You're still young, so maybe you haven't noticed. Some kids will say exactly what they think. If a classmate has something a little different about them, they might start treating them strangely, staring, whispering, leaving them out. She paused, watching his reaction, then continued. At first, it might just be one or two. But over time, it spreads. Humans are social creatures, Akira. Even children follow the group. She gave his head a reassuring pat. I've taught the Sakura class for several years now. Sadly, this sort of thing happens every few months. Akira lowered his head, deep in thought. He had never considered this before. Since he was a baby, it had always just been him and Shouko. No other kids. No real chance for her to be judged or excluded. He'd never thought about how others might treat her. Ms. Yui gently nudged him back to the present. Go on, find someone kind to play with. Akira nodded. Okay. He walked over to Shouko, who was lying on the desk in a daze, eyes wide open. Standing behind him, Ms. Yui chuckled to herself. What a sentimental kid. Hey, want to play house? Akira asked. Still half asleep, Shouko heard his voice and blinked in surprise. She clearly remembered him leaving the classroom earlier. So why was she hearing him now? Looking up in confusion, she saw Akira standing in front of her. Her sleepy daze instantly vanished, replaced by surprise and curiosity. Chapter 14, Playing House. Akira thought that Shouko didn't hear him clearly, so he repeated in a gentle voice. Do you want to play house, Shouko? Yeah. Shouko nodded excitedly, quickly stood up, took Akira's hand, and led him to the open space at the back of the classroom. As usual, Shouko chose to be the mother, and Akira took the role of the child. After a while, more children started to notice them and eagerly joined in. Playing house was a game the girls especially enjoyed. Most of the participants were little girls, but a few boys joined as well. When one little boy found out Shouko was playing the mother, he immediately tried to be the father. However, Akira refused to give up the role and claimed it based on his seniority in joining the game. In the end, everyone chose their roles peacefully. Akira was the father, Shouko the mother, and the others played the eldest son, the youngest son, the daughter, the pet, or even the furniture. Shouko had never played with so many children before. At first, she was overjoyed, laughing and excited. But later, when she gave instructions as the mother, she was met with defiance from the little daughter, who even began to rebel, wanting to steal Akira away and become his wife instead. Shouko had never encountered such a situation before. Seeing the girl trying to take her Akira, she snapped. Akira is mine. Mine. She was too flustered and spoke too quickly. And since everyone, except for Akira, had hearing impairments, no one understood what Shouko actually said, not even Akira. But Shouko didn't care. When she saw the daughter trying to reach for Akira, she became frantic, her expression unreadable, and her eyes grew red with frustration. Akira, still trying to make sense of what Shouko had said, was caught off guard when she suddenly threw herself into his arms and began to cry. Startled, Akira instinctively tried to pull her away, thinking she might be hurt. But Shouko only held him tighter, burying her tear-stained face into his chest, soaking a patch of his school uniform. The other children weren't too concerned. They simply kicked Akira and Shouko out of the game and restructured the roles among themselves. Seeing that Shouko refused to let go, Akira gently held her and moved them a little farther away from the others. He didn't understand why Shouko was crying so hard, but he still spoke gently and comforted her patiently for a long time before her sobs finally subsided. Even then, she began hiccuping softly, her hands still clinging to him, though not as tightly as before. Leaning in close to her left ear, the one with the hearing aid, Akira asked softly, "Why are you crying all of a sudden, Shouko?" Shouko's reply came in hiccuping, trembling whispers. "That girl wanted to be the mom, and you didn't say no, you didn't even try to stop her." She stopped there, lowering her head with a silent hiccup. Akira was both amused and confused. He hadn't expected that to be the reason for her tears. "I promise," he said gently, "from now on, whenever we play house, I'll only be the dad if you're the mom." "Okay." He repeated it again, slowly, to reassure her. Then, Shouko finally let go of him, took a small step back, looked up with tear-reddened eyes, and extended her little pinky with all the seriousness she could muster. "Pinky promise. If not, I won't believe you." Seeing her red eyes, tear-streaked cheeks, and that stern little expression, hiccuping and determined, Akira couldn't help but smile. She really was cute. He extended his own pinky and hooked it with hers, and together, they chanted the childhood vow. "We've made a promise for 100 years, and it won't change. Let's make a promise, you and I will be together for 100 years. They didn't add any curses or punishments like, if I break my promise, may I swallow 1,000 needles. They just believed in the vow. After they finished, Akira pulled a small pack of tissues from his pocket and gently wiped Shouko's tears. When he was done, he chuckled softly and reached up to ruffle her hair. From a distance, Teacher Ueno had been watching the whole scene. She regretted not pulling out his phone in time to record it, but he also didn't want to risk the camera noise ruining the moment. Meanwhile, when Shouko threw herself into Akira's arms crying, Mr. Takakura had been walking a few steps behind. But Akira had eyes only for Shouko. Even when she stepped back and looked up, her gaze didn't shift to anyone else. Elsewhere, the remaining group playing house had descended into chaos. Some were fighting over who got to be the dad or mom. Some sons wanted to marry their mothers, and some daughters wanted to marry their fathers. Pets rebelled and wanted to be the owners. Ex-husbands and ex-wives returned to fight for positions. Furniture wanted to be promoted to parents. Things got so intense, it nearly turned into a full-on battle. In the end, everyone started crying, and Mr. Takakura, holding his head, had to intervene and calm them down. Akira stood nearby, holding Shouko's hand, watching the mayhem unfold. The girl who had tried to play Akira's daughter earlier saw him nearby and, bursting into tears again, ran toward him for comfort. Akira and Shouko both saw her coming. Shouko's face immediately turned wary and defensive, though still adorably so, and Akira made a split-second decision. He let go of Shouko's hand. Shouko, thinking Akira was about to go comfort the girl, quickly reached for him again to stop him. But a familiar shadow fell across her field of vision. That same warm embrace once again enveloped her. The chest of his school uniform was still a little damp, but the hug felt exactly the same. The girl skidded to a stop when she saw this and immediately unleashed the lion's roar, bawling on the spot. Mr. Takakura, who had just calmed down one sobbing child, turned around at the sound and saw the new commotion. With a click, Akira heard the sound and instinctively flinched, thinking his overly affectionate mom had come to take another photo of him. But when he turned his head, it was actually Mr. Takakura, phone in hand, snapping a photo of him and Shouko. Akira was speechless and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Seriously? There are still crying kids everywhere, and you choose this moment to take a photo of me. Are 2 4-year-olds really so cute that you want to ship us like this? Seeing Akira look at him, Mr. Takakura guiltily put his phone away and pretended nothing had happened before continuing to comfort the loudest crying girl. After all the kids had finally calmed down, Teacher Ueno returned to the front and instructed them to form a line. She then led them all to the second-floor nap room of Sakura class to get ready for their afternoon nap. Chapter 15, A Suffocating Nap and a Sweet Embarrassment. Teacher Ueo led the children up to the second floor and stopped at the room closest to the stairs. He gently opened the wooden door and asked them to line up at the entrance. Then, one by one, he guided them to the small beds labeled with their names. When it was Shouko and Akira's turn, Teacher Ueo led Shouko in first, then returned and stood in front of Akira. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he spoke. Akira, you can take a nap here too. I'll explain it to Ms. Yoshinaga later. With that, Teacher Uio extended his left hand and led Akira to the last bed in the room. Smiling warmly, he added, go ahead and rest. When you wake up, it'll be time to go home. Akira looked at the bed. A small mat lay on top, with a gray pillow and matching blanket. There was no name on the frame, so it seemed to be a spare. His gaze drifted to the front left side of the room, Shouko's bed, but she wasn't there. Just as he was about to look around, a voice behind him said, looking for me? Akira turned to find Shouko standing there, hugging a gray pillow. Frowning, he asked, Shouko, you're not planning to sleep here with me, are you? Yup. Shouko nodded without hesitation. Regardless of whether Akira agreed, she walked straight over, placed her pillow beside the other one, sat down, took off her shoes to reveal little white socks, and lay on the small bed as if it were hers. Akira looked at her in disbelief. Hey, Shouko, I didn't even say yes. He wasn't sure if she heard him, but she stared at him as if silently telling him to hurry up and lie down. Chuckling and shaking his head, Akira bent down to take off his shoes, sat on the bed, and pulled the blanket over both of them. Shouko even scooted over to give him more space. As he lay down, Akira looked at Shouko, whose breath tickled his face. Speaking softly like coaxing a child, he said, all right, go to sleep, Shouko. When you wake up, you'll be going home. With that, he closed his eyes. Shouko smiled faintly, snuggled closer, and closed hers too, wrapping her arms around his. After arranging all the children, Teacher Uio began counting the heads. When she reached Shouko's bed and found it empty, he wasn't surprised. A hunch made her glance toward Akira's temporary bed, and sure enough, 2 little heads peeked out from under the blanket. She smiled but said nothing, then continued the head count. Once she was finished, Teacher Uio stepped into the corridor, pulled out her phone, and called Ms. Yoshinaga to let her know Akira was napping in her class and not to worry. After a short chat, she returned and coaxed the remaining children to sleep. Once the room was peaceful, she pulled a small stool to the door, leaned back against the wall, and closed her eyes to rest. While asleep, Akira began to feel suffocated, like a python was wrapping tighter and tighter around him. A stinging sensation spread across his right cheek, and he could hear constant crackling sounds. He suddenly woke up, sweat on his forehead and his cheek damp. Carefully, he untangled himself from Shouko's limbs and took a deep breath. Hee, you're awake, came a light voice. He didn't need to look to know it was his mother. Turning his head, he saw Shizuka Miyamura holding her phone, trying not to laugh. Before he could say anything, another voice chimed in, Akira. Good job. Shizuka covered her mouth, giggling softly, then walked out. Akira sat up and gently shook Shouko awake. She stirred, still half asleep, smacking her lips dreamily. Looking around, Akira realized the other kids were gone. He turned to her gently. Time to get up, Shouko. We're going home. Shouko yawned and sat up as Akira put on his shoes. Then he helped her with hers, tying her laces carefully. He folded the small blanket and placed it at the foot of the bed before taking her hand and walking toward the door. In the corridor, they found Shizuka Miyamura and Teacher Yui waiting with amused smiles. Yui was pointing at something on Shizuka's phone. Akira looked at them, puzzled. Mom, what are you looking at? Shouko, still drowsy, blinked in confusion. Shizuka hid her grin and walked forward mysteriously, crouching down to show them her phone. Shouko blushed bright red as soon as she saw the screen. Her sleepiness vanished. Akira, on the other hand, just looked at his mother silently. The photo showed the two of them in bed, Shouko tightly clinging to Akira, her limbs wrapped around him, and her mouth on his cheek, seemingly sucking on it while he looked extremely uncomfortable. After saying goodbye to Teacher Yui, Shizuka took the embarrassed pair home. Teacher Yui chuckled as she watched them leave, then entered the nap room to tidy up the quilts and pillows. She stretched, closed the wooden door, and headed toward the office. She needed to prepare props and study materials for the kids' sign language lesson the next day, so it would be a while before she could head home. When she opened the office door, she found Midori Yoshinaga still at her desk. Midori looked up at the sound of the door, saw it was Masumi Uio, nodded, then returned to her work. Masumi walked over and sat at her own desk. Midori, how's your class? Any promising kids besides Akira? She asked with a teasing smile. Masumi, it's only the second day. How can I tell anything yet? Midori chuckled. Though aside from being scared to tears by the principal this morning, they've held it together pretty well. Chapter 16, Office Passion. When Ms. Ueno heard Ms. Yoshinaga mention that the principal had frightened some kids to tears that morning, a thought seemed to strike her. She turned toward her colleague and said softly, "The principal went to visit their class today. At this rate, I wonder how many won't show up to kindergarten tomorrow." Ms. Yoshinaga stopped what she was doing, her expression turning thoughtful. It reminded her of what had happened last year. On the third day, 7 or 8 children had refused to return, and they had to refund tuition and refer the families to other kindergartens. Seeing her silence, Ms. Ueno knew she was likely recalling that exact memory. Narrowing her eyes with a smirk, she said, "I'll bet there's an 80% chance we'll lose at least the same number tomorrow." She raised her right hand and waggled her index finger playfully at Yoshinaga. Ms. Yoshinaga blinked, snapped out of her thoughts, and slapped Ueno's hand away with a groan. "Come on, Masumi. A bet like that might as well not be a bet at all." Ms. Ueno laughed, stood up, and took off her glasses, placing them gently on the desk. There was a mischievous gleam in her eyes, as though she were preparing to demonstrate something bold. But Yoshinaga's face suddenly flushed with a memory of her own, and she quickly changed the subject to derail whatever Ueno was planning. "By the way, Masumi, did anything interesting happen in your class today?" It worked. Ueno sat down again, scooted her chair beside Yoshinaga's, and leaned in excitedly. "Really? You know Akira, right?" Yoshinaga rolled her eyes, staring at her with a look that said, "Seriously?" Realizing how silly her question sounded, Ueno cleared her throat in embarrassment. Okay. But, do you know what kind of relationship Akira and Shouko have?" Yoshinaga looked thoughtful. She was about to guess relatives, but Ueno couldn't wait. "They're childhood sweethearts. Childhood friends. Isn't that adorable? If nothing goes wrong, they could go from kindergarten all the way to the altar." Ueno was so excited she nearly shouted the last part. Worried Yoshinaga wouldn't believe her, she pulled out her phone and opened the chat log with Shizuka Miyamura, showing off a photo of Shouko napping while holding Akira. Yoshinaga stared at the photo for a second, then shook her head in disbelief. "Masumi, please calm down. You sound just like one of those overly romantic fangirls. There are way too many unknowns between now and high school, let alone marriage." Ms. Ueno knew she was right, but still, she trusted her instincts. There was no point arguing about it now. Time would tell. And if they really did end up together, she'd be the first to tease everyone about it. Heh. She gave a small snort, stood up, and moved her chair back to its place, returning to her work. Yoshinaga looked at her with a warm smile, then resumed working on her own materials. The next day, Shizuka Miyamura dropped the 2 kids off at Futaba Kindergarten as usual, but this time she stopped at the gate. Before leaving, she bent down to Akira's level and gently ruffled his hair. "I won't come in today, okay? Just take good care of Shouko while you're in there." She gave him a look that was half serious, half threatening. Akira blinked. "If I were a normal kid, I'd probably be jealous and avoid Shouko just out of spite," he thought. When he didn't reply, Shizuka assumed he was upset and quickly added, "If you ever run into trouble in kindergarten, tell me. If nothing else, your mom knows how to throw a punch or two." Akira came back to his senses and nodded. "Got it. Be careful on your way back." Then he took Shouko's hand and walked through the gate. After greeting Ms. Ueno and Ms. Yoshinaga, the 2 made their way to the Sakura class. Akira led Shouko to the same seat she used the day before. Once she sat down, he placed the thermos bottle into the desk's cubbyhole. "If you get thirsty, take this out and drink. I filled it with warm water this morning, not hot." Shouko looked at the thermos, prepared by Akira's aunt, and quickly pulled it out, handing it back to him. "I'm not thirsty, Akira. You take it." Her words came out fast and a little garbled, but Akira understood the meaning. He didn't take it. Instead, he reached out and gently patted her head while she sat. "I'm fine. And let's be honest, are you really going to tell Ms. Ueno when you're thirsty?" Shouko looked up and met his gaze. His warm, doting eyes made her speechless. Akira smiled, not waiting for her response. "See you at lunch," he said, then turned and ran out of the Sakura class. Shouko watched his retreating figure for a moment, then slowly unscrewed the thermos cap and took a sip. The warm water somehow tasted sweet. She took another sip, but it didn't feel quite as good as the first. Akira made his way back to the sunflower class. After stepping inside, he looked around, spotted his seat from yesterday, and approached it. He checked the cubbyhole to make sure no one else's things were inside, then stashed his lunchbox and yellow hat. He sat down and surveyed the room. A few kids were napping at their desks, while others were either zoning out or playing in the open space at the back. Akira decided to take a nap too. Just as he laid his head down, he heard voices behind him. "What flavor does yours have?" He turned his head, thinking they were talking about candy or snacks, only to witness something that shattered his peace of mind. A boy with a mushroom-cut hairstyle stuck his fingers into his nose, fished something out, and popped it into his mouth like a delicacy. He chewed thoughtfully and declared, Salty." The boy next to him, who had a buzz cut, replied, "Really? Mine's sweet. Want to try?" Then, without hesitation, he dug into his own nostril, pulled out the snack, and offered his finger to the other boy. Akira fully expected Mushroom Head to recoil in disgust. But no, he opened his mouth and took the finger in, even leaving a string of saliva when he let go. After swallowing, Mushroom Head scoffed, "Liar. Yours isn't sweet at all. Mine's better." Buzzcut was about to argue but noticed Akira staring. He snapped, "What are you looking at? I'm not giving you any." Akira lay his head back down with a long, weary sigh. There are some things I'll never get used to. Chapter 17, Spilled Food. When Gang saw Akira suddenly talking to him, he was so frightened that he quickly turned away and lay back down, afraid of getting involved. Pa pa pa. Akira had been resting his head on the desk when he heard a round of clapping. He looked up toward the sound and heard teacher Yoshinaga's loud voice. "Everyone, back to your seats. We're going to take attendance." The kids playing in the back of the classroom and the odd pair behind Akira quickly scrambled back to their seats, while those napping were gently shaken awake. Teacher Yoshinaga, standing at the front with a notebook in her right hand, turned to the first page with her left, glanced over the room to make sure everyone was seated, and began calling out names one by one. "Miyamura Akira." "Here." Akira answered. The rest of the children followed suit, shouting "here," even louder whenever their names were called. Eventually, it turned into a competition to see who could shout the loudest. After calling all the names, Teacher Yoshinaga glanced at the three who hadn't responded, then said, "Everyone stay in your seats. I'll be back soon, I need to make a quick phone call." She then walked out of the sunflower class, notebook still in hand. Outside, leaning against the wall by the classroom door, she looked toward the entrance of the kindergarten, pulled her phone from her pocket, and began dialing the number of the first child who hadn't shown up. The first two parents she contacted said similar things. Their kids didn't want to come to kindergarten anymore, saying there were bad people there. The parents, concerned that their children were being bullied, had decided to switch schools and would return at noon to request a refund. Yoshinaga then dialed the last number on the list, next to the name, Nohara Shinosuke. After 2 or 3 unanswered calls, she sighed, put her phone away, and turned to head back inside. Just as she stepped forward, a shout rang out behind her, "Wait! Miss Yoshinaga." Turning around, she saw a bicycle zooming through the school gate at full speed. On the back seat was a sleeping Shinosuke, and pedaling furiously in front was his mom, Nohara Missy. Skidding to a smooth stop right in front of her, Missy gave a sheepish smile and said, "Sorry, Miss Yoshinaga. I overslept today. I'll leave Shin-chan in your care." After handing over her still groggy son, she turned and rode off in a hurry. Yoshinaga chuckled softly, said nothing, and guided the confused Shinosuke into sunflower class to sit down before beginning the day's lessons. The peaceful days at kindergarten continued, following the same routine. Every noon, Akira would eat lunch and nap together with Shouko. Before eating, he would help her wash her hands, then give her warm water to drink. After their nap, he'd help her put on her shoes and tie her laces. The children in Sakura class had gotten used to it. At first, a few little girls even envied Shouko, but eventually they all came to accept it. Teacher Yuio often watched the two of them with a warm, auntie-like smile. Shouko had once suspected her of being weird, but Akira explained things, and Shouko let it go. At first, Akira stood out a lot in the sunflower class. The girls liked playing with him. He was very different from the boys who cried or wet themselves all the time. Plus, he was cute. But later, Akira would always vanish during lunch breaks and didn't play with the kids in the sunflower class anymore. Over time, he became a quiet background presence. He only stayed close with Shinosuke's 5-member group, and as for the rest of the class, he didn't even remember their names. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed in this leisurely routine. That day, Sakura class had PE class, which only happened once a week. During this time, the sandpit and slide outside were reserved for Sakura class to play and relax. Dong, dong, dong. The lunch bell rang. Teacher Ueo quickly gathered the children outside and guided them back into the classroom to get their lunchboxes. Shouko returned to her seat and took out her and Akira's bento from the cubby beneath the table. Both had been prepared that morning by Yako Nishimiya, during her rare day off. Shouko was thrilled and treasured them dearly. She couldn't wait to eat with Akira. Carefully unwrapping the black cloth from around the boxes, she tucked it back into the cubby. Then, carrying a bento in each hand, she skipped over to Teacher Ueo by the podium and said happily, "Miss Ueo, can I go eat lunch with Akira?" Teacher Ueo looked at Shouko, who was speaking to her so sweetly, and recalled how over the past 3 months she had often visited sunflower class just to be with Akira, and Akira had never left her side. She smiled gently, patted Shouko's head, and said, "Of course, go ahead." Shouko beamed, nodded, and walked off briskly toward the sunflower class. On the way, she passed 2 boys coming from sunflower class, one with a crew cut, the other with a mushroom bowl haircut. She had seen them before and remembered their faces. "Good afternoon," she greeted cheerfully as she passed. The 2 boys ignored her. After she walked past, the crew-cut boy suddenly said to the mushroom head, "Isn't that the weird girl who's always with that annoying kid?" The mushroom head squinted, then seemed to recall something. "Oh yeah. She's like one of those monsters from the new Superman movie. She wears that red hair clip every day and talks like a monster. And that arrogant little punk only acts like that because he's got a little monster protecting him." Inspired by this thought, the crew-cut boy stopped his friend and said, "Let me handle this. I just learned a flying kick. Watch this." Shouko had no idea what was coming. Several meters still separated them. The crew-cut boy got a running start, just like the superheroes on TV. Then, with a jump, he kicked Shouko hard in the back. Caught off guard, Shouko tumbled forward, sliding nearly a meter on the rough concrete. Her knees and arms were scraped, burning from the friction. Half her face went numb. Her hearing aid flew off, and both lunchboxes spilled open on the ground. Shouko, dazed and hurt, looked at the scattered food. She wanted to pick it up. Mama had told her never to waste food, and that if she did, Akira wouldn't play with her anymore. But she couldn't get up. Red drops were falling onto the concrete below her. Unable to bear the pain, she started crying. She saw one of the boys stomp on a lunchbox, crushing the food. Thinking that Akira would go hungry because of her, she cried harder and harder. Chapter 18, I want to kick them where it hurts. Akira was talking with Ms. Yoshinaga at the classroom podium when he suddenly heard the faint sound of Shouko crying outside. "Akira, you." Ignoring Ms. Yoshinaga's voice, Akira spun around and dashed toward the door. Seeing his urgency, Yoshinaga hurried after him. As Akira rushed out of the sunflower class, he noticed a group of children gathered nearby, all staring at something on the ground. There, he saw Shouko lying on the floor, tears streaming down her face. 2 classmates were standing close by, speaking in low voices. Without hesitation, Akira hurried over. As he got closer, he saw Shouko lying on the ground, her back marked with footprints. Blood from her nose mixed with tears on her face. "Look, that little devil is here. He must be scared now. He should know how powerful we are," sneered the boy with the crew cut to the mushroom-haired boy beside him. Both gave Akira arrogant, challenging looks. For a moment, Akira felt fear, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He ran forward, gently helping Shouko sit up, leaning her against him. "Akira, I accidentally knocked over your lunch," she sobbed, her voice strained. Her crying grew louder. Akira barely heard her words. Lunch was the last thing on his mind. Quickly, he pulled a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the blood around Shouko's philtrum. Supporting her head with one hand, he tilted it forward slightly. Then, pinching the bridge of her nose, he pressed gently to stop the bleeding. Just then, Ms. Yoshinaga appeared at the classroom door. Seeing the blood on Shouko's face, she rushed over anxiously. Akira kept comforting Shouko while carefully inspecting her injuries. Scratches covered her knees, left arm, palm, and cheek. Sadly, her hearing aid had been knocked out, so she couldn't hear his words, she could only see his moving lips. She wanted to turn and hug him, to cry in his arms, but the pain held her still. As Ms. Yoshinaga came closer, Akira took a deep breath and calmly said, "Ms. Yoshinaga, please help me support Shouko." The teacher quickly knelt down to check her condition. Shouko's nosebleed should have stopped. "Here's a tissue," Akira said, handing over a fresh tissue. He gently stroked Shouko's head, then looked toward the two boys. They glared back fiercely, the boy with the crew cut mocking Akira with a throat-slitting gesture he had seen on TV. At that moment, Ms. Uio hurried over from another angle. She knelt down beside Shouko and said urgently, "Yoshinaga, take Akira to the infirmary immediately." She reached to take Akira's hand. Ms. Yoshinaga, worried Akira might be outnumbered, said quickly, "Akira, calm down. The teachers will handle this." But Akira was already charging at the crew-cut boy, who hesitated, believing the teacher's presence would hold Akira back. Before the mushroom-haired boy could react, Akira's swift kick sent the crew-cut boy doubling over in pain. He followed with another kick to the cheek. The mushroom-haired boy went into a defensive stance. Akira, knowing Mr. Uio would soon intervene, aimed a controlled kick at the boy's vital area. He held back the force, to avoid serious injury. "Akira!" Mr. Uio shouted, trying to stop him, but Akira didn't listen. The mushroom-haired boy bent over, wailing in pain. When he looked up, Akira's fist connected with the bridge of his nose, sending him sprawling backward. Akira raised his fist again, ready to strike, but an adult hand grabbed his wrist. He looked up and met Principal Takakura's stern gaze. Ms. Uio and Ms. Yoshinaga, who was still tending to Shouko, sighed in relief. The two boys suddenly cried louder, cowed by Principal Takakura's presence, who seemed far more intimidating than Akira. "All right, Akira," Principal Takakura said calmly, "leave this to the teachers." "Okay," Akira replied, though Principal Takakura held his wrist tight. Seeing the principal relax slightly, Akira seized the chance and kicked the mushroom-haired boy once more. "Akira." Principal Takakura's voice was sharp. Akira quickly said, "Understood. This is the last time." Principal Takakura knelt down, holding Akira firmly still. Akira felt baffled. Was this really necessary? Turning to Ms. Uio, Principal Takakura said, "Take these two boys to the infirmary for a checkup." "Got it," said Ms. Uio. She helped the boys up, offering no words of comfort as they whimpered in pain, wiping tears from their faces. Ms. Yoshinaga picked up Shouko gently, ready to escort her to the infirmary. "Ms. Yoshinaga, Shouko's hearing aid is still nearby," Akira called. "I'll get it." "Take Shouko for treatment at the infirmary," Ms. Uio said. She let go of the boys and turned serious. "Follow Principal Takakura to the infirmary." The children watched as the group left. Akira's fight quickly became legendary. The tale grew from Akira standing strong against two boys alone to the teachers struggling to stop him, until the fearsome Principal Takakura finally stepped in and restored order. In the infirmary, Shouko was laid gently on a bed by Ms. Yoshinaga. Akira held her hand, whispering softly, "Hang in there, Shouko. It will be over soon." Shouko replaced her hearing aid and heard Akira's words clearly. Tears welled in her eyes as she squeezed Akira's hand tightly, bracing as Ms. Uio tended to her cuts. Meanwhile, Principal Takakura checked the boys' wounds, while Ms. Yoshinaga headed outside to call their parents. Chapter 19, He is just a child. In the living room of the Nishimiya household, Yeiko Nishimiya sat on the tatami, cradling little Yuzuru Nishimiya in her arms while watching a comedy show on TV. Across from her, Shizuka Miyamura playfully made faces to tease Yuzuru. Yuzuru, nestled comfortably in Yeiko's arms, head wide, sparkling eyes and laughed heartily, showing off his two tiny, adorable teeth. Beep. 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 Just as Shizuka was about to make faces to tease Yuzuru, her phone suddenly rang in her pocket. Both Yeiko and Shizuka's attention shifted from the TV to the phone. Shizuka pulled out her phone and frowned when she saw the caller ID, Teacher Yoshinaga. Yeiko caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye as well. Shizuka stood up, gave Yeiko a reassuring smile, and walked out of the living room down the wooden corridor. She answered the call, putting the phone to her ear. "Is this Akira's parent?" Teacher Yoshinaga's voice came through the phone. "Good afternoon, Ms. Yoshinaga," Shizuka greeted politely, then asked, concerned, "Has my Akira gotten into trouble?" Teacher Yoshinaga's voice was hurried, "Good afternoon. Please come to Futaba Kindergarten. The situation is that Shouko was bullied by two kids, and Akira beat them up." "What? Is he hurt?" Shizuka's voice was filled with worry. Hearing her concern, Yoshinaga quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Akira is not injured." "Forget about that kid," Shizuka said, focusing on Shouko's safety. "I just want to know if Shouko is alright." But when she heard Akira was fine, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was a brief pause on the other end. Teacher Yoshinaga clarified, "Please come to the kindergarten anyway. Shouko only suffered superficial injuries." "Alright, I'm already at her house." "I'll go with her now," Shizuka said firmly and hung up. Back in the living room, Shizuka was about to explain the situation to Yeiko, but Yeiko interrupted. "Let's go, Shizuka." Holding Yuzuru close, Yeiko stood up and smiled gently at Shizuka, who was still standing dazed by the door. "You were so loud, I could hear everything in the living room," Yeiko teased with a chuckle. "Let's go." Shizuka quickly came back to herself, turned, and headed to the corridor. Suddenly, she stopped, turned back to Yeiko, and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll drive over. Come out when I honk." She then put on her shoes, opened the door, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten infirmary, teacher Yoshinaga exhaled deeply and entered the room. Principal Takakura noticed and asked, "Have all the parents been notified?" "Yes, they should be arriving shortly," Yoshinaga replied. Then, noticing two children quietly sobbing behind the principal, she asked worriedly, "How are those two?" Takakura nodded calmly, "Just apply a hot compress with an egg, and they'll be fine." Yoshinaga walked over to the bed where Shouko lay. Her hands and legs were wrapped in square medical gauze. Feeling a pang of sadness but also confusion, she turned to teacher Uio, who sat beside the bed. "Wouldn't the glass cause abrasions?" Yoshinaga asked. "Yes," Uio replied, holding a small bottle of iodine solution. "But children move around a lot. I was worried about infection, so I wrapped the wounds with glass shards. Unfortunately, I couldn't do the same for the left side of her cheek." Yoshinaga gently stroked Akira's head and said softly, "Don't worry, Shouko is fine." Akira nodded silently, wondering how to explain everything to his mother and Aunt Yeiko later. Shouko's eyes were red and watery. She hiccuped softly and looked at Akira, who was staring down and not speaking. Thinking he was worried about her, she spoke in a shaky voice, trying to comfort him, "Don't worry about me." Akira smiled back at her, but his gaze drifted to the scraped left side of Shouko's face, filled with regret for being too gentle earlier. About 10 minutes later, Shizuka Miyamura and Yeiko Nishimiya arrived at the infirmary, guided by the security guard. Shizuka entered first, greeted Principal Takakura, and went straight to Shouko's bedside. Seeing the medical gauze and the wound on Shouko's face, along with her red eyes, Shizuka tenderly stroked Shouko's head. "Shouko, does it hurt? Auntie will take you to the hospital if you want." She reached down to pick her up. Teacher Yoshinaga quickly interrupted, "Don't worry, Shouko's parents. It's just a superficial wound. We've already treated it. If you're worried, we can go together later." Shouko hiccuped between words, "Aunt Miyamura, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt as much as before. It's just that Akira and I lost our lunch." After speaking, she lay back, feeling a bit lost, thinking Akira might be disappointed because of her. Hearing both Yoshinaga and Shouko, Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing Shouko worried about their lost bentos made her even more upset for no reason. Suddenly recalling that teacher Yoshinaga had called her Akira's parent, Shizuka turned to Akira with fierce eyes and asked, "Did you kill him?" "Ah." Akira was stunned by his mother's words. At that moment, Yeiko Nishimiya stepped forward, holding Yuzuru. Her eyes showed concern, but after hearing Yoshinaga's explanation, she relaxed a little. Turning to Akira, she asked worriedly, "Akira, are you hurt?" Akira quickly shook his head. Yeiko handed Yuzuru to Shizuka, crouched to check Akira, then stood and greeted Ms. Yoshinaga and Ms. Uio. Yoshinaga explained the midday incident to Yeiko and Shizuka, then took the phone from Principal Takakura to play the surveillance video for them. Watching Akira fiercely confront the two bullies and seeing Shouko being kicked away, Yeiko's heart ached. Shizuka was especially angry, but since they were just children, she could only grit her teeth and stand silently by the bed. After seeing the video, Akira scowled at himself, thinking he had been too gentle, and that the two bullies were still able to stand. Chapter 20, 500,000 yen for compromise. At that moment, a woman's sharp voice rang out from outside the infirmary. "Seriously? What kind of attitude is that?" A second voice chimed in, equally loud and irate. "Exactly. He refused to give us directions when we asked. How is someone like that supposed to keep our children safe? Everyone in the infirmary turned toward the door in confusion. Akira was reminded of a female boxer from his previous life who went viral online. The two kids who had been sitting near Principal Takakura suddenly stood up, running out the door while crying. "Mom." Principal Takakura immediately followed them out in a hurry. Outside, one of the women called out again, her voice dripping with concern. "Oh my. My precious baby. Let mommy take a look, are you hurt?" Inside, Shizuka Miyamura and Eiko Nishimiya made no move to go out and argue. They were both adults, and neither wanted to make a public spectacle. It would be better to settle things privately. But that hope didn't last. "What? That damn brat kicked my child." Shizuka, who was holding Yuzuru in her arms, took a deep breath, trying to remain composed. But before she could calm herself, another woman's shrill voice burst in again. "You better pay compensation. My baby's face was kicked." Principal Takakura returned quickly, trying to keep the situation under control. "Let's talk inside. The other guardian is already waiting." The two furious parents came in with their children. Akira turned to look at them. One was a sharp-faced woman with a mushroom-shaped haircut, the other looked a bit more plain, but just as thin as her crew-cut-haired son. The two mothers looked Shizuka and Eiko over carefully as they entered. The mushroom-haired woman's eyes lingered on Shizuka Miyamura. Her clothes were modest, but her poise and demeanor screamed elegance and money. Smirking, the mushroom-haired mother slammed her hand on the nearby table and snapped. "Well, what are we going to do about this? Your little brat attacked my precious baby." The other mother joined in, emboldened. "That's right. He kicked my son right in his handsome face." Shizuka didn't say a word. She simply raised an eyebrow and gave them a cold, amused look. Eiko opened her mouth to retort, but Shizuka subtly signaled her to hold back, handing Yuzuru into her arms. At that moment, Teacher Yoshinaga hurried forward to mediate. "Let's all calm down. Takeo and Riku parents, please take a moment and review the security footage." She brought over Principal Takakura's phone and started playing the video from earlier. It played at double speed. After watching it, the mother of the crew-cut boy looked visibly hesitant. But the mushroom-haired mother wasn't backing down. She paused the video and pointed aggressively at Glass, who was lying on the bed. "Look right there. That brat must have said something nasty when he passed by my baby. That's what started it." Shouko blinked from the bed, clearly having no idea what was being said. But Shizuka and Eiko both had veins popping in irritation. Akira clenched his fists in anger, though he knew he couldn't physically challenge adults yet. Shizuka finally let out a breath. "Fine. Then how do you want to resolve this?" Eiko and Akira both turned to her in surprise. The mushroom-haired woman clearly hadn't expected such a direct response. She raised her hand with 5 fingers extended. 500,000 yen. Pay that, and we'll let this go." Shizuka nodded calmly. 500,000 per child? And in return, you won't pursue this?" The crew-cut boy's mother quickly interjected, afraid the offer would be rescinded. "Yes. If you pay us 500,000 each, we won't go to the police." The mushroom-haired woman gave her a dirty look for jumping in, annoyed that she hadn't been the one to negotiate it fully. But deep down, she didn't think they'd actually get paid. Shizuka studied both women's faces for a moment, then asked, still calm. "You're not pregnant, are you?" The crew-cut mother's husband pointed accusingly. "Don't change the subject. 500,000 per person." Eiko and Akira tried to stop Shizuka, sensing something was off. But Shizuka ignored them and walked forward. Slap. A clean, crisp sound echoed through the room. Everyone stared in shock. Shizuka had slapped the man straight across the face. Then, smiling slightly, she turned to the crew-cut boy's mother. "Sure, 500,000 each." And with that, she punched her hard in the stomach. The mushroom-haired mother was stunned. Her face throbbed. For a moment, she didn't even realize the 500,000 yen was compensation for the beating she was now receiving. The crew-cut mother bent over in pain, groaning. Shizuka pivoted, avoiding a desperate swing from the mushroom-haired mother, then, slap, another hit landed cleanly. Principal Takakura turned to Teacher Yoshinaga. "Please. Try to calm down Akira's mother, I can't stop her." Teacher Yoshinaga hesitated. Even she was intimidated. Eiko stood nearby, holding Yuzuru nervously. She wanted to help, but there was little she could do now. Meanwhile, the two boys backed away from their mothers, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Akira noticed, and grinned. His mother had made the first move. How could he fall behind? Besides, she could take on the adults. He'd deal with the kids. Akira bolted toward them, fists clenched. Ms. Ueo jumped up in panic. Akira. Stop. They're still children, you can't. But Akira didn't slow down. Shizuka noticed him in her peripheral vision and smirked with pride. That's my son. She yanked back the mushroom-haired woman's ponytail and, slap. Slap. Slap, delivered 3 more clean hits. The two boys shrieked and ran for their lives as Akira chased after them. Chapter 21, Your Mom Was a Bad Girl. Akira grabbed Riku Takanashi's crew-cut head and slammed a fist into his face. Just as he was about to land another punch, Director Takakura rushed over and wrapped his arms around him from behind. With no choice, Akira stopped. Seeing both bullies sobbing quietly and covering their faces without daring to fight back, Shizuka Miyamura finally relaxed. Nishimiya Yeiko rushed forward, clutching Yuzuru tightly. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? It's nothing. My hand just stings a little, Shizuka shrugged, brushing it off like it was no big deal. She fished out her phone and began dialing. Daiki Miyamura stood on the rooftop of his office building, a cigarette dangling from his fingers as he watched the traffic below. His phone buzzed. Curious, he glanced at the caller ID, Shizuka. Without thinking, he picked up. Hey, what's up, honey? Come to Akira's kindergarten. Alarm bells went off in Daiki's head. Wait, you didn't hit the teacher, did you? What are you even thinking? I just dealt with 2 problem parents. Okay then. I'll head over now. He was about to hang up when a thought struck him. You didn't kill them, right? Shizuka chuckled. What do you take me for? Just a couple of slaps. Hearing the subtle menace behind her calm voice, Daiki felt a chill. He laughed awkwardly, haha, right. I'm on my way. He ended the call, took a deep puff of his cigarette, then crushed it out in the ashtray and headed downstairs. Back at the infirmary, Shizuka turned to the 2 women whose sons had been involved, Takeo Matsuura's and Riku Takanashi's mothers, both still cradling their faces. So, Shizuka said coolly, do you want to settle this privately, or should we call the police? Before they could reply, she continued, let me be clear. A private settlement will cost 500,000 yen, plus your medical bills. If we go to the police, all you'll get is compensation for your injuries. Your housewives, there's no loss of wages, and it's just a few slaps. Riku's mother glared at her and clutched her stomach. You punched me in the belly. Shizuka raised an eyebrow, then smirked. Right, so your medical bill will be slightly higher than hers. Takeo's mother quickly grabbed her friend's arm. Are you really going to call the cops? You'll get maybe 150,000 yen at most. They don't even seem afraid of jail. Riku's mother weighed her options, then slipped her phone back into her purse without another word. Satisfied, Shizuka turned to Yeiko. Yeiko, could you take Shouko and Akira to buy some sandwiches nearby? I want to go myself, but these 2 won't let me out of their sight. Yeiko chuckled at Shizuka's mischievous tone, shook her head, then handed Yuzuru over to her and left with the kids. Director Takakura gently set Akira down. Go play with Shouko now, he said, seeing that the situation had calmed. With that, he quietly took his leave. Teachers Yoshinaga and Ueo tried to calm the crying boys. Ueo gently patted Shouko's head and thought, Akira's mother is definitely not someone to mess with. Shizuka, holding Yuzuru, called over to Akira. You okay, sweetie? Akira walked up, shaking his head. I'm not scared. I just suddenly feel like kissing you might be dangerous. Shizuka smiled tightly, gritted her teeth, and gave him a light pat on the head. You little brat. About 5 minutes later, Yeiko returned with convenience store sandwiches. She handed them out, but teachers Yoshinaga and Ueo politely declined. Akira took one sandwich from Shouko and began feeding it to her himself. Half an hour passed before Daiki Miyamura arrived, briefcase in hand. He greeted Yeiko and the teachers before pulling out 2 documents and handing them to the mothers. Since we're settling this privately, please sign the agreement. I'll transfer the money immediately. He glanced toward Shouko lying on the infirmary bed. The bruises on her body pained him. Thankfully, Shizuka didn't go too far this time. When Yeiko overheard the settlement was coming entirely from the Miyamura family, she quickly stood. No, no. We're responsible too. We can't let you pay everything. Shizuka, still holding Yuzuru, shot Daiki a look. He quickly raised a hand to stop Yeiko. This was Shizuka's fight, so it's our responsibility. But, Yeiko began. Shizuka interrupted gently, it's fine. Things are tough for you already. Use that money to buy something nice for my little Yuzuru. Eventually, unable to win the argument, Shizuka reluctantly wrote Yeiko an IOU for 50,000 yen. But Yeiko insisted that wasn't enough, and the two began bickering about the amount. Daiki wisely stayed out of it. He walked over to Akira and began checking him for injuries. Akira squirmed at the sudden attention. Dad, why does it feel like you're used to getting beaten by Mom? Daiki chuckled. You're still too young to understand. Let's just say, your mom used to be the queen of the local delinquents. If I hadn't tamed her with my manly charm, she'd probably be out there brawling on the streets. Just as he reached to ruffle Akira's hair, he felt a strong tug on the back of his collar. Who did you say was tamed by who? Shizuka's voice was low and dangerous. Daiki immediately raised both hands. I was the one tamed. I was tamed. Shizuka scoffed, then smoothed his wrinkled shirt and hugged him from behind. In a quiet voice, she whispered, thanks. Daiki couldn't stop smiling for the rest of the day. Akira watched the affectionate scene unfold between his parents. The corner of his mouth twitched. I'm going to play with Shouko now. Chapter 22, Class Transfer and the Arrival of Winter Break. Bonus Chapter. In the end, since their sons were the first to start the fight, Takeo Matsuura's and Rika Takanashi's parents jointly compensated Yeiko Nishimiya 50,000 yen. Daiki Miyamura also accepted the private settlement agreement they signed. After greeting teachers Yoshinaga and Ueo, he accompanied the two parents to a nearby bank, completed a 500,000 yen transfer, and returned to the office. Once everything was settled, and the time ticked past 1 p.m., Shizuka Miyamura turned to the teachers with a gentle smile. Teacher Ueo, Teacher Yoshinaga, I'll be taking my two children home for the day. Ms. Ueo, who had been playing with Yuzuru Nishimiya in Yeiko's arms, turned and chuckled. Of course. Ms. Yoshinaga nodded in agreement. Akira helped Shouko down from the infirmary bed and looked toward Ms. Yoshinaga. Sensei, I want to transfer to the Sakura class. Yoshinaga blinked in surprise, assuming Akira was scared to return to class after what had happened. She said gently, don't worry, Akira. I'll explain everything to your classmates. They won't exclude you. Akira tilted his head, momentarily confused. But he quickly understood the misunderstanding and shook his head. That's not it. I want to join the Sakura class so I can stay with Shouko. Running back and forth every time is kind of a pain. Pa. Shizuka clapped her hands in support. Good idea. I completely agree. She turned to Ueo. Teacher Ueo, will it cost extra for Akira to move into Sakura class? Seeing both parents on board, Ms. Yoshinaga sighed and gave up trying to talk them out of it. So long as Akira didn't have to withdraw from kindergarten entirely, she was happy. Ms. Ueo, I'll have to confirm with Director Takakura. But, since Akira doesn't need any special care or sign language support, I doubt there will be any extra fees. Shizuka nodded and smiled. All right. Let me know if anything comes up. Then, linking arms with Yeiko, she bid the teachers farewell and headed off. At the door, Yeiko paused and turned to Akira, who was carefully holding Shouko's hand behind her. Akira, thank you for thinking of Shouko. She hadn't said anything earlier but agreed wholeheartedly with the idea. Even if she had objected, Shizuka would have found a way to make it happen. Smiling to herself at the thought, Yeiko chuckled quietly. Shizuka noticed and glanced back. What's so funny, Yeiko? Why are you grinning at the entrance? Yeiko waved it off and was about to lift Yuzuru when Shizuka narrowed her eyes. Wait, don't tell me you've got a crush on the security guard. Yeiko gave her an exasperated look and rolled her eyes. Unfazed, Shizuka kept teasing. He's got to be over 50. That's a little bold of you. Yeiko sighed and muttered, yes, whatever you say. Meanwhile, Akira, walking behind the two women, ignored their chatter and turned to Shouko. Does it still hurt when you walk? Shouko beamed and shook her head, flashing her teeth in a big grin. In her mind, Akira transferring to her class made every little ache worth it. That afternoon, Ms. Uio called Shizuka to confirm that Director Takakura had approved the transfer, no extra costs involved. The next day, Akira stood at the front of Sakura class and introduced himself loudly to the hearing-impaired students. At first, they were a little confused, but once they realized he had transferred just to stay by Shouko's side, they could only feel a bit envious of such a friend. Back in Sunflower class, Takeo Matsuura and Riku Takanashi loudly bragged that they'd scared Akira out of school. But their boasting was short-lived. Ms. Yoshinaga soon walked in and announced that Akira had simply transferred classes. Later that lunch break, Sato Masao proudly told everyone how Akira had taken on 2 bullies by himself the day before. The other kids quickly realized that the Mushroom Head and Crewcut boys were all bark and no bite. Time flew, and soon it was the first week of winter break. The day before, Akira had promised to take Shouko to the park. So, early the next morning, he arrived at the Nishimiya home. Knocking on the wooden door, he was still too short to reach the doorbell. "I'm coming," called an elderly voice from inside. The door creaked open, revealing Nishimiya Kei, Shouko's grandmother. She glanced around and looked down to find Akira. Her expression softened. "Well, if it isn't Akira. Have you eaten yet? Grandma made buns. Want to try one?" Akira bowed politely. "Good morning, Grandma Nishimiya." "Thank you, but I already had breakfast. I'm here to take Shouko to the park." Kei smiled and stepped aside. "Go ahead. She's probably waiting for you." Akira stepped inside, took off his white sneakers, and pulled out a pair of guest slippers from the shoe cabinet. Yeiko had placed them there just for him. He walked down the wooden corridor and entered the living room. There sat Shouko on the tatami mat, watching TV. When she saw Akira, she lit up and jumped to her feet. She couldn't wait to go out and play. Akira noticed that all of Shouko's bruises had healed without a trace. He smiled and gently took her hand. "Did you eat? We can't go unless you've had breakfast." Shouko nodded and led him toward the entryway. "Let's go, Akira." "Hold on, Shouko. The park's not going anywhere." He let go of her hand for a moment and stepped into the kitchen, where Kei was still finishing her bun. "Grandma Nishimiya, I'm taking Shouko to the park. My mom said she can have lunch at our place today, so don't worry about preparing anything." Kei gave a resigned sigh, but she didn't object. "Thanks for taking care of Shouko, Akira. Be careful on the road, okay?" "Got it." With that, Akira walked back to the entryway, helped Shouko into her shoes, and opened the door. Hand in hand, the two of them stepped into the crisp winter morning. Chapter 23, Who do you want to be in the future? On the way to the park, I ran into Nohara Shinosuke, who had apparently run away from home. I found out he was also heading to the park, so we decided to go together. Akira introduced the little potato-faced boy to Shouko. Shinosuke waved casually and said, "Just call me Shin-chan." The 3 of us entered the children's play area. From the entrance, you could see a square plaza surrounded by flower beds. Inside, there were slides, a sandpit, seesaws, swings, and a bunch of odd decorations. As we stepped in, the 4 kids already playing their turn to look at us. A little girl quickly approached Akira and greeted him with enthusiasm. "Akira. You came to play at the park too? Want to play super realistic house?" Akira waved her off with a smile and then gestured to the girl quietly holding his hand. "This is Sakurada Nini. She's also a friend from the Sunflower class." At his words, Shouko quietly studied the girl in front of her. She wore a pink dress with a cherry blossom print and had dark red hair tied into a ponytail. Seeing that Shouko didn't say anything, Akira gently patted her hand to encourage her to speak. Shouko pulled her gaze back and spoke slowly and somewhat unclearly, "Hello, my name is Nishimiya Shouko." Sakurada Nini could only partially understand, but nodded and cheerfully introduced herself again. Just then, a boy with a crew cut wearing a green shirt, blue shorts, and yellow shoes ran up, clutching a sketchbook. He shyly scratched the back of his head and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Sato Masao." Shouko looked at him blankly. Akira, realizing she didn't hear him well, quickly jumped in. "Masao, can you say that again? Your voice was too soft." Shouko didn't catch it with her hearing aid. At that moment, both Masao and Nini noticed the red hearing aid on Shouko's left ear. Masao raised his voice and introduced himself again, and this time, Shouko heard him clearly and smiled as she told him her name. Masao started scratching his head and grinning again, a little foolishly. The other two kids hurried over. The boy in front wore a light blue shirt, orange shorts, and black shoes. His long black hair was neatly combed. "Hello, I'm Kazama Toru." "Nice to meet you," he said, offering Shouko a handshake. But Shouko quickly hid behind Akira. Toru looked disappointed, but Akira explained softly, "Shouko's a little shy." The last boy approached slowly and introduced himself. "My name is Daiki." Shouko peeked out from behind Akira, studying the boy. He wore a yellow shirt and green shorts, had a round face and a crew cut, with a long string of snot dangling from his nose. After Daiki introduced himself, Shouko took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to him. "Here. Wipe." Blushing, Daiki thanked her and stuffed the tissue into his pocket. Shouko stared at him, puzzled, and Akira chuckled. Daiki has a bit of a nose problem. He's used to it by now. Just then, Shin-chan, who'd been unusually quiet, finally asked the group, "So, what were you guys playing just now?" "I'm playing my future self," Nini declared. Masao raised his sketchbook and proudly showed it to everyone. "Yeah. I'm going to be a super famous manga artist in Japan one day." Nini chimed in right after, spinning around confidently. "And I'll become a gentle teacher like Miss Yoshinaga. I'll teach kids with all my heart, and we'll play super realistic house together." Shouko didn't say anything, just clapped for them politely. Nini turned to Daiki next, clearly expecting his answer. Daiki ran over to the sandpit. Akira and Shouko followed him with their eyes, curious. Daiki filled a tin can with sand, stuck a branch in the center, then stood on his head, placed one hand on his waist, and shouted, "I'll become a great inventor in the future." Then he sniffed the snot about to drip into his mouth. After his declaration, everyone turned to Kazama Toru. Toru flicked his hair back coolly, smirked, and said with confidence, "I'm gonna be the president of a company. I'll make tons of money and boss people around." Pa. 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 Shouko clapped calmly again, though Toru peeked sideways at the cute girl with a shy grin. Then Daiki ran back and asked eagerly, "What about you guys? Who do you want to be in the future?" Shouko glanced at Akira before mumbling shyly, "I want to be Akira's marriage partner." But her voice was so soft that no one could make out the full sentence. Even Akira, standing right beside her, only caught the words, "a partner." Nini, looking confused, tried to ask again, but Shouko had already hidden behind Akira, blushing too hard to speak. The group gave up trying to get her to repeat it and moved on to the others. Akira just said, "I'll tell you when the time comes." As for Shin-chan, he shrugged and said he didn't have any dreams. "I like the way I am now." This surprised the group, but Shin-chan ignored them. He ran into an open space, pulled his pants halfway down, and started dancing. They were still just kids, so no one was fazed by Shin-chan's half-naked antics. Akira, unfazed, simply pulled a small device from his pocket. It was a GPS alarm his mom, Shizuka Miyamura, had given him earlier. It had been vibrating ever since they entered the park. After fiddling with it for a bit, he managed to shut it off and stuffed it back into his pocket. "Wanna play something together?" he asked the group. Nini immediately raised her hand. "Let's play super realistic house again." Kazama Toru and the others stared at her in disbelief. Nini noticed their looks and was about to throw a fit when. "Please vote for Shinzo Abe. Please vote for Shinzo Abe." A van blaring campaign slogans rolled past the play area with a deafening speaker. Everyone quickly covered their ears. On the rooftop of his office, Daiki Miyamura puffed on a cigarette while checking his phone. He noticed that the red GPS dot marking Akira's location had disappeared. He furrowed his brow in confusion and immediately called Shizuka Miyamura. Chapter 24, Nini's Surreal Playhouse. Miyamura Daiki had just stepped out onto the rooftop of his office building when he noticed that Akira's red tracking dot had returned to normal. Before he could process what that meant, his wife's voice came through the phone. "Honey, what's wrong? Did you forget something important at home?" asked Miyamura Shizuka. Daiki quickly responded, "No, nothing like that. I just wanted to ask, on your phone, does it show Akira's location as Futaba Park?" "Wait, let me check." Shizuka put the call on hold, opened the location tracking app, and confirmed the icon on her screen several times before saying, "Yup, it shows he's in Futaba Park, near the children's playground. Why? Seeing that their positions matched, Daiki let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Nothing, just me overthinking again. All right, I'll bring you your favorite cake when I come home tonight. Shizuka glanced at the now-ended call with slight confusion. Still, she didn't dwell on it for long and returned to prepping lunch. Once the sound of the honking car in the distance faded away completely. Ahem. Ahem. Akira cleared his throat to draw attention. Didn't we all agree to play Nini's super realistic house game? Why's everyone standing around like statues? Aside from Shouko and Sakurada Nini, the rest of the kids looked visibly uncomfortable. Sakurada Nini didn't seem to notice or care. She puffed her cheeks and snapped, "What are you staring at? Is there a problem with playing super realistic house with me, Nini?" All four kids shook their heads in perfect unison, immediately agreeing that it was a great idea and they were thrilled. Pleased, Nini cheerfully began explaining the roles and rules for her very surreal version of house playing. They settled roles with a game of rock paper scissors. Akira and Shouko were the married couple, father and mother. Sakurada Nini played their daughter. Toru Kazama was cast as Akira's mistress. Shin-chan, Nohara Shinosuke, was the illegitimate son of Akira and Kazama. Sato Masao played a homeless man who had feelings for Shin-chan. Adai was the wild card. He claimed to like the homeless man but was secretly in love with the mistress. By the time Nini finished explaining the bizarre character backstories, Akira finally understood why the others had been so hesitant. Still, Shouko, who had never played such a convoluted game before, looked genuinely excited. Akira turned to Nini with a bewildered expression and asked, "Nini, where did you even get all of this?" "Oh, I wrote it down while watching my mom's 8 p.m. drama shows," she replied nonchalantly. When the group finally parted ways around noon, none of them had fully recovered from the chaotic roleplay. In the end, Akira and Masao eloped. Toru Kazama died of excessive blood loss from a miscarriage, while pregnant with Adai's child. Shin-chan and Nini got together, but their relationship was revealed at the wedding, causing them to split. Shin-chan and Adai ran off together. Nini, heartbroken, was comforted by Shouko, and gradually began harboring feelings for her mother. Shouko patted Akira on the shoulder sympathetically. Akira managed a dry chuckle to show he was still alive, barely. Everyone said their goodbyes and headed home to find their respective mothers. Akira took Shouko with him, having already informed Grandma Nishimiya that she'd be having lunch at their house today. When they reached the gate, Akira knocked firmly. A voice from inside called out, "I'm coming, hold on." Moments later, Shizuka opened the door, walked right past Akira, scooped Shouko into her arms, and rubbed her cheek against the girl's face. "Auntie, that tickles." Ignoring her son, Shizuka finally turned to him, ruffled his hair, and beamed. "Hungry? Your beautiful mommy made a feast today." Yeah. Wow. Beautiful Shizuka made a feast. Akira replied half-heartedly. Then he sniffed the air and asked cautiously, Mom, you didn't forget to turn off the stove again, did you?" Without answering, Shizuka gasped and bolted toward the kitchen. Akira led Shouko inside, pulled her slippers out from the cabinet, and gave them to her. Like always, their family and the Nishimiya family kept a set of slippers for each other. Once both had changed, they walked down the wooden corridor and turned left into the living room. They flopped onto the tatami, turned on the TV, and relaxed. Shizuka's voice rang out from the dining area, "Akira. Don't stuff yourself with snacks. We're eating soon." "I know." Akira shouted back, lying flat on the floor. After a few minutes, Shouko realized Akira had dozed off. She stared at his peaceful face for a while, then curled up beside him and drifted off too. Shizuka soon returned to the living room to call them for lunch. Seeing them fast asleep, she chuckled, went to her room, and came back with a small blanket. Gently covering them both, she smiled and tiptoed away to enjoy lunch on her own. That's the end of today's weather forecast. See you tomorrow. The TV's ending theme stirred Akira from sleep. He lifted his right hand to rub his eyes, his left hand was pinned under Shouko. Carefully slipping it free, he sat up and noticed the sky outside had gone dark. Was the TV volume too high? "We should start getting ready for dinner, Akira," said Daiki from the sofa behind him. Shizuka strolled in with slow steps and grumbled, "You sleep like a rock." "Not like little Akira, he's adorable even in his sleep." "Ha." Chuckled Yaeko Nishimiya as she entered, holding Yuzuru in her arms. Akira's always been the perfect kid of the neighborhood since he was a baby. Shouko, still half asleep, noticed her pillow, Akira, had moved and instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Akira yawned, "Did I really sleep that long? You still know time exists?" Shizuka teased with a pout. "You fell asleep with Shouko and left me all alone for lunch." She wiped imaginary tears before suddenly gasping. "Wait. You two didn't eat lunch at all?" She knelt beside him and asked quickly, "Are you hungry now, Akira? We're going out to eat later, but I can get you some bread first if you want." Chapter 25, Akira gets mistaken for a criminal. Ever since the day when the Miyamura and Nishimiya families went out for dinner together, Akira's peaceful and ordinary winter vacation life officially began. December 25th. Teased Shouko. December 26th. Played with Shouko at the park. December 27th. Played house at the Nishimiya house. Akira and Shouko were the parents, and Yuzuru played the child. December 28th. Daiki Miyamura got a 7-day break for the New Year holiday. When he tried to spend time relaxing in the living room, Akira got shooed off to play at Shouko's house instead. December 29th. After resting at home, Yeiko Nishimiya landed a high-paying part-time job for the New Year period. Akira told her to take care of her health and got a warm head pat and some praise in return. December 30th. With New Year's Eve approaching, the Miyamura family took Shouko to the mall to shop for decorations and holiday items. Meanwhile, Yeiko was still hardworking. December 31st. Both families shared soba noodles for dinner to cut off the hardships of the past year. Yeiko finished quickly and rushed off to work again. January 1st. Together, the families placed pine and bamboo decorations at their doors to welcome the gods and bring good fortune. They offered stacked kagami mochi for harmony and balance, then shared a feast of traditional Oseki cuisine. January 2nd. The Miyamuras took Shouko to a local shrine to pray for a healthy new year. Shizuka picked out lucky charms for everyone. January 3rd. Too lazy to leave the house, Shizuka made plans for the whole family to eat with the Nishimiyas. That night, they learned Yuzuru had said "mama" for the first time. January 4th. Daiki Miyamura returned to work, and Yeiko finished her final shift of the part-time job. She brought snacks back for Akira and Shouko. On the morning of January 5th, Akira stood in front of the Nishimiya house, knocking politely on the door. "Knock knock knock. I'm coming." Yeiko's voice called from inside. A few moments later, the door swung open. Yeiko blinked in surprise when she saw Akira, then gave him a warm smile and gently ruffled his hair. "Have you had breakfast already, Akira?" "Yeah, I did," he nodded. Then he tilted his head and asked curiously, "Aren't you working today, Auntie?" Yeiko stepped aside to let him in and said kindly, "Auntie has the day off today. Want me to take you two out somewhere?" Akira quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, you should rest. I'm just taking Shouko to Futaba Park today." He knew Yeiko worked 2 or 3 jobs and barely got a day off each month. Yeiko chuckled as she slipped on her house slippers. "All right then, just be careful when you're out, watch for cars." Akira nodded, grabbed his slippers from the cabinet, and walked to the living room where Shouko was playing with baby Yuzuru on the tatami mats. "Shouko, let's go," he called. Shouko stood up with a bright smile, took Akira's hand, and led him toward the entryway. "Let's go, Akira." Yuzuru, lying in her crib, watched them with wide, curious eyes. She reached out as if wanting to follow her big sister. At the door, Akira knelt down to help Shouko into her white shoes and tie her laces. After checking that she was dressed warmly, he called back into the house, "Aunt Yeiko. We're heading out." "All right. Take care." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Futaba Park. As they walked up, Akira suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes locking onto something in the distance. Shouko tilted her head. "What's wrong, Akira?" A few steps ahead, lying casually on the pavement, was a crisp 1,000 yen note. It gleamed in the winter sunlight like a rare treasure. Akira pointed it out. "Look. Someone dropped some money." Shouko followed his gaze and gasped slightly when she saw the bill. But just as they were about to approach, a clumsy-looking kid suddenly stomped down on the bill with one booted foot. Their eyes slowly trailed up from the shoe to the culprit's face. It was a chubby little boy in a thick green down jacket, with a crew cut and a blank expression. Akira guessed he was probably in his last year of kindergarten. He, the boy grinned, completely ignoring the two kids staring at him. He bent down to pick up the money and tried to stuff it into his pocket. Hey! Wait up! Akira stepped forward to stop him. The boy looked up at them and scowled. What? Then, as if realizing something, he quickly hid the money behind his back and narrowed his eyes. You're not trying to rob me, are you? Akira blinked. What? Shouko's grip on his arm suddenly tightened. Her mind had clearly jumped to the worst possible conclusion, just like in the crime shows on TV. Akira. If you take that money, the police will come and arrest you, she whispered urgently, tears already welling up in her eyes. Please, let's not. I'll give you my New Year's money instead. Clearly, she was imagining Akira being dragged away in handcuffs. Akira turned pale and quickly waved his hands. No. I'm not stealing anything, I swear. Trying to reassure both Shouko and the boy, Akira said calmly, I don't want to steal it. I just think, since we both saw it, maybe we could split it. The boy scratched his head. Split it. Akira explained slowly, since we both noticed it, how about you give me half? If not, I could go tell the police. He didn't mean to be mean, but kids this age were usually terrified of getting in trouble. Sure enough, the boy's face changed. He clearly weighed his options, either lose half the money or get the cops involved and maybe lose it all. In the end, the boy reached into his coat pocket and handed Akira a shiny 500 yen coin. Akira smiled and accepted it. Thanks. Shouko let go of his arm at last, clearly relieved. Akira gave her a gentle pat on the head. Chapter 26, 3 months old. Akira knew it was just after New Year's, and most kids around this time would be carrying some New Year's money. After the boy handed over the coin and turned to leave, Akira called out from behind him. Hey, wait a sec. The boy turned around with a puzzled expression. Akira smiled and spoke gently, I want the other half. I want the other half. He raised the 500 yen coin up to eye level. The kid looked at the 500 yen coin in Akira's hand, then at the 1,000 yen note in his own. What's the difference? He asked curiously. I just want the other half, Akira replied, without offering any explanation. The boy shrugged, handed over the 1,000 yen bill, and took the 500 yen coin instead, muttering under his breath, idiot. After making sure there was no issue, he quickly ran off. Shouko stared at her fingers, holding them up and counting silently, trying to calculate the difference between a 1,000 yen bill and a 500 yen coin. The more she counted, the more confused she became. Akira laughed softly and patted her head. Okay, Shouko, let's go play. Shin-chan and the others should be there too. She looked up at him with a silly expression and asked curiously, Akira, why did you want that 1,000 yen note so badly? Akira didn't want to ruin the image Shouko had of him, so he took her hand and quickly changed the subject. Because paper money doesn't fall out as easily. Let's go to the park. When the two of them arrived at the children's play area in Futaba Park, they saw Shin-chan and the others gathered around a wall, their heads lowered, clearly focused on something. Shouko stepped forward curiously. What are you all looking at? It's Shouko and Akira. Come look at this. Sakurada Nini pointed to what they were all gathered around. In the middle of the group was a red, chubby Shiba Inu puppy, sitting obediently inside a cardboard box. On the front of the box was a handwritten note. Please adopt me. I'm 3 months old. I've been dewormed and vaccinated 3 times. I'm a boy. The Shiba Inu wagged its tail energetically, eyes shining as it looked at everyone. Shin-chan squatted in front of the box, reading the note out loud with a few stumbles. Then, with a disappointed look, he said, too bad it's a boy. I like girl dogs. Otherwise, I'd bring it home to play with Shiro. Akira stared at the puppy, then glanced around the area. Whoever had abandoned it here must have been gambling on fate, hoping it would meet someone kind before a troublemaker came along. A good-hearted kid might take it home, but a mischievous one could easily ruin its chances of surviving even the day. Toru Kazama stepped forward and gently lifted the puppy out by its front legs. It didn't resist or bark, just wagged its tail harder, looking up with innocent eyes. What a good boy, Toru said sympathetically. He's so well-behaved, it's awful someone just left him here. Without missing a beat, Shin-chan offered a solution, then you should raise him. Toru scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, but my place is a luxury apartment. Pets aren't allowed. Shouko hadn't taken her eyes off the puppy since it was lifted out of the box. She moved forward to pet it, but Akira gently stopped her. He was still unsure if the dog would bite. Shin-chan turned to Nini and asked, "How about your place, Nini?" Nini rubbed her hands together and lowered her gaze. "We already have 2 cats at home. Mom definitely won't let me get a dog." Shin-chan's face lit up. "Oh. I've got it," he said confidently. "We'll sneak it into Masao's house without telling him." Shin-chan. "I'm right here." Masao deadpanned, exasperated. Adai chimed in calmly, "Shin-chan already has Shiro. Nini's got cats. Toru can't keep it. My sister won't let me either. Masao's out too. That leaves Akira's family." Everyone turned to look at Akira. He glanced at the puppy still wagging its tail in Kazama's arms. It had been quiet and obedient this whole time. If there was nothing wrong with it, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take it home. His mom had been feeling a bit lonely lately too. Akira released Shouko's hand and stepped forward. He took the puppy gently from Kazama's arms. The pup was warm and soft, its round belly rising and falling as it breathed. It didn't struggle, just wagged its tail harder. Suddenly, Akira felt a sharp gaze. He turned to see Shouko glaring at him. "I'll take it home to ask my parents," Akira said to everyone, holding the puppy. "Let me check with them first." Shouko pouted, crossing her arms. "You didn't let me hold it earlier, and now you're hugging it like it's yours." Akira chuckled and said, "I was worried it might bite you. I only picked it up after I saw it was safe." He gently placed the puppy into her arms. Kazama gave him a long, silent look. Shouko's eyes lit up as she held the puppy close. Akira quickly added, "It's fine to hold it, but don't press your face into its fur. It might still be dirty." Shouko nodded happily, and after saying their goodbyes, the 2 of them walked home, the puppy nestled in Shouko's arms. They walked slowly to the door of the Miyamura house. Akira knocked. After a moment, his mother, Miyamura Shizuka, opened the door. "Didn't you just go out?" she asked. "Why are you back so soon?" Then her eyes fell on the puppy in Shouko's arms. "What's with the puppy? Where did you find him?" she asked, walking over to take it from Shouko's arms and giving it a once-over. Akira explained, "Someone abandoned it in the park. It's a 3-month-old male." Shizuka played with the puppy a little, watching its calm and gentle demeanor. Clearly, she was already growing fond of it. Then she looked at Akira seriously. "Do you want to keep it? Your father and I will support you if that's what you want. But if we adopt him, you must promise, you can't ever abandon him." Akira glanced at Shouko, then looked his mother in the eyes and nodded firmly. Shizuka smiled, scratching the puppy's head. "You little rascal, trying to win over Shouko like this. But she clearly likes you, so fine. I'll agree." She handed the puppy back to Shouko and wiped her hands. "Wait here. I'll grab my wallet and the car keys. We'll take him to the vet for a checkup." Chapter 27, New Member. Shizuka Miyamura drove the 2 kids and the puppy to a well-known pet hospital nearby to get the puppy checked out. The veterinarian thoroughly examined the puppy using various instruments and confirmed that it had already received 3 rounds of vaccinations and both internal and external deworming treatments. The puppy behaved well throughout the entire process. After the checkup, Shizuka Miyamura purchased a large dog cage with thick stainless steel bars, planning ahead, since the little one would grow into a big dog. She also bought dog food, goat milk powder, a leash, toys, teething sticks, and more. Once all the items were packed into the trunk, Shizuka drove them to the mall to buy adult diaper pads, knowing the puppy wouldn't yet know how to use a designated bathroom spot in its new home. She had initially planned to buy pet-specific pads from the hospital, but a new intern advised her that adult diapers worked just as well and were cheaper. So they headed to the mall for the more budget-friendly option. By the time everything was done, it was already noon. Shizuka pulled the car into the garage. Shouko happily got out of the back seat, hugging the puppy, while Akira stepped out from the other side. Akira turned to Shouko and said softly, "Shouko, go wait at the door with the puppy. Mom and I will move everything inside." Shizuka, stepping out from the driver's seat, overheard this and chuckled. She reached out to ruffle Akira's hair while covering her mouth with her other hand, teasing, "You and Shouko go ahead. With those tiny arms of yours, you'd barely manage to carry even a chew toy." Before Akira could respond, she added, "Your mom's not as fragile as you think." Left with no choice, Akira nodded and jogged to catch up with Shouko. At the entrance, Akira opened the door and guided Shouko to sit on the step. He knelt down and helped her untie her shoelaces and take off her shoes. Shouko gently placed the puppy on the wooden corridor. Woof woof woof. The puppy barked cheerfully, wagging its tail as it watched its two new owners. "Where's all that barking coming from?" a voice called out from the living room. Akira looked toward the voice and soon saw his father, Daiki Miyamura, walking out into the hallway. "Dad, why are you home so early today?" he asked, surprised. Daiki bent down to scoop up the wagging puppy and answered, "There wasn't much going on at the office today. I thought I'd come home early to surprise you." "Happy?" Akira pulled out Shouko's slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to her without looking back. "Wow, I'm so happy that you came home early just to see me," he said, exaggerating his tone. Daiki immediately picked up on the sarcasm, petted the puppy's head, and chuckled, all right, tone it down. You sound so fake." Akira then remembered his mom still in the garage. Mom's moving all the stuff in by herself. "Dad, maybe go give her a hand." Daiki blinked, his attention diverted from the puppy. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" he muttered, hurrying off. After changing his shoes, Akira entered the living room with Shouko. She placed the puppy on the tatami mat and began playing with it while Akira turned on the TV to a comedy show. The puppy was well behaved, and Shouko seemed content with her new playmate, leaving Akira in peace. He let out a soft sigh and reached for an orange on the coffee table to peel. Though she couldn't hear the sigh, Shouko noticed his expression and softly said, "Akira. My mom says sighing too much makes all your luck disappear, and makes you miss out on beauty." Akira smiled, broke the orange in half, and gave her some. "It's happiness and luck, not beauty and luck, Shouko." "Oh, I want more." Shouko replied, stroking the puppy and looking over at him expectantly. Akira didn't say anything and handed her 2 more pieces. Click. A flash came from the living room entrance. Akira turned to see Shizuka Miyamura standing there with only her phone in hand. "Huh? Weren't you and Dad carrying in the dog cage?" he asked, confused. Shizuka put her phone away and strolled in with a grin. "Your dad insisted I not lift anything, afraid I'd get hurt. So I figured I might as well come in first." She walked over to Akira and tapped his head, pretending to scold him, "You're so rude, calling your mom by name again." Soon after, Daiki Miyamura entered, hauling the dog cage and the rest of the supplies. He set everything down and turned to Shizuka, who was enjoying the orange Akira peeled. "Where should I put all this?" he asked. Shizuka swallowed and looked around the room, then pointed to an empty corner. "Over there. That's the puppy's new home." Daiki nodded, carried the cage over, and placed it down. Shizuka joined him, unpacking the items. She handed the dog food, leash, and toys to Daiki and told him to store them in the dining room and living room cupboards. She set the bed inside the cage and placed the food and water bowls nearby. Once everything was set up, the 4 of them gathered on the tatami around the puppy. Daiki already knew how the puppy had come into their lives. As the voices from the comedy show filled the background, Shizuka looked at the kids with a playful smile and asked, "So, have you named it yet?" Daiki, still watching TV, chuckled but didn't answer. Akira looked at Shouko and said gently, "Let Shouko choose. I'm fine with anything she likes." Shouko lowered her head thoughtfully. Shizuka raised an eyebrow and smiled. "No way. This is your and Shouko's child, we're leaving the naming to the new parents." Since Shouko often played house with Akira and took on the role of a parent, she didn't think much of Shizuka's teasing. Akira didn't mind either, his mom's logic even made a bit of sense. When Shizuka saw that her teasing wasn't getting any reaction, she got bored. Glancing sideways, she noticed Daiki stifling laughter at the TV and suddenly felt irritated. She raised her hand and gave him a playful slap on the back. Daiki turned with a puzzled look. "What was that for?" Chapter 28, Hachiko and the Kindergarten opens. Shouko raised her head sharply and said seriously, "How about calling him Chubby?" Whoa, the puppy didn't seem to like the name very much. It let out a low sound in protest, and even the wagging of its tail slowed down. Miyamura Daiki thought the name wasn't ideal, but he didn't want to hurt the child's confidence, so he offered gently, "Shouko, you can take your time deciding. There's no rush. Talk it over with Akira too." Shizuka Miyamura looked at Shouko in astonishment. She hadn't expected her adorable daughter to come up with such a name after thinking about it for so long. Recovering quickly, she chimed in to help. That's right. When your uncle was thinking of Akira's name, he didn't decide until after I was pregnant and he was born. Akira found it cute that Shouko would suggest a name like that. He was about to say something when Shizuka suddenly stood up from the tatami, brushing off her skirt and interrupting him. Everyone looked up at her as she smiled and waved a hand. Don't mind me. You all can keep talking. I'll go make lunch, it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? With that, she turned and walked toward the corridor. When Daiki Miyamura saw Shizuka leave, he got up, picked up the puppy, sat on the sofa, and began petting it while watching TV. Only Akira and Shouko remained on the tatami, still discussing the puppy's name. Honey, have you had lunch yet? Shizuka called out from the kitchen entrance, looking toward Daiki, who was still petting the puppy. Daiki shifted his gaze from the comedy show and replied, no need to prepare mine. My lunchbox is on the table, just needs heating. Shizuka nodded and headed off to the dining room. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the front door. Akira stood up from the tatami to answer it. Standing at the door was Yako Nishimiya. Akira greeted her politely, good afternoon. Yako smiled warmly, reached out to pat his head, and asked, Akira, have you eaten lunch yet? Want to come eat at Auntie's place? Akira shook his head quickly, politely declining. He knew Yako was probably there for Shouko, so he asked her to wait while he called her. Shouko told Akira she'd come back to play after her nap and then left with Yako. Meanwhile, Shizuka finished preparing lunch, including a small meal for the puppy. After eating, Daiki had to return to the office due to an urgent matter. Shizuka placed the puppy in its cage and laid down a pee pad. Then both children went to their rooms for an afternoon nap. Later that afternoon, Shouko returned with Yako, carrying little Yuzuru. Yako finally saw the puppy her daughter had been excitedly talking about all lunch and found it surprisingly well behaved, though she still didn't dare approach with Yuzuru in her arms. The afternoon passed with Shizuka and Yako chatting, while Shouko cuddled the puppy and brainstormed names. Akira played with baby Yuzuru. Eventually, the puppy was officially named Hachiko. That evening, Daiki Miyamura unlocked the front door with his key and stepped inside. The moment he opened it, he saw everyone neatly dressed in the hallway, ready to go. He looked at Shizuka in surprise. Heading out. Shizuka nodded. Don't tell me you forgot. I told you last night, Akira and Shouko start school tomorrow. We're celebrating with dinner out. Daiki rubbed his temples, he'd been too sleepy to take it in last night. Right. I remember now. Akira looked around and asked, is Aunt Yako not coming? Yako, who was by the door putting on her shoes, answered softly, Grandma said she'll skip the fun and has dinner ready at home. Daiki nodded, then went to the garage to get the car ready. Share the location with me, he said to Shizuka. The next morning, 8:30 a.m. Akira. It's time to wake up and get ready for kindergarten. Shouko stood on his bed, gently rocking him while calling out in a soft, childish voice. But Akira didn't budge. He turned over lazily in the covers. Shizuka came up from the first floor and, seeing this, told Shouko to wait downstairs. Once Shouko had gone, Shizuka's tone immediately shifted. She pulled off the blanket, raised her hand, and gave Akira a firm but controlled slap on the butt. Wake up. Akira groggily opened his eyes to see her leaning over him. She cupped his chubby cheeks and started rubbing them, muttering something unintelligible. He batted her hands away and rubbed his own eyes. Shizuka told him to come down quickly for breakfast and then headed downstairs. Akira got up, changed into his kindergarten uniform, which he hadn't worn in over a month, grabbed the little yellow hat from the bedside table, and went downstairs. At the kindergarten parking lot, Shizuka parked the car. Akira stepped out holding Shouko's hand, the two of them each carrying their lunch boxes and water bottles. Ms. Uio, waiting at the school gate, spotted them immediately. As they approached, she smiled warmly. Did you two enjoy your winter break? Shouko beamed. Yes, it was really fun. Akira muttered, not really. School's starting again. Ms. Uio chuckled. I get it. I'm not thrilled either, I have to work again too. Shizuka gently patted Akira's head, then waved them off. Go on to class. I'll see you later. They said goodbye and walked into the building, hand in hand. In the Sakura class, Akira and Shouko sat in the middle row. Akira placed his lunchbox and Shouko's water bottle into the cubbyhole in front of them. Soon, the classroom buzzed with chatter as classmates gathered to share what they did over winter break. Shouko proudly announced that she and Akira had adopted a cute, well-behaved puppy named Hachiko, which made everyone jealous. After a dozen children arrived, Ms. Yuio stepped into the room, closed the wooden door behind her, and walked up to the front. "Everyone, listen up," she called out. "Whoever sits the straightest and behaves the best today will get a red envelope and a red flower." The room went quiet. They didn't care much for the red envelope, but a red flower from Ms. Yuio. That was a badge of honor. Those red stickers on their cheeks were something to be proudly shown off as they walked home from school, basking in the envy of others. Chapter 29, 1000 Paper Cranes. Teacher Yoshinaga stood on the podium and looked down at the children. She silently called their names in her mind, and when she confirmed that no one was missing and no accidents had occurred, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Teacher Yuio spoke loudly to the children below. "Today is the first day of school. Can the teacher teach you how to fold paper cranes?" Hearing Ms. Yuio's voice, Akira, who was sitting bored in his chair, suddenly became interested. He seemed to have folded paper cranes a few times when he was in elementary school in his previous life. But almost none of the other children knew what 1000 paper cranes were, including Shouko, who looked at Ms. Yuio on the podium with a confused expression. Ms. Yuio smiled softly at the children's curious faces. It was very cute to see such innocence. She asked the children to sit down and fold one crane to show her. Then she took out some square, hand-painted sheets of paper from the drawer next to the podium. In just a few seconds, she folded a bright red paper crane and held it high so the children could see clearly. She received admiring gazes from all the children except Akira. Ms. Yuio walked to the first child on the left and asked them to pass the crane around one by one. Then she returned to the podium and distributed stacks of hand-painted paper to the children. Akira looked at the 5 square sheets of paper in different colors that were given to him. Ms. Yuio called out to the children, "Okay, children, look at me and fold together." She demonstrated the first step of folding to the children, then walked around to check if anyone made mistakes. Only after confirming everyone was correct did she move on to the next step. After the final demonstration, Teacher Yoshinaga looked at the children's cranes below. Some were skillfully folded, others a little messy, but all were clearly paper cranes. The crane Akira folded was nearly identical to Ms. Yuio's, earning him an admiring look from Shouko sitting next to him. Shouko eagerly asked Akira to teach her step by step. "Children, you can start folding. If you don't understand, come up and ask the teacher," said Teacher Yoshinaga, then bent her head to continue folding on the podium. "Good." Ms. Yuio encouraged the children. Under Akira's hands-on guidance, Shouko perfectly folded a beautiful paper crane. She happily held it up to show the little girl next to her, proudly saying that Akira had taught her. After folding a dozen paper cranes, Teacher Yoshinaga looked up at the children, who folded quietly and obediently, ignoring Akira and Shouko. She felt a warm joy and clapped her hands loudly to get the children's attention. The children looked at Ms. Yuio in confusion. Ms. Yuio pulled out a small red flower sticker from the drawer, waved it at the children, and said gently, "The teacher will now check your cranes one by one. If you fold well, you will be rewarded with a small red flower." Then she walked toward the first child. Nervous but excited, Shouko placed her 5 folded cranes on the table and asked Akira, "Akira, which one of mine looks best?" Akira looked carefully, then pointed to the one he had taught her first. Shouko smiled happily and said, "Hee hee, I think so too." She put the rest in the hole in the table. Akira suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and said to Shouko, who was grinning at the cranes, "Shouko, I'm going to the bathroom. Don't worry about me." After saying that, he stood and spoke briefly to Ms. Yuio before leaving the classroom quickly. When Ms. Yuio reached Shouko's seat, she first gave some serious advice, then stuck a small red flower on Shouko's left cheek and said kindly, "Shouko, this beautiful crane will be kept by the teacher." When Shouko heard this, she frowned and quickly stretched out her hands to protect the paper crane. "I don't want the little red flower anymore." "You can't have this crane, teacher." "Why?" Ms. Yuio asked, curious about Shouko's strong reaction. Shouko gently held her crane, lowered her head, and stammered, "Because this is the first time Akira taught me how to fold it, and I don't want to give it away." After saying this, Shouko felt a little sorry for Ms. Yuio and hurriedly took out the other 4 folded cranes from the hole in the table for Ms. Yuio to choose from. It was okay to take all of those. Teacher Yoshinaga smiled quietly and didn't say anything. She randomly picked one of the 4 and gently touched Shouko's head, chuckling, "Okay, teacher won't take that one." Then she looked toward Akira's empty seat and remembered he had gone to the bathroom. By the time Akira returned, Ms. Yoshinaga had finished the checks and returned to the podium, but she still came over to Akira's seat holding a small red flower and gave him some serious advice. Akira nodded perfunctorily in response. Ms. Uio thought it was about time, so she tore off a small red flower and was about to stick it on Akira's face. Akira quickly raised his hands to protect his face and said, "Ms. Uio, please give my little red flower to Shouko for me." Ms. Uio didn't know what to say to the two kids, so she turned around, gently touched Shouko's right cheek, took one of Akira's paper cranes, and returned to the podium. Seeing another red flower on her face, Shouko asked Akira in confusion, "Akira, why don't you want the little red flower from Ms. Uio?" "Because I saw you liked it, so I gave it to you. Besides, other kids only have one flower, but Shouko has two." Akira chuckled as he answered Shouko's question. "But if you do this, won't you get no flower?" Akira didn't answer, only smiling as he patted Shouko's head. At that moment, Ms. Uio clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. She said loudly, "Children, next the teacher will tell you the story of the 1,000 paper cranes." The whole morning was spent listening to Ms. Yoshinaga's story. She told them that if they folded 1,000 paper cranes, their wishes would come true. The children listened seriously. Shouko even told Akira she would fold 1,000 cranes to wish for the Miyamura and Nishimiya families to be safe and happy. Akira couldn't help but ask Shouko curiously, "Why not make your ears normal?" Shouko turned her head and looked seriously at Akira. "Because you're the most important to me. If the first wish really comes true, I'll fold 1,000 more and make another wish." Chapter 30, Naughty Aunt Miyamura. While the children were eating their lunch boxes at noon, Teacher Uio strung together all the paper cranes with white thread and hung them on the window. The gentle breeze blew through, making the colorful paper cranes flutter. After finishing their lunches, the children gathered by the window, excitedly pointing at the cranes they had folded. Shouko and Akira sat on chairs, eating their lunches. Shouko caught sight of the paper cranes dancing in the wind from the corner of her eye. She raised her hand, pointing toward them. Even with food still in her mouth, she eagerly wanted to share with Akira, who stood beside her. "Akira, look. The paper cranes look so beautiful when the wind blows them." She swallowed quickly and added, "I'm going to hang some like this on the window at home." Akira looked toward where Shouko pointed and smiled fondly. "Okay, then we'll fold them together later. But let's finish eating first, Shouko." "Yeah." Shouko nodded happily. After school in the afternoon, Shizuka Miyamura walked to the Sakura class's nap room on the second floor and saw her two children chatting with Mr. Agao. Shizuka greeted Teacher Uio and squatted down in front of Shouko. Noticing the little red flowers on Shouko's cheeks, she covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled softly, "My Shouko is amazing." Auntie only saw one flower on the other children's faces along the way. Shouko lowered her head shyly. "Auntie, the other one was given to me by Akira." Shizuka Miyamura looked at Shouko's cute face and wanted to kiss her, but the little red flowers on her cheeks made it tricky. Akira, usually ignored by Shizuka Miyamura, watched quietly with an unreadable expression. Meanwhile, Ms. Uio observed the scene with interest, thinking it was something he could watch over and over. Then Shizuka noticed the paper crane in Shouko's left hand, and the topic shifted, "My Shouko is really amazing. She can fold such a beautiful paper crane." Shouko's shy expression vanished, and she proudly held up the crane to Shizuka. "Teacher Uio taught us how to fold paper cranes today, but this one was taught to me by Akira. I want to take it home and keep it." When Akira was taking a nap, he already knew why Shouko held the 1,000 paper cranes before sleeping, but hearing her say it again still moved him. Suddenly, Shizuka Miyamura wanted to tease the cute Shouko in front of her, so she smiled slyly and said, "Auntie wants this paper crane, Shouko. Can you give it to Auntie?" "Ah." Seeing Shouko's surprised face, Shizuka quickly added, "What's wrong? Don't want to give it to your aunt?" She pretended to wipe away tears. Akira and Teacher Uio, standing nearby, immediately noticed that Shizuka was teasing Shouko, but Shouko didn't realize. When they saw Shizuka wiping tears, Akira hurried to defend Shouko but stopped at a look from his mother. Shouko looked embarrassed and stammered, "Auntie. Auntie." She lowered her head and avoided Shizuka's gaze. "I'll fold a big bunch for you and hang them up, okay? This. Hearing that, Shizuka Miyamura felt like Shouko was about to start crying. Knowing she'd gone too far, she quickly picked Shouko up and said apologetically, Okay, I was just kidding." Why would I want something from my precious Shouko? She kissed Shouko's forehead and gave Akira a strange look. Before Shouko could be happy, she noticed Shizuka wiping tears earlier and whispered softly, "Auntie, don't be sad. I'll fold lots of paper cranes for you to hang up when I get home." The three said goodbye to Ms. Uio, left the kindergarten, and drove home. After Shizuka Miyamura parked in the garage, Shouko quickly jumped out of the back seat and shouted, "I'll go put the paper cranes away first." Without waiting for a response, she dashed into the house. Akira got out next and turned to Shizuka, who was checking the car. "Mom, I'll take Hachiko out for a walk too." Shizuka Miyamura sighed fondly at the two children leaving. These two really are something. Akira entered the house, took off his shoes, and stepped onto the wooden hallway wearing white socks. Hachiko, bored in his dog cage, barked happily, "Woof woof." All right, I'm letting you out now." Akira laughed, and Hachiko quieted immediately. Akira opened the cage, and Hachiko jumped at him, but Akira dodged. Seeing he missed, Hachiko wagged his tail excitedly, ready to try again. "Hachiko, wait here. I'll go get the leash." Hachiko obediently sat, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail. Since Akira adopted Hachiko, sometimes he'd give commands, and Hachiko followed instantly. Akira even joked that there might be a time traveler living inside the Shiba Inu. After all, Hachiko was only 3 months old, and Akira remembered that Shiba Inus weren't supposed to be that smart. If he wasn't afraid that Aunt Nishimiya and Grandma Nishimiya would scold him, Akira might have let Hachiko look after Yuzuru Nishimiya just for fun. Akira. Shouko's voice at the living room entrance pulled him from his thoughts. Hachiko had already run to Shouko before Akira noticed. "I'm going to get the leash. You and Hachiko wait outside for me," Akira told Shouko. "Okay." Shouko smiled, stroking Hachiko, already forgetting about folding paper cranes. Akira grabbed the leash and some plastic bags from the locker and saw Shizuka teasing Hachiko at the door. After changing his shoes and putting the leash on Hachiko, Akira waved to Shizuka, signaling they were heading out. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day Akira and Shouko started their senior class. In 2 years, not much changed. Hachiko had grown old, and Yuzuru Nishimiya was now a typical child who could walk, bark, and listen but was especially attached to Hachiko. Because of the mortgage and family pressures, Yeiko Nishimiya became more assertive around outsiders but remained the same with the Miyamura family. Shizuka and Daiki Miyamura remained as loving as ever. Over the past 2 years, Akira was often kicked out of the house with Hachiko because they disturbed everyone. Akira taught Shouko how to pronounce words, and she was no different from other children except for a slight accent. Akira also learned basic sign language in Sakura class but found he couldn't use it much with Shouko. Shin-chan and his friends had been promoted from the Sunflower class to the Rose class, but their teacher was still Ms. Yoshinaga. Principal Takakura thought the children wouldn't adjust well to a new teacher, so he promoted the teacher along with the students. Chapter 31, It's You. Hachiko. Akira, you lazy butt. The sun's already shining, get ready for kindergarten, 6-year-old Shouko called out sweetly, standing beside his bed and gently shaking him. When that didn't work, she went for her secret weapon. Shouko turned toward the stairs and shouted downstairs, "Hachiko." In a few moments, a red Shiba Inu with a round head, high forehead, long muzzle, and a perpetually smiling face bolted up from the first floor. She stroked its head and led it into Akira's room. Pointing at the lump under the blanket, she commanded, "Go on, Hachiko. Wake him up." Whoa. Hachiko wagged his tail and bounded onto the bed, licking Akira's face enthusiastically. Feeling the wet licks and familiar scent, Akira opened his eyes, resigned. Ever since starting the mid-shift, Shouko had relied on Hachiko's lick attack to wake him up. Woof woof. Having succeeded in his mission, Hachiko hopped off the bed. Shouko giggled and ran downstairs with him. Akira rubbed his eyes and got up, changing into the same blue kindergarten uniform he'd worn for 3 years. He sighed at how quickly time was flying. Next year he'd be in elementary school, and Yuzuru Nishimiya would be starting kindergarten. If so, Ms. Yoshinaga would still be their teacher. Snapping back to the present, he grabbed the yellow hat from his bedside table and ran downstairs. As he did, he heard Daiki Miyamura laughing in the dining room over the sound of a rustling newspaper. Ha ha. Starting the day with a morning kiss, ha. Akira ignored him and headed straight to the bathroom. When he returned, he sat at the table and grabbed a sandwich Shizuka Miyamura had prepared. "Dad, "Where's Mom?" he asked between bites. "She went to visit your Aunt Nishimiya." "What's up? Need something?" "Your old man's got your back," Daiki said, lowering the newspaper to look at him. Akira hesitated, then said, "Give me some pocket money." Daiki raised an eyebrow. "That's it. Wait a sec." He got up and walked to the master bedroom. Moments later, Daiki returned with a yellow envelope and dramatically pulled out a 1,000 yen note. "Is this enough?" Akira shook his head. Another bill followed. Still no. Another. Still shaking. Eventually, a dozen 1,000 yen bills were stacked on the table. Daiki looked both proud and mildly pained, waiting for admiration. Instead, Akira's expression had shifted to one of quiet dread. His gaze occasionally drifted past his father, to behind him. Realizing something was wrong, Daiki slowly turned and found Shizuka standing there with a sweet smile. In that moment, he understood the real reason Akira had kept shaking his head stiffly. "Wife, this is just." "I know," she said with a gentle smile. "No need to explain." Daiki breathed a sigh of relief, until she turned to the living room and shouted, "Hachiko. Lick this old man." Hachiko, who had been enjoying head pats from Shouko in the living room, perked up and darted toward the dining room, leaving her confused. Wait. I met a fishing buddy, and his gear was way better than mine. I just wanted to upgrade. It's not for, you know. Daiki pleaded. Despite the explanation, Hachiko's tongue attack couldn't be avoided. Only after that did Shizuka let him put the money away. Daiki then drove Akira and Shouko to kindergarten, eager to go shopping afterward. The two kids were already familiar with the place and didn't need escorting to class. At the gate, they saw Ms. Uio and Ms. Yoshinaga chatting happily. Akira greeted them, holding Shouko's hand. Ms. Yoshinaga was complaining to Ms. Uio about her husband. She'd met him back when Akira and Shinosuke were still in the kindergarten class, and they'd gotten married while the boys were in the middle class. Although she hadn't sent invitations to them, she had shared plenty of wedding candy. The teacher smiled and greeted the kids. "Did you have a good summer vacation?" Ms. Yoshinaga squatted down and gently pinched Shouko's cheeks. "Happy." Shouko beamed. "Not happy." "School's back," Akira pouted. Ms. Yoshinaga chuckled and stood up. She heard this every year. "All right, let's go. The Sakura class is on the 3rd floor. Don't forget." Akira nodded and led Shouko inside. As they passed, the teachers returned to their chat. They even spotted Principal Takakura in the sandbox, shoveling dirt. "Boss. Are you burying someone?" Akira yelled playfully. His words caused several new parents and their kids to turn and stare at the stone-faced principal. His expression never changed, but that only made it more terrifying. Chapter 32, Futaba TV Station. "Good morning, Principal Takakura." Shouko greeted timidly when she saw him looking her way. Even after being at Futaba kindergarten for so long, she still felt a little scared every time she saw his stern face. The new parents nearby had the same impression. They'd assumed the man shoveling sand in the sandbox was a security guard. He looked far too intimidating to be anything else. It came as a surprise to learn he was actually the principal of Futaba kindergarten. After all, he'd never appeared in any enrollment photos, and most parents had only dealt with the class teachers during registration. "Haha, it's Akira and Shouko. Good morning." Principal Takakura turned around, recognizing the two children with a warm chuckle. Shouko immediately hid behind Akira, clearly startled by his grin. Even Akira had to admit that Principal Takakura's smile was hard to digest. Before the principal could feel too dejected, a loud, familiar voice interrupted the moment. "Boss. Are we not going to Tokyo Bay today? Are you burying people in the sandbox instead?" They all turned toward the source, and sure enough, it was Shinosuke. Though nearly 7 years old now, he hadn't changed one bit. He casually waved to Shouko and Akira. "Shin-chan, I'm the principal of Futaba kindergarten, not a member of the gangster," Principal Takakura replied dryly. Of all the students, only Akira and Shinosuke weren't fazed by his appearance. But their unique sense of humor kept him on his toes. Before the principal could continue the conversation, Shinosuke had already run off and was now bothering a pretty young mom nearby. With greetings exchanged and Shin-chan distracted, Akira took Shouko's hand and led her up the stairs toward their new classroom, right next to the old Sakura class. The classroom layout was almost identical to their previous one. But there were only 9 desks now. Several children had dropped out over the past 2 years due to various personal or family reasons. Akira picked a seat for both of them, and after stashing their supplies in the cubby holes under the desks, other kids began to gather around Shouko, eager to chat. Some used sign language, some wrote notes, and some spoke softly. It was a noisy but heartwarming scene. Akira rested his chin on his arms and watched Shouko chatting and laughing with her classmates. A soft warmth filled his chest as he recalled the past 2 years. During that time, Shouko had become the heart of the Sakura class. With her adorable looks, sociable nature, and gentle personality, she quickly earned the love of everyone. Her spoken language was also the clearest among the children with hearing impairments, excluding the 2 normal kids, Akira and Shinosuke. Ms. Yoshinaga had once asked Shouko on behalf of the class how her speech had improved so much. Shouko's answer: Akira had practiced pronunciation with her every day for 3 years. If she made a mistake, they'd start over, and he'd quiz her on the previous day's lesson at random. The other kids were envious, and even a little jealous. Most of them had no normal friends their age, and even if they did, no one would invest that much effort day after day. Their parents were too busy just making ends meet. Children, back to your seats. Ms. Ueo entered the classroom, her voice rising above the chatter. The kids quickly scrambled to sit down. Akira refocused, watching Ms. Ueo as she sat near the podium, nodding at the children. With a cheerful tone, Ms. Ueo addressed the class. Tomorrow, some reporters from Futaba TV will be visiting. They want to ask you a few questions. Akira immediately remembered, every year, senior class students were interviewed on camera. Shouko raised her left hand and asked curiously, Ms. Ueo, what's an interview? Ms. Ueo nodded and began explaining patiently, but the moment the words "on TV" came up, the rest was lost on the kids. Shouko turned to Akira, eyes sparkling. We're going to be on TV tomorrow, Akira. That means Mom, Uncle, Auntie, everyone will see us. Yuzuru and Grandma too, she added, not forgetting anyone. Then we better behave well tomorrow, Akira said, chuckling at her excitement. I always behave. Shouko puffed up proudly. Before she could go on, Ms. Ueo clapped her hands. All right. Settle down, everyone. The reporters aren't coming until tomorrow. Okay, the kids chorused back. As usual for the first day of school, Ms. Ueo led the class in fun games, followed by a storytelling session featuring the Calabash Brothers and Snow White, an odd but amusing combination. In the afternoon, it was Daiki Miyamura who came to pick them up. On the way home, Akira leaned forward from the back seat and asked curiously, Dad, why are you picking us up today? Where's Mom? Daiki glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Your mom and Shouko's mom went out for some fun. Shouko, sitting beside Akira, asked, Uncle Miyamura, where's my sister? No idea, Daiki admitted. I got called while I was fishing. Okay. He dropped them off at the front of their house. As Akira and Shouko waved goodbye, Daiki leaned out the window and called out, there's snacks in the fridge. If you're hungry, help yourselves. And with that, he drove off. Akira wondered if fishing really was that addictive. They entered the house, changed into slippers, and stepped into the living room but didn't see Hachiko. Could Auntie Miyamura have taken Hachiko with her? Shouko asked. Akira shook his head. Doubt it. When Mom and your mom go out, they definitely don't bring Hachiko. He's probably at your place. So they changed back into their shoes and walked over to the Nishimiya house nearby. Knock knock knock. Akira knocked on the door, even though Shouko was right next to him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Auntie Nishimiya always said not to assume Shouko had her house key. I'm coming, came Yuzuru's voice from inside. Akira was momentarily confused. Yuzuru wasn't tall enough to reach the doorknob yet. But when the door opened, he was met with the sight of a delicate little girl, 3-year-old Nishimiya Yuzuru, riding Hachiko like a tiny warrior. Behind him, Shouko gasped. Yuzuru. You can't ride Hachiko like that. Yuzuru, unfazed by her sister's scolding, hugged Hachiko's neck and shouted, Hachiko, run. The poor dog hesitated, then slowly walked toward the living room, careful not to shake off his rider. Chapter 33, Chocolate Cookies. Akira burst into the house without even taking off his shoes. He went straight down the hallway and lifted Yuzuru Nishimiya off of Hachiko's back. Ah. Let me go. Hachiko, bite him, Akira-kun's bullying me. Yuzuru flailed wildly in his arms, whining dramatically. Akira could only stare at her, speechless at how fast she started spewing nonsense. Hachiko just turned to glance at Yuzuru, then lazily trotted into the living room, tail wagging. At that moment, Shouko changed into indoor slippers at the entrance, walked over, and gently karate chopped Yuzuru's head. Yuzuru, Akira is Hachiko's human, Shouko said coolly. She seemed like she wanted to say more, but chose to hold back. Still held in Akira's arms, Yuzuru slowly stopped struggling, stunned by the surprise chop to the head. Akira looked down and noticed her eyes were red and puffy. He quickly let go, awkwardly wanting to say something comforting. Yuzuru thought she could keep it in, but when she looked up and locked eyes with Akira, the dam broke. She burst into tears and ran into the living room, shouting in a trembling voice. "I hate my sister the most." Shouko blinked in surprise as Yuzuru ran off. She didn't catch exactly what was said, but it was clear her little sister had just yelled something before fleeing. "Akira, go check on her. I'll finish changing my shoes." Shouko gently pushed him forward. Akira nodded and followed her into the house. By the time he entered the living room, he found Shouko and Grandma Nishimiya seated at the coffee table, chatting about fun things that had happened in kindergarten that day. Yuzuru, meanwhile, was curled up beside Hachiko, hugging the dog tightly and crying. "Hachiko. I'm never playing with you again," she whimpered between sobs. Hachiko lay flat on the tatami, unsure what to do. He wanted to lick the tears off her cheeks but couldn't reach. To Akira, it looked like even Hachiko was baffled by the situation. "Good afternoon, Grandma Nishimiya," Akira greeted politely at the doorway before walking over and sitting down with them. "Hee, good afternoon, Akira," the old woman replied kindly. As it turned out, Yuzuru had taken advantage of a moment when Grandma Nishimiya was in the bathroom to sneak onto Hachiko's back. Later, Akira got bored and turned on the TV to watch a comedy variety show. Shouko and Grandma Nishimiya finished their chat and joined him on the tatami, watching the show together. After a while, Grandma Nishimiya checked the time, said something to the two kids, and stood up to head into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Yuzuru eventually cried herself to sleep on Hachiko's back. The dog noticed she had dozed off and didn't dare move a muscle. Akira turned around at the sound of quiet sniffles finally fading, and saw her sleeping peacefully. He stood up, intending to carry her to bed so she wouldn't catch a cold. But as he approached, he saw her small hands clutching Hachiko's fur tightly. With a sigh, he grabbed a nearby blanket and gently laid it over her. Around 6 p.m., Shizuka Miyamura and Eiko Nishimiya returned from shopping. Shizuka went back to her place to help with dinner. Eiko came in, and as soon as she stepped into the living room, she saw 3 children sitting quietly. Akira was peeling an orange, looked up, and politely greeted her before going back to his task. Shouko sat beside him, waiting patiently for her share. Yuzuru still lay by Hachiko, occasionally giggling in her sleep. Hachiko had fallen asleep as well. Meanwhile, back at school. "Kids. The uncles and aunties from Futaba TV station are coming soon." Ms. Yoshinaga came back into the classroom after answering a call, clearly excited. She shut the wooden door and raised her voice to grab everyone's attention. Ms. Uio looked out over the chattering class and motioned for silence, before calmly explaining what to expect from the visit. Not long after, knock knock knock, there was a knock at the door. Ms. Uio and Akira immediately knew the reporters had arrived. The rest of the kids hadn't noticed yet and were still chatting away. Ms. Uio waved to them again and called out, "Come in." All eyes turned toward the door. It slowly creaked open, and a pretty woman holding a microphone stepped into the classroom. Behind her came a camera crew and several assistants. Sitting at his desk, Akira couldn't help but think, if Shinchan were here, he'd definitely run up and start chatting with her. "Akira, look." Shouko tugged on his sleeve. "That lady with the mic is so pretty." She was about to continue raving about the cool cameraman when she caught sight of someone unexpected. Her eyes widened. She smacked Akira's arm again and pointed. "Akira, look. Shinchan's with them." Before Akira could turn, the familiar voice had already reached him. "Miss, would you like to eat chocolate cookies with me?" Shinchan had dashed up to the reporter, offering his signature grin. "Huh." The reporter was caught off guard but quickly regained her composure. She knelt down with a smile, patted his head, and asked, "Aren't you in the Rose class? What are you doing here?" "Because of love," Shinchan declared proudly without missing a beat. The reporter blinked, her professional brain freezing for a split second before she let out a nervous laugh. Shouko stared in amazement. Shin-chan's incredible. He just walked up and talked to a beautiful lady like it was nothing. Akira twitched. He and Shouko clearly had different takeaways. Yeah, he's calm, all right, but even the reporter was caught off guard. Ms. Ueo quickly stepped in, scooping Shin-chan up and whispering for him not to cause trouble. The reporter breathed a discreet sigh of relief, clearly flustered by the unexpected energy. She turned to the cameraman behind her. He gave her an okay sign. The reporter took a deep breath, adjusted her posture, and smiled brightly. Hello, everyone. I'm a reporter from Futaba TV. We're doing a live broadcast, and we'd love to interview you all. I'll ask some simple questions, and if you want to answer, just raise your hand, okay? What's a live broadcast? A boy on the far left asked curiously, raising his hand. It means everything happening here is being shown on TV in real time, so your parents and everyone else can watch you right now. Some kids immediately panicked, sitting stiffly like mannequins. Others waved excitedly at the cameras, shouting, "Mom, can you see me?" The excitement got the better of one little boy, and his pronunciation, already a bit messy, was so garbled that even Ms. Ueo couldn't understand what he said. Chapter 34, Shizuka Miyamura who wished she was there. Ms. Ueo quickly spoke up, trying to quiet the class. All right everyone, please settle down and let the reporter continue. So, which kid would like to volunteer to introduce themselves first? The female reporter asked with a warm smile. Several brave children raised their left hands. The reporter picked from them, asking each to stand up, face the camera, and introduce themselves. From her seat, Shouko watched them calmly, her eyes shining with interest. She looked eager to try as well. Akira, can we go together? Shouko asked softly, a little nervous as she tugged at Akira's sleeve. Akira didn't think much of it and nodded. Sure. Seeing Akira agree, Shouko happily raised her hand. The reporter immediately noticed her. When she first entered the Sakura class, she had spotted the cute little girl but hadn't approached her since she didn't raise her hand at first. Now that she volunteered, the reporter was more than happy to go over. The reporter walked up with her microphone, followed by the camera woman. Shouko stood up, clearly nervous, but quietly cheered herself on inside. You're so adorable. Why don't you start by introducing yourself? The reporter encouraged kindly. Shouko's earlier shyness had lessened thanks to Akira's support. But when the beautiful reporter complimented her, she grew bashful again. Still, she managed to say timidly. My name is Nishimiya Shouko. I'm a student in the Sakura class at Futaba Kindergarten. After saying this, Shouko hesitated. She glanced at Akira beside her, unsure of what else to say, clearly asking him for help with her eyes. Shouko-chan, your pronunciation is excellent. Can you tell us how you practiced speaking so clearly? After hearing all the other children speak, the reporter was genuinely surprised by how fluent Shouko was. Had it not been for the hearing aids in her ears, she might have assumed Shouko was a fully hearing child. I. Shouko stammered. Shouko, believe in yourself. You can do it, Akira said quickly, encouraging her. The camera lens shifted to Akira, and the reporter also turned her attention to the boy standing confidently next to Shouko. Because Akira's been with me for 3 years. He's always taught me how to speak and corrected my pronunciation. That's why I speak more clearly than the other kids. Shouko spoke slowly, but her words were heartfelt, though still shy, they impressed everyone watching. I see. Shouko-chan has a very good friend. Is Akira-kun in the same class too? The reporter asked gently. She had guessed Akira was the boy Shouko was referring to, but asked to be sure. Yes. This is Akira. His full name is Miyamura Akira. Shouko exclaimed happily, running over to grab Akira's arm and present him proudly. Oh. Akira-kun is very cute too. Can you introduce yourself? The reporter asked, watching the two children's closeness with a soft smile. She suddenly felt the sting of being single herself. Shouko let go of Akira's arm as he stepped forward, but she stayed beside him to encourage him if he got nervous. My name is Miyamura Akira. I'm a senior student in the Sakura class at Futaba Kindergarten, he said clearly, but stopped after that, unsure what else to say. The reporter smoothly followed up. Akira-kun, I noticed you're the only one in the class not wearing hearing aids. Why are you in the Sakura class? Because I want to be with Shouko. I'm afraid she'll get bullied, Akira replied confidently, thinking there was nothing wrong with his honest answer. Ms. Ueo, holding Shin-chan up on the podium, heard the kid's sweet words and unknowingly hugged the boy even tighter, overwhelmed by emotion. Ms. Ueo. Please let go. I'm not gonna go chasing any girls. Shin-chan gasped, struggling for breath. The female reporter blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected Akira to answer so bluntly in front of a live camera. Most kindergartners were as shy as Shouko had been. But his boldness sparked another idea. She smiled and gently moved the microphone from Akira back to Shouko. Since Akira's so kind to Shouko-chan, how do you think you can repay him? Shouko looked down, thinking hard. Akira could already tell her little mind wouldn't be able to find a good answer on her own. This wasn't exactly a kindergarten-level question, and he was about to step in to help. But before he could, Shouko looked up at the camera with bright, determined eyes and declared, I want to marry Akira and be his bride. And I want to have lots of cute babies with him. Back at home, Shizuka Miyamura sat on the living room couch, watching the live broadcast on Futaba channel. The moment she heard those bold words from Shouko, she slammed the coffee table in frustration. I wish I was there. The female reporter was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She had gotten exactly the kind of moment that made great television. Even if these were just the innocent dreams of a child, they were pure and sincere. Ms. Ueo. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Shin-chan cried out dramatically again. Ms. Ueo finally snapped out of her daze, quickly loosened her grip, and apologized. Akira, now faced with Shouko's bold declaration and her determined eyes, blushed deeply. The reporter noticed his reddening face out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but tease him a little. She moved the microphone back toward him. Akira-kun, would you like to marry Shouko-chan in the future? Akira froze. The camera was staring right at him. Somewhere out there, probably thousands of people were watching. He also felt that intense gaze coming from the direction of home. If he dared to say no, he could already feel the wrath of Shizuka Miyamura. I would. He stammered. Ms. Ueo on stage and Shizuka watching at home both chuckled at the rare sight of Akira being flustered. Even Shouko, who had always seen Akira as calm and dependable, was surprised. Seeing him shy for the first time stirred a strange but warm feeling in her heart. The reporter smiled, letting the two sit down, then moved on to ask other kids to introduce themselves. After a few more rounds of questions, the reporter thanked Ms. Ueo and waved goodbye to the children. Shin-chan trailed behind the film crew as they left. Once the door of the classroom closed, Ms. Ueo clapped her hands loudly. All right, kids. You'll get to see yourselves on TV when you go home this afternoon. She had already contacted each parent the night before and asked them to record the show. The children nodded enthusiastically, chattering about how nervous they'd been just now. Akira. I want to go home right now. Shouko said excitedly from her seat, barely able to contain herself. Chapter 35, Akira, I'm pregnant with your baby. Afternoon. As soon as Shizuka Miyamura stepped into the nap room of the Sakura class, she spotted two children curled up on the bed. She greeted Ms. Ueo politely and walked over to them. What's going on with Shouko? She asked softly, noticing Akira sitting beside her with a tired look while Shouko lay fast asleep. She was too excited during lunch. She kept asking how much longer until school ended. Akira replied, a little helpless. I told her to nap, but every 5 minutes she'd ask, how much longer, Akira? Eventually, she got too sleepy and knocked out. I didn't sleep at all. Wake up, Shouko. It's time to go home, Akira whispered, gently shaking her shoulder. Shouko murmured, barely stirring. Her eyes stayed shut. Let her sleep a little longer. I'll carry her to the car, Shizuka said, stopping Akira's hand. She bent down and gently picked Shouko up into her arms. Akira followed her to the door, said goodbye to Ms. Ueo, and left the classroom. Shouko rubbed her eyes groggily and sat up, blinking in confusion. This wasn't kindergarten, and Akira wasn't beside her. She suddenly bolted upright in a panic. But after spotting some familiar toys and furniture, she realized this was Akira's room, and relaxed. Still barefoot, she slipped out from under the blanket and padded down the stairs. Awake already? Shizuka called from the tatami mat in the living room, spotting her at the entrance. Everyone turned to look. Hachiko raised his head from where he was lying down, Yuzuru Nishimiya glanced up from her spot, and Daiki Miyamura, remote in hand, paused the TV just as the interview began replaying. "Mom, it's already getting dark," Akira muttered as he saw Shouko wasn't wearing slippers. He walked to the shoe cabinet and brought back a pair for her. When Akira returned, he found Shouko sitting in Shizuka's lap. Daiki was on the sofa adjusting the volume, and Yuzuru was curled up beside Hachiko, eyes glued to the screen. Yako Nishimiya wasn't there, she was still working part-time. Akira gently placed the slippers at Shouko's feet and sat down beside his mom. "Good afternoon, viewers. I'm Suzume Koharu from Futaba TV. Today we're visiting Futaba Kindergarten again to chat with the senior class students," chirped the cheerful female reporter on TV. Even Hachiko tilted his head and stared at the screen like he recognized the woman. "I want to marry Akira and be his bride. I'll give him lots of cute babies," a bright, determined voice echoed from the TV. It was Shouko's voice. Shouko, watching herself on TV, didn't think much of it. But Akira, sitting beside her, blushed fiercely. "My boy is so lucky," Daiki teased with a chuckle, glancing at Akira, who was now pretending to focus intensely on the tatami mat. "What's a bride?" Yuzuru asked curiously from where she hugged Hachiko's belly. Shizuka paused the video, freezing the screen on Akira's flustered face. Then she turned to Yuzuru with a patient smile. "A bride is a woman who gets married. Usually to someone she loves very much." Yuzuru nodded, somewhat understanding. "Then, what about making babies?" Instead of answering directly, Shizuka turned to the two children beside her and grinned. "What about you two? Do you know how babies are made?" Akira shook his head quickly. He did know, but there was no way he'd say it out loud in front of everyone. Shouko also shook her head innocently. "As long as a boy and girl kiss mouth to mouth, a baby will start growing," Shizuka said with a playful smile, then covered her mouth and giggled. "Really?" Yuzuru blinked, not entirely convinced. Akira glanced at his mom, tempted to correct her, but Shizuka leaned over and said, "You don't think your lovely auntie would lie to you, do you, Yuzuru?" Daiki said nothing, quietly replying to messages from his talent agency while the others chatted. Meanwhile, Shouko sat silently in Shizuka's lap, her cheeks turning pink. She remembered something. Yesterday, when Akira had fallen asleep, she'd snuck a kiss on his cheek, but accidentally hit the corner of his mouth instead. And now, her stomach felt weird. Bloated, like it didn't like the broccoli from lunch. Was the baby already growing? No way, but maybe. She thought, her imagination spiraling. Maybe the baby doesn't like broccoli. That must be it. "Are you okay, Shouko?" Akira asked, noticing her rubbing her belly. I'm fine." She replied quickly, eyes darting away. "Does your stomach hurt?" Shizuka asked in concern, gently shifting Shouko and lifting her shirt to check. "Auntie, my tummy's fine," she said quietly, blushing harder. "Are you hungry?" "You've been touching your stomach," Akira said, tilting his head. Shouko nodded immediately. "Yeah. We'll eat soon. If you snack now, you'll ruin your appetite," Daiki called out from the sofa. "Have some oranges first," Akira said. He got up, grabbed a couple from the coffee table, peeled them, and handed them to her. After confirming Shouko was okay, everyone went back to watching the interview. Eventually, Kei Nishimiya came to pick up the kids for dinner. Yuzuru reluctantly said goodbye to Hachiko. "I'll come play again tomorrow, okay?" "Woof woof," Hachiko barked, wagging his tail in response. Akira walked them to the door and watched them change into their shoes. Yuzuru and Kei left first. Shouko lingered by the doorway, turning to look back every few steps. Her eyes kept flicking to Akira like she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Akira furrowed his brow. "Shouko, is something wrong?" She hesitated. Then, as if summoning every ounce of courage, she ran up to Akira, stood on tiptoe, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered. "Akira. I'm pregnant with your baby." Chapter 36, What Should I Do with My Baby? After saying that, Shouko ran off. Akira stared at her in surprise. It was hard to chase her down in slippers, so he assumed she was just joking. After all, he hadn't done anything, right? "You're standing there zoning out. Did something catch your eye?" his mother, Shizuka Miyamura, teased as she appeared behind him. "No, I was just thinking." Akira replied, closing the door and heading toward the dining room. It was about time for dinner. Shizuka, leaning casually against the living room wall, smiled but said nothing more. The next morning, Shizuka stood by Akira's bed and touched his forehead. "You're burning up," she muttered, then rushed downstairs to grab a thermometer. When she came back, Daiki Miyamura followed close behind. Shizuka handed Akira the thermometer and instructed, "Under your tongue. I told you to give him a cold shower last night, and instead you sprayed him with a water gun," she scolded Daiki, slapping his arm. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but one sharp glare from her shut him up. About 5 minutes later, Shizuka checked the reading. 38 degrees. Daiki, seeing the number 2, quickly ran downstairs to make some cold medicine. "Mom, it's just a mild cold. I'll be fine after a nap. Just make sure to call the school and let them know I'll be out." Akira had already woken up when his mom hit Daiki. He had no intention of stopping her. After all, Daiki had taken advantage of his adult strength and completely demolished him with that water stick, barely letting him breathe. "All right. Take your medicine and go back to sleep. When you wake up around noon, your fever should be down," Shizuka said gently. She wasn't too worried, it was only a minor cold, so she didn't take him to the hospital. Soon, Daiki came back with the medicine. Shizuka stirred it into a glass of warm water and told him, "Don't worry about it. When Shouko gets here, you take her to kindergarten. I'll stay home with Akira." Daiki nodded. He knew Akira would be fine with Shizuka watching over him, so he headed downstairs to finish breakfast. "Want mommy to feed you?" Shizuka asked sweetly, sitting on the edge of his bed. Akira shook his head, sat up, took the glass, and downed it in one go. "Such a man," she said with a chuckle. Akira handed her the empty glass, then praised her with a tone that tried, and failed, to sound childlike. "Thanks, Shizuka dear." Shizuka raised her hand and rubbed his head. If you don't know how to compliment someone, just don't. Still, seeing him act cheeky even with a fever reassured her. She let him lie down again and promised to check on him later. Just as she reached the first floor, there was a knock at the door. "That must be Shouko," she said to Daiki. "Keep eating. I'll get it." "Good morning, Auntie Miyamura." Shouko greeted brightly as the door opened. "Have you had breakfast, Shouko?" Shizuka asked, unable to resist squatting down and patting her head. "Come on in. Sweetie, Akira's got a cold today, so he won't be walking you to school. Uncle Daiki will take you instead," Shizuka said, turning back toward the hallway. Shouko, halfway through changing her shoes, froze. "Is it serious?" she asked, eyes wide with concern. Shizuka chuckled at her reaction. "It's nothing to worry about. He just needs to rest. But don't go up to his room, he might pass it on to you." Shouko stood still, eyes full of worry. Her mind drifted. She remembered when she caught a cold and Akira insisted on staying by her side. Why couldn't she do the same for him now? Then she thought of a drama she watched, about a husband with a terminal illness. His family kept it a secret. He died pretending to be strong, and only afterward did the wife find out. Shouko had been playing house a lot lately with Nini, and her imagination ran wild. She'd cast herself as the wife, Akira as the husband. She remembered yesterday's talk about having his baby, and now he was sick. What if Auntie was hiding the truth? Her eyes turned red with tears. "Shouko?" Shizuka asked, alarmed at her expression. She quickly knelt beside her. "What's wrong?" Shouko, fighting tears, finally burst out, "Is Akira going to die?" "Wah." Shizuka was caught completely off guard. Though she adored Shouko, she couldn't help being a bit exasperated. "Why would you say that?" Because you won't let me see him." "Is he really sick with something terrible?" Shizuka sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. "No, sweetheart. I'm just worried he might give you his cold." After a pause, she relented. "All right, I'll get you a child-size mask, and you can go see him. But just for a little while, okay?" Once Shouko had her mask on, Shizuka brought her upstairs. The moment the door opened and Shouko saw Akira in bed, tears welled up again. She ran to him, eyes brimming. Akira opened his eyes, startled. "Hey, don't cry. I'm okay." "Akira, if you die, what'll happen to the baby in my belly?" she sobbed. X2. Both Akira and Shizuka were stunned. Shizuka remembered the ridiculous explanation she'd given last night about how babies were made. She hadn't expected them to take it seriously, much less act on it. "Mom, I didn't do anything," Akira shouted, panic-stricken. "I swear. It's my fault," Shouko sniffled. "I accidentally kissed the corner of your mouth the other day." X2. Akira was shocked to learn that she'd kissed him. And worse, she actually believed it made her pregnant. Shizuka stared, stunned at how bold Shouko had become. "It's Auntie's fault," Shizuka said with a sigh. She knelt down, wiping Shouko's tears again. "I shouldn't have lied to you." "It's true," Shouko insisted. "Yesterday, after lunch, my stomach felt all bloated. That's never happened before. The baby must have hated the broccoli and kicked me." Akira groaned weakly from the bed. "You drank so much water before eating, and broccoli didn't do anything wrong." "Children can't get pregnant," Shizuka said with a chuckle, looking over at her son who was too tired to argue. She gently explained what bloating was and reminded Shouko to drink water after meals and not before. She also emphasized how healthy broccoli was and that she should eat more of it. Realizing her mistake, Shouko turned red with embarrassment and lowered her head, too ashamed to meet Akira's eyes. But when Shizuka mentioned broccoli, she shook her head furiously. Meanwhile, Akira just lay there, staring at the ceiling, still stuck on the fact that Shouko had kissed him. Chapter 37, Gift. Daiki Miyamura dropped Shouko off at Futaba Kindergarten and told Ms. Ueo at the gate that Akira would be absent today due to a cold. "Are you still feeling dizzy or weak?" Shizuka Miyamura asked gently, pulling the mercury thermometer out from under Akira's arm. The fever had gone down slightly. Akira watched as his mother came in every 10 minutes to check on him. Any trace of sleepiness had long vanished. "Just a little tired," Akira replied, shaking his head. "Then I'll check on you later," Shizuka said, standing up and heading back to the living room to watch TV. But Akira quickly stopped her. "Mom, I want to try to sleep for a bit. Can you come check on me every 10 minutes? I think it helps me relax." "All right." Shizuka realized she may have been a little too anxious, so she nodded and quietly closed the door behind her. Left alone, Akira lay in bed, staring at the sky outside his window, slowly drifting off to sleep. A few sparrows fluttered past the window. "Akira, wake up. Today's the big day." Shouko's excited voice called from outside the room. Akira's gaze moved from the window to the door. "You're not sleeping in today for once," Shouko chirped as she gently opened the door. She was surprised to see Akira already awake and sitting up. "Go on ahead." "I'll change and be right down," Akira said, not answering her teasing directly. Shouko nodded and headed downstairs while Akira quickly changed into his kindergarten uniform and followed after her. "I can't believe it. Akira and Shouko are already graduating. Time really flies," Daiki Miyamura sighed as Akira passed by the dining room on his way to the bathroom. Without stopping, Akira called back, "Dad, don't tell me you're going to say you feel old now." He didn't hear what Daiki replied after that as he disappeared into the bathroom. Once everyone was ready, Daiki drove Shizuka and the two children to kindergarten. Today, Shizuka even brought along a special pink backpack, looking rather mysterious. It was graduation day, and the kindergarten was holding a ceremony. A simple stage had been set up a week ago, and parents were invited to watch the children perform a choral number they had been practicing for months. Due to the unique makeup of the Sakura class, they would be performing a group dance instead. "Come on. Let's grab the front row before it fills up," Shizuka said eagerly as she stepped out of the car, holding a child in each hand and heading straight toward the auditorium, leaving Daiki trailing behind. "Mom, is Aunt Nishimiya coming today?" Akira asked curiously. He hadn't thought to ask earlier. Yaeko Nishimiya was always so busy. It was only because Shizuka insisted on reserving 3 seats that he thought to ask. She should be here by the time it starts. Shizuka wasn't entirely sure either. After securing their seats, she sent Akira and Shouko back to their classroom to listen to Ms. Ueo's instructions. Thankfully, Yaeko Nishimiya arrived just before the Sakura class took the stage. From the stage, Shouko spotted her sitting next to Shizuka and immediately straightened up, performing with even more enthusiasm. Clap clap clap. As the final performance ended, the auditorium erupted in warm applause. Even the children in the younger classes cheered enthusiastically. Here, Ms. Yoshinaga, seated in the audience, handed a tissue from her bag to Ms. Ueo, who was quietly sobbing. This was my first time teaching a graduating class. I didn't think it would hit me this hard, Ms. Ueo said, dabbing at her eyes. Ms. Yoshinaga chuckled softly and said gently, "You've been with them since they were toddlers. It's completely normal to feel emotional." Her own eyes were red too, though not as tearful as Ms. Ueo's. After the performance, the children returned to their classroom. The girls took out small gifts they had prepared in secret and began exchanging them excitedly, while the boys just huddled together, chatting as if nothing was changing. There was no visible sadness, yet. "All right, everyone, take your seats," Ms. Ueo called out as she entered the classroom. "The teacher has a few words before you go." As Shouko returned to her seat, Akira noticed her backpack bulging oddly and didn't know what to say. Sensing his gaze, Shouko leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, Akira. I made something for you too." Clap clap clap. "All right, that's it from me," Ms. Ueo said, clapping her hands briskly to end her farewell speech. She sat down in the tiny teacher's chair at the front of the room, and after all the children had said their goodbyes, she stayed behind to check the room and lock up. One by one, children approached Ms. Ueo, bowed, said goodbye, and left through the wooden classroom door. Their parents were waiting for them downstairs. Eventually, only 5 girls and Akira remained. Ms. Ueo was puzzled. Why were they still sitting there, staring at Shouko? "Wait for me, Akira," Shouko said suddenly, standing up with resolve. She walked to the front of the classroom holding a small, plush white rabbit doll. She bowed and held it out to Ms. Ueo. "Thank you for taking care of me these past 3 years," she said shyly. Ms. Ueo stared at the doll in surprise. She hadn't expected any gifts. Embarrassed by her lack of preparation, she hesitated, trying to suppress her emotions so Shouko wouldn't see her cry. But Shouko's courage inspired the others. The 5 girls followed suit, each pulling out their own handmade gifts and walking up to the front. "Thank you for your care these past 3 years." They all said at once, voices overlapping but full of sincerity. Ms. Ueo hadn't even noticed them standing. As she looked at the variety of heartfelt gifts being handed to her, though their words weren't clear, the message rang loud and true. "Here, Ms. Ueo." Akira walked up, offering her a tissue. Only then did she realize tears had started streaming down her face. She took the tissue and, her voice trembling, said, "I didn't prepare anything for you. You kids are too much." "It's okay, Ms. Ueo," Akira said gently. "I didn't bring anything either." "That's not true." Ms. Yoshinaga's eyes sparkled as she waved the tissue Akira had handed over. "This is the gift Akira prepared. Does this count too?" Akira asked sheepishly. "Of course it does. When the teacher needed something, you were the first to help." "That's a gift from the heart," Ms. Ueo said, her eyes moist but smiling. She knelt down and pulled Shouko into a warm hug. "Thank you, my sweet Shouko." The other girls giggled and rushed to the front. "My turn. I want a hug too." They placed their gifts carefully on the podium, forming a small pile of childhood gratitude and affection. Chapter 38, Barracuda Photo Studio. Ms. Ueo gently patted Shouko's back and let her go, motioning for the next child in line to come forward one by one. "Come on, Akira," she said, opening her arms as she welcomed him with a warm smile. "I don't need a hug." Akira said shyly, glancing away. He'd never hugged anyone other than Shouko or his mother. "You little rascal, still acting all shy." Ms. Ueo chuckled as she pulled Akira into a light embrace, then let go. "All right, kids," she said, "the kindergarten has a rule, we can't accept gifts from parents or students casually. But the teachers really appreciate your kindness." In the end, Ms. Ueo only accepted the gift from Akira and asked the rest of the children to take their presents back, kindly refusing even their insistence that it be an exception this time. After failing to convince her, the kids returned to their seats, packed up their gifts, and promised to visit Ms. Ueo again later. Then, they went downstairs to find their parents. Akira stepped into the hallway to wait for Shouko, who came out holding the little white rabbit doll she had tried to give earlier, now tucked sadly back into her bag. She then took out another gift, one she had prepared for Akira, slipped on her school bag, said goodbye to Ms. Ueo, and walked outside. "What's this?" Akira asked as he looked at the red amulet in Shouko's hand. In the center, sewn in thick yellow thread, was his full name, Miyamura Akira. Shouko, a little embarrassed, explained, "I asked my mom to take me to the shrine to pray, but the stitching was done by my grandma." "I love it, thank you so much," Akira said quickly as he took the amulet. He had no idea that Aunt Nishimiya had gone to such trouble to take Shouko to the shrine for his sake. Seeing her expectant eyes, Akira felt even guiltier. He hadn't prepared anything in return. All he could do was raise his left hand and gently pat Shouko on the head. As he did, her eyes began to glisten, just a bit. Akira could instantly tell Shouko's expression had shifted to disappointment, and he panicked, opening his mouth to explain. Maybe he could rush home and grab something small to give her. He genuinely didn't know exchanging gifts was expected during graduation. And more importantly, Shouko had never told him. Akira, how about this instead? Shouko suddenly interrupted. If you promise me one thing, I won't be sad anymore. Her expression immediately lit up, as though the disappointment from before had never existed. All right. Akira nodded without hesitation. Her face bloomed with joy. Akira couldn't help but feel like he'd just walked into some kind of trap. Still, with how adorable she looked, there was no way it could be a bad thing. He was definitely overthinking. Shouko stammered, then. I want you to stay with me forever. Is that okay? Her cheeks flushed as she looked down. Silly girl, Akira smiled, even if you didn't say that, I was planning to stay with you. He raised both hands and gently cupped her blushing cheeks. Then let's pinky promise. Shouko beamed as she lifted her pinky. All right. We promise, and never break it for 100 years, they said in unison, locking pinkies and gazing into each other's eyes. I knew the two kids upstairs were taking way too long. They're definitely up to something. Lucky I recorded it, came the teasing voice of Shizuka Miyamura from the end of the hallway. Shouko's face turned crimson. She looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Akira wasn't any better, she recorded it. Now it's getting interesting, added Daiki Miyamura behind her. All right, stop teasing them, Nishimiya Yeiko said with a soft laugh. Her tone, however, made it clear she wasn't serious about stopping them. Let's go, Shouko, Akira said as he took Shouko's hand. Her head hung so low it almost touched her chest. The two of them walked down the stairs with forced composure, followed silently by the three mischievous adults. After returning home, Nishimiya Yeiko and Daiki Miyamura headed off to work, while Shizuka Miyamura stayed behind to prepare lunch. That left Akira and Shouko bored, sitting together in the living room, leaning on each other and watching TV. Let's take a graduation photo this afternoon, Shizuka said, stepping into the room. Huh? Why? Akira asked, eyes still glued to the screen. To commemorate your graduation, of course. I contacted a studio yesterday and invited them to come take pictures at our house. She walked to the coffee table, picked up an orange, and began peeling it. Well, I guess that makes sense. Akira shrugged. What studio? Barracuda Photo Studio, she replied. A girl named Yumoyama will be coming with her equipment. That name sounds familiar. You know her? Shizuka asked curiously. Akira thought hard for a moment, then shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. She's Aunt Nohara's sister. Remember when we were at the park with Shin-chan? We met her then. Shouko chimed in after swallowing a bite of orange. Akira felt a little awkward admitting it, but he wasn't great at remembering people's names, especially Japanese ones. Still, once reminded, it came back to him. What a coincidence, Shizuka said, mildly surprised. Akira wanted to retort that Japan wasn't that big, but before he could, she clapped her hands and said, All right, time to eat. Yeiko and the others will be home this afternoon. She glanced at the clock in the living room. Hachiko was still at the Nishimiya house and had plenty of food there, so no need to call him back. After lunch, Akira and Shouko went up to the second floor to take a nap. Around 2 p.m., Daiki Miyamura drove home with Nishimiya Yeiko. Time to wake up, Akira, Shizuka said gently, nudging the two sleeping kids. Akira woke quickly as usual, but Shouko was still holding tightly onto his arm. Shizuka, seeing he was awake, let him handle waking her up. Shouko, wake up, Akira said, pinching her nose gently. Akira, I'm gonna suffocate, she mumbled, smacking his hand away and turning her back to him in mock annoyance. When she didn't hear him respond, she peeked over her shoulder, and saw him grinning at her. She gave his arm a playful smack, then rolled out of bed, put on her slippers, and scampered downstairs. Shouko, slow down. Don't trip. Akira called out as he quickly pulled on his shoes and followed her. Knock knock knock. Hello. Is Mrs. Miyamura home? Came a familiar voice from outside the door. Akira paused, he recognized it. Yumoyama. No way. Akira, you're Mrs. Miyamura's son. Yum's eyes widened as the door opened to reveal a familiar face. They had met not long ago, when she was photographing Shin-chan and the others in the park. She had been especially impressed by Shouko and Akira. Ah, Sister Yum. Please come in, Akira said politely, taking out a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet and placing them on the floor for her. Chapter 39 Childhood Photo, End of Kindergarten. Yumoyama stood at the entrance, dressed in a light blue short-sleeved shirt and moon-white trousers. A white camera bag was slung over her shoulder. She quietly stepped into the ginkan, slipping into the indoor slippers laid out neatly by the door. Hello. I'm Yumoyama from Barracuda Photo Studio. I called yesterday. Following Akira to the entrance of the living room, Yum saw Mrs. Miyamura chatting with a woman she didn't recognize. A man was seated on the sofa, reading. She quickly bowed politely and introduced herself. Please have a seat. We're just about to get ready. Shizuka Miyamura nodded warmly and stood up with Yeiko Nishimiya beside her. The two women headed off to apply some light makeup before the photo shoot. Akira watched as Yum sat down at the coffee table, looking a bit nervous, her hands folded in her lap and eyes lowered. He poured her a glass of water from the dining area. Just as he placed the cup in front of her, a loud voice echoed from outside. Akira. You home? Yum looked up just as the voice rang out. It was one she hadn't heard in a while, but immediately recognized. Knock knock knock. The front door shook with urgency. I'm coming, Akira called, hurrying to open the door. Outside stood the full gang, 5 kids and a dog. Everyone was there. Akira blinked in surprise. Why are you all here? Of course we came to play with you and Shouko, said Sato Masao, standing at the end of the group, rubbing the back of his head. We don't even know if we'll be going to the same elementary school. Yeah. Toru Kazama echoed solemnly. Sakurada Nini chimed in next. This might be the last time we play super realistic house. The others quickly chorused, faces awkward, it's okay if we don't play. Akira winced. He wasn't a fan of Nini's overly surreal roleplays. Only Shouko seemed to genuinely enjoy them, so he often played along. Sometimes, he worried Nini would get too carried away and start influencing Shouko in strange ways. Actually, it's perfect timing. Akira said quickly, spotting Nini's reddening cheeks. We're going to take graduation photos this afternoon. Let's do it together. Come in, come in. Realizing there was no point blocking the entrance, Akira led them in. He hadn't prepared enough slippers, so he just let them pad around in socks. As the group shuffled in, Shinosuke suddenly stopped in the living room. Wait. Yum. Why are you here? Yumoyama brightened, clearly relieved to see a familiar face. She stood up and spoke more confidently now. I'm the photographer for today. I'll be taking pictures of Akira and the rest of you. You. Shin-chan looked doubtful. What's with that look, Shin-chan? Yum snapped playfully, glaring at him. Hello, sir. Toru Kazama, ignoring the banter, bowed politely to Miyamura Daiki, who was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. The rest quickly followed suit. Yum also stopped bickering with Shin-chan, she had nearly forgotten Mr. Miyamura was there. Hey. Don't be so formal, kids, Daiki said, lowering the newspaper with a chuckle. He had seen these children a few times over the past few years. Akira didn't have many friends, so even though he didn't know them well, their faces were familiar. Woof woof. In the meantime, Hachiko barked excitedly at the sight of his canine friend, Xiaobai, who had raced into the house. The dogs yapped back and forth, tails wagging wildly. But Hachiko didn't run, he had a passenger today. Nishimiya Yuzuru lay draped across his back, eyes half closed. Over the past year, both families had gotten used to seeing Yuzuru riding Hachiko like a horse. At first, Yeiko Nishimiya had warned her countless times not to ride the dog, she was worried her daughter might fall. After more than 10 warnings and a couple of half-hearted interventions, she gave up. Let her fall once, she had thought. She'll learn. But it never happened. Yuzuru never fell off. She and Hachiko had developed a silent understanding. When Hachiko wanted to run, he would bark, prompting Yuzuru to hold on tight. When he moved slowly, she just lounged like royalty. Sometimes, Akira wondered if the dog was closer to her than him. Shouko, wake up. It's time to take pictures. Akira gently shook Shouko, who had come downstairs earlier and fallen asleep again. Shouko murmured, rubbing her eyes. Shizuka Miyamura and Yaeko Nishimiya returned from the bedroom, both with fresh makeup. Normally, Yaeko wore light makeup only for work, and Shizuka rarely wore any at all, unless it was for something truly special. Everyone assembled in front of the Miyamura house for the photo. The adults stood in the back, Shizuka at the center, with Yaeko beside her. Ms. Uio, Ms. Yoshinaga, and the stern-faced director Takakura stood near them, invited by Shizuka for a celebratory dinner afterward. The children lined up in front. Akira stood in the center, Shouko on his left and Shin-chan on his right. Why wasn't Yuzuru beside him? Because she stubbornly refused to get off Hachiko, insisting that she be photographed just like that. The two dogs stood on either side of the children. All right. Everyone ready? Yumoyama called out as she adjusted her camera a few feet away. I'll count to 3. On 3, shout, cheese, okay. She held up 3 fingers. In Japan, we say, chizu, when taking pictures. Or, nasu, if we're taking a picture of eggplant, she added, jokingly. If you think I'm wrong, then, maybe you're right. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Click. The flash went off. And in that moment, time seemed to freeze. Shouko turned and boldly kissed Akira on the cheek. Akira's eyes widened in shock. Shin-chan dropped his pants and began the first step of the butt dance. Shizuka Miyamura, standing behind Akira, looked down in stunned disbelief. Yuzuru spread her arms wide atop Hachiko and flashed a double peace sign. Hachiko wagged his tail furiously, barking in delight. The rest of the group just raised their hands with awkward but earnest smiles, all caught in the flash. After the photo shoot, Shizuka insisted they print the first photo and frame it on the spot. Later, she and Daiki drove everyone to a nearby family restaurant with great reviews for a celebratory dinner. That night, after taking her bath, Shouko returned to her room and pulled out a small cardboard box from under her bed. She carefully opened it and stared at the contents, the first paper crane Akira had taught her to fold, tiny toys he had given her, and the little cat plush he'd handed her on the first day of kindergarten, 3 years ago. A soft smile formed on her lips. She added the new group photo to the box, gently closed it, and slid it back under the bed. Then she lay down, staring at the ceiling, memories of kindergarten flooding her mind. Across the house, Akira sat on his bed, absent-mindedly holding the protective charm Shouko had made for him. His name, Miyamura Akira, was stitched on the front. Inside, she had sewn her own name. Nishimiya Shouko. Chapter 40. Summon Elementary School. Summer vacation was almost over, and Yaeko Nishimiya was taking a rare day off. That morning, she visited the Miyamura household early to discuss elementary school options with Shizuka Miyamura. Meanwhile, Akira and Shouko went to the park to play with Shin-chan and the others. Hachiko stayed at the Nishimiya residence with Yuzuru, and Daiki Miyamura was at work. Shizuka, which elementary school are you planning to send Akira to? Yaeko Nishimiya sat at the coffee table, gazing into her teacup. I'm thinking of picking a nearby school. I'll walk the route with him a few times to get him used to it, and then let him go by himself, Shizuka replied lazily, lying on the table and turning her head toward Yaeko. And you? You're probably enrolling Shouko at the special education school, right? Noticing Yaeko hesitate, Shizuka immediately sat up, her earlier laziness vanishing. Wait, you're not thinking of enrolling Shouko in a mainstream school, are you? Before Yaeko could explain, Shizuka interrupted again, visibly concerned. Think this through. There's a high chance Shouko will be ostracized by other kids in a regular school. Please, let me finish. Yaeko gently patted Shizuka's arm to calm her. Shizuka nodded, motioning for her to go on. Didn't Shouko learn to speak more clearly thanks to Akira's help? I want her to attend the same school as him. Yaeko paused, unable to say the second half of her sentence. I want Akira to look after her in elementary school too. But she still wears a hearing aid. Even now, kids like that get excluded. You know how judgmental Japanese society can be, kids get bullied just for being chubby or different. It's not fair to her. Yaeko lowered her head, deep in thought. Shizuka didn't press her and instead peeled an orange in silence. After Shizuka had eaten several segments, Yaeko finally made up her mind. Want the rest? Shizuka handed her the half-eaten orange. Let's have Shouko attend the same school as Akira. Eventually, she'll have to face the real world. I'd rather she learns to handle people's stares now, while she still has Akira by her side. Alright. I'll make sure Akira takes care of her. Shizuka respected her friend's decision. If she said any more, it would be overstepping. Besides, tuition at the school for the deaf was significantly higher than public schools, and lately, Shizuka had been feeling stretched thin at work. Relieved that there were no further objections, Yeiko asked curiously, "So which school are you choosing?" "Suman Elementary School. It's close by, and Daiki has some connections there. They can even be in the same class and sit together." With that settled, the two moms went out shopping. "Hey Akira, are you sure this is okay?" Shouko looked around nervously. "It's fine, Shouko. We're not doing anything wrong," Akira reassured her, though she still seemed uneasy. He gently took her hand in his. They were standing in the middle of Yojiya bookstore. Surrounded by adults, the two clearly stood out. The staff kept glancing at them, no doubt worried that the kids would mess up the books. "What are you looking for?" Shouko asked after 5 or 6 minutes. Even though Akira was with her, the constant staring made her uncomfortable. One of the staff had even started shadowing them discreetly. The bookstore wasn't large, and after circling it twice, Akira still couldn't find what he was looking for. "Excuse me, miss. Do you have the light novel Your Lie in April?" Akira finally approached the clerk tailing them. The woman paused to think, then shook her head. "I've never heard of that one." "What about Anohana?" Another shake of the head. "I Want to Eat Your Pancreas." The clerk chuckled at the strange title. "Little guy, are you joking? That sounds more like a horror story than a novel." Akira continued to list light novels that had been famous in his previous life before 2020, but the clerk had never heard of any of them. Hand in hand, the two left the bookstore. Shouko noticed Akira had been quiet ever since and tried to cheer him up. "Don't be sad, Akira. We can try another bookstore." "I'm not sad," Akira said with a small smile. "Let's check the others." They ended up visiting 4 or 5 more bookstores, but none of them had even heard of the titles he mentioned. Instead of disappointment, Akira felt something else, excitement. Back home, Shouko lay down on the tatami in the living room, exhausted. Akira felt a little guilty for dragging her all over town. "Where did you two go?" Shouko's sweating. Shizuka handed her a tissue and turned on the air conditioner. "Akira took me to a bunch of bookstores today." "It was fun," Shouko said quickly, sensing that Shizuka might scold him. "Don't always cover for him," Shizuka teased, gently tapping Shouko's forehead. "Ow." Shouko rubbed her forehead, a little embarrassed. "Were you looking for a book?" Shizuka noticed that Akira hadn't brought anything back. "Mom, have you ever heard of a light novel called I Want to Eat Your Pancreas?" Akira asked while fanning Shouko with a small handheld fan. Shizuka stared at him. "Light novel? Eat Your Pancreas? Are you serious? Sounds like a horror novel." Akira proceeded to list all the light novels he remembered from before, but Shizuka shook her head after each one. None of them existed in this world. Chapter 41, Summer Vacation is coming to an end. That night, after dinner, the Miyamura family gathered in the living room to watch TV. Akira took the chance to ask Daiki Miyamura about those light novels again, hoping for a different answer, but received the same response Shizuka had given earlier. At this point, he was certain. If he wanted to, he could pass off Japanese-style healing essays as his own. But it'd be smarter to wait until high school. Elementary and middle school would require parental consent for contracts, and worse, he'd have to explain where all his ideas came from. After all, he didn't even own a mobile phone. He couldn't exactly say, "I saw it on TV." Time flew by, and soon, the summer break was drawing to a close. Using some connections, Daiki Miyamura managed to get Akira and Shouko transferred into the same class. When Shizuka Miyamura brought them to register, the teacher recommended placing them together after learning about Shouko's hearing impairment. Though initially worried about safety and whether it was the right choice, Shizuka ended up asking Daiki to make it happen. One afternoon in the park, while watching the kids play house, Akira sat on a bench, clearly bored. Turning to Shinchan, he asked casually, "Hey, what elementary school are you going to?" At that moment, Toru Kazama, who was currently playing the role of a flush toilet and therefore had no speaking rights in the game, was the first to respond. My mom enrolled me in Gito Elementary. I'll be living in the dorms. After Kazama answered, the rest of the group chimed in one after another, listing the schools they were headed to. Turns out, Akira and Shouko were the only ones attending the same school. Everyone else had been enrolled elsewhere. Sakurada Nini was even going to an all-girls school. When they'd finally tired themselves out, the group sat side by side on a park bench and watched the sunset. They didn't head home until Sato Masao's mother came to call him in for dinner, prompting the others to leave one by one. "We're back," Akira announced as he opened the front door, and Shouko echoed cheerfully into the living room. Sometimes, Akira didn't quite understand why she always shouted like that, but it was part of her charm. "Look. Yeiko and I went shopping today and picked these out just for you too," Shizuka said excitedly, holding up 2 brand new school bags. "Wow. Thank you, Aunt Shizuka." Shouko stepped forward, grabbing the magenta backpack with a magical girl design and planting a happy kiss on Shizuka's cheek. "Mom, doesn't the school provide uniforms and backpacks?" Akira asked as he took the smaller black bag with an Ultraman print. He acted like he liked it, but honestly, he found it a bit childish. Still grinning from Shouko's kiss, Shizuka sighed when she heard Akira's question. "What are you thinking? Suman Elementary doesn't have standard-issue uniforms or backpacks." "Huh? Seriously?" Akira frowned. He remembered clearly that the tuition for Suman Elementary was around 200,000 yen a year, and it was a public school. Roughly 10,000 renminbi. He'd asked his dad about it too. Turns out, mid-tier private elementary schools in Japan could cost more than 6 million yen over 6 years. In comparison, Suman Elementary was considered affordable. About 300,000 renminbi. "You'll wear your regular clothes, that's all," Shizuka said, not paying much mind to Akira's surprise. She added, "Oh right, tomorrow I'm taking you both to school to check your class assignments." "Auntie, aren't Akira and I already in the same class? Do we still have to check?" Shouko asked, tilting her head in confusion. Unable to resist, Shizuka scooped her up and gave her a loving squeeze, rubbing Shouko's cheeks. "First-year students always go in advance with a parent. Once you're older, you'll find out your class on the first day." "Oh." Shouko nodded, her baby voice soft and sweet. As Shizuka continued to dote on her, Akira quietly turned on the TV, already used to his mom's antics. The next day, Shizuka Miyamura took both children to visit Suman Elementary. It wasn't far, so they walked, good practice for when they'd eventually go on their own. It was Akira's second visit to the school, and it looked like any other elementary school: 2 modest 3-story buildings, a gym to the right, a swimming pool to the left, and a wide grassy playground in the middle. There was also a guard booth next to the gate, which had the school's name engraved on it. They entered and waited in the central school building, where a few other parents and students had already gathered. "Wait here for me," Shizuka said, placing Shouko's hand in Akira's. "I'll check your class assignments." Akira spotted a large wall nearby with a building layout diagram. "Curious," he said. "Hey, Shouko. Want to check that out?" "But," Auntie said. Shouko hesitated, following his gaze to the map. "Never mind," Akira sighed. His mom would freak if she came back and they were gone. He didn't have a phone either, and everything at his age came with limits. He let the thought go with a silent sigh. A moment later, Shizuka returned. "You two are in Class 1A, school starts next week." "Let's go," she said with a smile, gently pulling their hands apart to hold them herself. "Mom, I want to look at that wall over there," Akira pointed again. "I want to go too," Shouko chimed in. Shizuka laughed and nodded, letting them walk over to examine the campus map. The setup was pretty simple: 2 classroom buildings, a gym, a pool, and a field. That was it. Akira glanced at Shizuka and Shouko, neither seemed too interested. There wasn't much worth remembering anyway. Back home, they relaxed in the living room again. Akira noticed Hachiko wasn't around, and he was now certain the dog had been taken by Yuzuru Nishimiya. Thinking about the upcoming school year, Akira turned to his mom, who was peeling an orange beside him. "Mom, can I get a phone?" "No," Shizuka replied flatly, as if she'd predicted he'd ask. She split the orange in half and handed a piece to each of them. "You're still too young," she added, patting his head. Akira didn't argue or act disappointed. He was just testing the waters. He hadn't even started first grade. What kid his age had a phone? Maybe by 6th grade, if he was lucky. I'll get you a phone watch when the time comes, Shizuka added thoughtfully. One that can only make calls, so you can contact me if something happens at school. Chapter 42, Twin Tails and Knotted Ribbons. The new school year at Suman Elementary School began as scheduled. Unfortunately, Yaeko Nishimiya couldn't take the day off to escort Naoko to school, so she entrusted the task to Shizuka Miyamura. Shizuka reassured her that it was no trouble at all. As long as Naoko understood the situation clearly, she wouldn't feel hurt. On the first day, only first years had a half day, find their classroom, pick a seat, introduce themselves, then head home. They arrived later than the upperclassmen. Shizuka walked into the schoolyard holding hands with two adorable children, Akira and Shouko, and saw that most of the people around were other new students and their parents. The older students had already returned to their classrooms, with only a few stragglers left outside. As they passed the school building marked with signs for the class assignments, Akira noticed a boy with spiky hair standing with a woman, likely his mother. He only glanced briefly before turning his attention back to the direction of Class 1A. Luckily, first and second graders were all on the ground floor, no stairs needed, which Akira appreciated. Outside Class 1A, they could already see that most of the students were inside. "Mom, are you heading home now or waiting outside?" Akira looked up at Shizuka. "Do you know the way back?" "If so, I'll head home and prepare lunch," Shizuka replied softly, crouching down to speak at eye level. Akira nodded confidently. Shizuka gently stroked their heads and reminded them, "Call me if anything happens." "Okay," Akira replied as he reached for Shouko's hand. A few days ago, Shizuka had bought him a child-safe smartwatch that could make calls and tell time. "Let's go, Shouko," Akira said with a smile. "Yeah." Shouko chirped. She was visibly excited to meet new friends. The classroom had 2 empty seats left in the back by the window. The rest had already been partially filled. Each desk was spaced apart, about half a meter front to back and a meter side to side, with no connected seating. "Pick first," Akira told Shouko gently. She chose the front seat, saying it didn't matter as long as Akira was behind her. While they chatted, a tall woman with a sharp voice entered the classroom, wearing a navy blue suit, black-rimmed glasses, and her hair tied in a high ponytail. She walked to the front and rapped loudly on the chalkboard. "Shouko, the teacher's here," Akira whispered, seeing she hadn't noticed. The teacher stood at attention. "Everyone, sit down. My name is Junko Managawa, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year. You can just call me Ms. Managawa." Her presence was commanding. Akira thought she seemed like a strict and decisive person. He noticed her glance linger briefly on him and Shouko. After silence fell across the room, Ms. Managawa declared, from left to right, one at a time, "Come up and introduce yourselves." She stepped aside and stood by the door, arms folded. One by one, students introduced themselves. A girl with twin ponytails, wearing a yellow shirt and orange skirt, marched up to the podium. "My name is Matsuoka Myo. Please take care of me," she declared cheerfully, bowing. Next came a more reserved girl with a single ponytail, dressed in a blue shirt and shorts. "I'm Ito Chika, please take care of me," she said shyly, bowing quickly. Then it was Shouko's turn. Akira gave her a reassuring nod. She hesitated but eventually walked to the front of the class. "My name is Nishimiya Shouko. Please take care of me. I want to be friends with everyone," she said all in one breath, her voice trembling slightly. Just as she was about to bow. "Why do you have a red thing on your ear?" a boy in the front row asked bluntly. Naoko didn't catch what he said. "Shouko, he asked about the red thing on your ear," Akira stood up and said clearly so she wouldn't feel lost in front of everyone. Better to step in now, Akira thought, than to let her flounder under all those stares. Shouko gave him a grateful look. She reached up to touch the device, then took a breath and said firmly, "This. It's a hearing aid. I have a hearing impairment. Without it, I can't hear clearly. But with it, I can hear your voices, and be friends with everyone." Just as the boy was about to ask something else, Ms. Managawa interrupted with a sharp tone, "Save your questions for after class." Then, more gently, she turned to Naoko, "Shouko, that was very brave. You did wonderfully. Please go back to your seat." Akira whispered words of encouragement as she returned. When it was Akira's turn, he simply stated, "I'm Akira Miyamura," and returned to his seat without bowing. Some kids thought he was rude, others thought he was cool. When everyone finished, Akira counted, There were 36 students in Class 1A, 18 boys and 16 girls. There were 6 classes in the grade. Ms. Managawa clapped her hands. Now, everyone head outside. We're going to adjust seats. A flurry of chairs scraped the floor as the class emptied. Ms. Managawa had 2 older boys help rearrange the desks into pairs. As they waited outside, several girls gathered around Shouko, including Mio and Chika, eager to talk. But no boys approached Akira. Okay. Line up in 2 rows by height, shortest to tallest. Ms. Managawa called after a few minutes. Akira peeked through the classroom window and saw that the desks had been paired. He wasn't worried. He was sure Ms. Managawa would place him and Shouko together. But Shouko, standing near the front of the line due to her height, was quietly panicking. She had heard from other students that seating would be based on height. If Akira was far behind, they might not be paired. What she didn't know was that Daiki Miyamura, Akira's father, had pulled a few strings, quietly ensuring Akira and Shouko would be in the same class and sit together. Meanwhile, standing further back, Akira smiled calmly. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. Chapter 43, Seating Arrangements at Suman Elementary. Ms. Managawa had a simple strategy: let boys and girls sit together. From her years of teaching experience, she knew it helped reduce distractions, like chattering and sudden brawls, during class. At this elementary school age, boys often avoided girls, afraid of being teased by other boys. They found playing house boring or thought girls cried too easily. But by seating them together, Ms. Managawa hoped to create a more balanced classroom dynamic. Nishimiya Shouko, please sit in the middle seat on the left in the 3rd row. Ms. Managawa paused briefly as she glanced at the empty chair. Okay. Shouko nodded nervously and walked into the classroom. Once seated, her eyes instantly drifted toward the window, searching for Akira outside. Miyamura Akira. Ms. Managawa then called out his full name loudly from the doorway. Some of the boys and girls in line turned to look at him curiously. Standing near the back of the boys' group, Akira blinked in confusion. Yes, Ms. Managawa. Go ahead and take the seat next to Shouko, she said, locating him by voice. Yes, ma'am. Akira stepped into the classroom and made his way to the seat beside Shouko. Though his self-introduction had left a slight impression earlier, the fact that he was now paired with the deaf girl piqued even more interest. As Akira settled into his chair, Shouko lit up and turned toward him. Akira. I didn't expect Ms. Managawa to actually seat us together, she said excitedly. When she heard his name called, her heart had skipped a beat for some reason. Akira smiled and explained why they were placed together, adding reassuringly, don't worry, we'll be desk partners for the next 6 years. Really? Shouko didn't quite understand what it meant to have connections. All she knew was that they'd be together, and that was enough to make her happy. Akira glanced at the delight on Shouko's face, pure and overflowing. Without saying anything, he reached out and gently rubbed her head. Just then, a young girl's voice interrupted. My turn, my turn. I want to touch too. Both Akira and Shouko looked toward the voice. It was the twin-tailed girl from earlier, Matsuoka Mio, now standing beside Shouko's desk. Her eyes sparkled, and she stomped her feet impatiently. My turn, my turn. Mio chirped. Thinking she was joking, Akira pulled his hand back from Shouko's head and motioned, all right, go ahead, it's your turn. Shouko turned and gave Akira a playful glare. He, Mio giggled triumphantly. But just as she reached forward, she was cut off by a sharp voice from the doorway. Matsuoka Mio. Back to your seat. I'll bring Xiaoqian to meet you after school, she called over her shoulder, retreating sheepishly to the front row under Ms. Managawa's scolding. Xiaoqian refers to Ito Chika. After everyone was seated, Ms. Managawa returned to the podium and clapped her hands. All right, quiet down, everyone. I'm going to distribute the textbooks now. Teacher, where are the books? Mio shot up again, scanning the podium with exaggerated enthusiasm. Clearly used to her antics, Ms. Managawa replied calmly, from now on, students must raise their hands to ask questions. Don't just stand up. The upperclassmen are bringing the books now. Oh. Mio sat down, but immediately raised her left hand and waved it. Yes, Matsuoka. Ms. Managawa asked, barely hiding her exasperation. I just wanted to test if raising hands actually works. From his seat, Akira could see the veins on Ms. Managawa's forehead bulging. He had a strong hunch this girl was going to be another Shinchan in the making. Just then, 4 older students walked in with stacks of textbooks. Place them next to the podium, Ms. Managawa instructed with a sigh. All right. When I call your name, come up and collect your books. Now, check and see if you have 8 different textbooks, Ms. Managawa said as she watched the students curiously flipping through their new materials. Akira noticed Shouko sniffing her books with fascination and decided not to disturb her. He checked his own pile, 8 subjects: Japanese, math, music, art, science, social studies, ethics, and integrated studies. Japanese and math were the thickest, the rest thinner. Thankfully, there was no cursed English textbook among them. All right, Shouko, let me see if you have all yours, he said after confirming his own. Shouko stacked her books neatly and passed them to Akira, then grabbed one of his books and opened it, taking another big whiff. She loved the smell of new books, though the faint scent of Akira was also pleasant in its own way. Once Ms. Managawa confirmed that everyone had the correct books, she turned to the podium with a sheet of paper in hand. You can explore the books later. For now, this is your class schedule for the year. I'll post it next to the blackboard for you to check after school. After posting the schedule, she returned to the front. From now on, 2 students will stay behind each day to clean the classroom, starting with those on the far left side. We won't be electing fancy class leaders here. Just a class monitor and a vice monitor. At the mention of elections, the students immediately perked up. But not yet, she added. We'll hold a vote in a few days. She continued, also. I'll be teaching all your subjects, yes, even PE and swimming. This caught Akira by surprise. He hadn't paid much attention until now. He had no interest in class rep elections, but learning that all subjects would be taught by the same teacher threw him off a little. And one more thing, Ms. Managawa added. You'll need to bring your own lunch. If not, there's a small shop on the far right of the school, though it's not shown on the school map. At this moment, Mio raised her hand again. Ms. Managawa considered ignoring her, but relented. Yes, Matsuoka. With full seriousness, Mio asked, Ms. Managawa, does the canteen sell expired food? Chapter 44, First Day Bonds. That won't do, said Ms. Managawa with a forced smile. If you bought it, you'll need to file a complaint with the education committee. There's no point in arguing with the canteen owner directly, the canteen is run by the principal's family. Akira, seated quietly below, stared in disbelief. It felt like his teacher had some deep personal vendetta against that convenience store. Any other questions, Matsuoka-san? Nope, that's all. Ms. Managawa nodded and gestured for her to sit back down. Then she resumed her calm explanation. Classes begin at 8:30 a.m. As long as you arrive before that, you're fine. We break for lunch at noon, and class resumes at 1:30 p.m. School ends at 2:30 in the afternoon. On Wednesdays, we continue until 3:30 because I give an extra foreign language lesson. Each class runs about 45 minutes. You can use the restroom during lessons, just raise your hand and ask. This isn't kindergarten. If you poop your pants, no one's going to help you clean it up. Laughter broke out across the classroom. Shouko, did you catch what Ms. Managawa just said? Akira turned toward Shouko, who was still staring ahead intently. Shouko nodded slowly, then shook her head quickly. It's fine. I'll explain everything to you again on the way home, Akira reassured her. He knew she hadn't caught much of the lecture. Ms. Managawa had spoken a little too quickly. All right. If there's nothing else, you're free to go. Ms. Managawa clapped her hands and promptly sat down at the podium. Chairs scraped loudly as students got up in unison. It was only the first day of school, and few had gotten to know one another, so everyone moved quickly. Let's go, Shouko. Akira stuffed his books into the desk cubby. No way was he carrying them home. Shouko paused, watching him with curiosity. You're not taking your books back to read? No, they're too heavy. I'll just take them out during class when Ms. Managawa teaches. Then he added casually, and if I fall behind in class, I can just ask you to help me catch up, right? Hearing this, Shouko's mind wandered. She imagined herself helping Akira practice pronunciation again, like in kindergarten. Back then, she could scold him and order him around, and he couldn't even talk back. Thinking about the punishments, just innocent kid stuff, of course, her ears turned red. What are you daydreaming about? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Akira asked, watching her space out with a blank smile slowly spreading across her face. And nothing. Shouko snapped back to reality, frantically shaking her head as a blush crept over her cheeks. Just as Akira was about to press further, a familiar female voice interrupted. Shouko. You smell so good. Shouko froze. She was suddenly hugged from behind, her face squished against another's, someone sniffing her like a complete pervert. Akira turned and saw the culprit, Mio Matsuoka. He hesitated to intervene. Beside her was the twin-tailed girl, Ito Chika. Ito Chika gave Akira a stiff wave. Hello, I'm Ito Chika. You can call me Chika. Nice to meet you. I'm Akira, he replied, nodding politely. After their introductions, Mio finally released Shouko, who was still beet red from the sudden contact. After introducing herself, she gave Akira a playful wrinkle of her nose, as if to say, why didn't you save me just now? You kids done yet? I still need to lock the door. Ms. Managawa's voice drifted from the front. Though she didn't sound annoyed, the message was clear. Akira glanced around, only the four of them remained in the room. He helped Shouko gather her 8-book school bag, then gently lifted her out of her chair. See you tomorrow? Mio asked. Yeah, see you, Akira replied. Mio gave them a casual salute, 2 fingers from her forehead as she walked out. Akira and Shouko also bowed goodbye to Ms. Managawa and followed after them. As they passed Class B, Shouko pointed out, Akira, look, their desks aren't pushed together like ours. Akira peered in. Sure enough, their desks were arranged individually, not in pairs like in their class. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, is our teacher just that intense? The two exchanged a glance before continuing out of Suman Elementary School. As soon as they exited the gates, Akira spotted that spiky-haired boy again, this time standing with his parents. The boy locked eyes with them, gaze falling to the hands they were holding, and then narrowing at Akira. He noticed the school bag Akira carried in his right hand. Pink. Or was it magenta? The boy sneered and stuck out his lip at him. Akira felt nothing. One day, that kid would envy him for being ahead from the very start. Are they classmates? The boy's mother asked gently, noticing her son staring. Why do you care? The boy snapped, yanking his hand away. The mother didn't respond. Her soft smile didn't falter, she simply closed her mouth obediently. Shouko noticed the noise. What's wrong, Akira? Nothing. Let's go, he replied with a shake of his head, taking her hand and continuing on. On the walk home, Akira repeated Ms. Managawa's schedule and rules to Shouko in a slower, clearer voice. Aunt Shizuka. I'm home. Shouko called out as they entered the house. How was your first day of school? Shizuka Miyamura asked as she stepped out of the living room, crouching at the doorway. Akira, taking off his shoes nearby, was totally ignored. She used to ask him the same question every day, but he always brushed her off or let Shouko answer for him. Eventually, she gave up and just asked Shouko directly, who would even report how many times Akira went to the bathroom. It was fun. I met a bunch of new friends, and Akira and I sit together. Shouko said happily, changing into slippers and taking Shizuka's hand as they walked back to the living room. At the end of her story, she even described the scene at the school gate, which piqued Shizuka's curiosity. She turned to Akira, who was quietly peeling an orange at the coffee table. What happened exactly? Akira shrugged. Hard to explain, Shizuka-chi, if I put it bluntly, you'd probably beat me to death. He really couldn't wrap his head around it. If he imagined himself in that spiky-haired kid's shoes, and Shizuka as the mom, he figured he'd be getting the beating of a lifetime. Kids shouldn't talk about death. It's bad luck. Shizuka gently patted his head. Shouko added softly, that's right. Chapter 45, Fierce and adorable Shouko with her hands on her hips. Akira looked at Shouko, who was standing in front of him with her hands on her hips, a fierce expression on her face. He chuckled and nodded, showing that he got the message. Then he split the peeled orange in his hand into 2 halves and handed them to the 2 little ones in front of him. Don't eat too much, lunch will be ready soon, said Shizuka Miyamura, who didn't take the orange but sat down on the tatami mat to watch TV. Hee hee. Shouko didn't bother being polite. She gave a little snort, grabbed the orange, and stuffed it straight into her mouth. Akira watched as she crammed half the orange in at once inside. Shouko, slow down. No one's gonna steal it from you. Cough, cough, cough. Almost like magic, the moment he said that, Shouko started coughing violently. Akira quickly stood up and began patting her on the back. After her coughing fit stopped, he was about to say something, maybe a gentle scolding, but then he saw her eyes, red from coughing. Her big, watery eyes looked up at him, full of grievance, like she was bracing to be told off. Akira swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Shizuka Miyamura sat nearby on the tatami, not sure which was more entertaining, the TV show or the two adorable kids in front of her. The first weekend of Akira's slow-paced elementary school life arrived before he knew it. Mom. Where did this bike come from? Akira had just woken up naturally and walked downstairs to see a beige bicycle leaning against the wall near the entrance. That was a gift from one of my co-workers. Since you're in first grade now, I figured it was about time, came the calm voice of his father, Daiki Miyamura, from the living room before Shizuka could even respond. Akira walked to the bathroom, grumbling, Dad, I'm only in first grade. You really trust me to ride a bike and take Shouko to school? Daiki forgot to mention it was illegal to carry passengers, so he chuckled and explained, What are you thinking? In Japan, it's against the law to carry passengers on a bike. At most, you can ride with Shouko on a small road, but if the traffic cops catch you, you'll get fined. I'll add training wheels to the back to help you balance, he added, not wanting Akira to fall and get hurt. Author's note, after some feedback from family, I was reminded that in 2007, Japanese traffic laws prohibited carrying passengers on bikes unless under specific conditions. According to the regulations, bikes are for one person only, and adults can't carry other adults on the back seat. When Akira came out of the bathroom, he saw Daiki crouched by the entrance, using tools to attach small wheels to the back of the bicycle. Akira didn't try to stop him by insisting he could ride without them. After all, the adult-sized bike was too big for his current height. Riding with training wheels seemed safer, especially with Shouko on the back. Daiki explained again, in case Akira hadn't heard earlier, remember, it's illegal to carry someone on a bike in Japan unless you meet specific conditions. Alright, I'm going to take it outside now. Give it a try, Daiki said, tightening the last screw before standing up and pushing the bike outside. Akira slipped on his shoes and followed. Daiki led him to a narrow path where cars weren't allowed, then looked back and raised an eyebrow, signaling for Akira to take over. Akira approached the beige adult-sized bike and adjusted the seat height until his feet could touch the ground. Once he got on, Daiki explained the brake system and reminded him, ride slowly and be mindful of pedestrians. Got it. Akira nodded nonchalantly. He could actually ride without training wheels, so these were just extra support. He casually rode a few laps and stopped smoothly in front of Daiki. Wow. That's way better than when I tried for the first time. Watching Akira turn corners with ease, Daiki couldn't help but recall his own embarrassing first ride, where he wiped out during a turn. Of course, he wasn't about to ruin his image by telling Akira that story. Let's head back, Dad, Akira said after riding a few times. He motioned for Daiki to hop on the back. Laughing, Daiki instead pushed Akira onto the back seat and pedaled them home himself. Akira. Akira. I heard you were learning to ride a bike. As soon as he opened the front door, Shouko's excited voice rang out. Akira looked toward the entrance, surprised to see Shouko already there. Before he could say anything, Shizuka walked out of the living room, laughing. Not long after you left, Shouko came looking for you. She ran to check the door every few minutes. She's like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. Shouko didn't understand the reference to the husband-waiting stone and missed the teasing tone. She ran up to Akira with bright eyes. Akira, Akira. Can you take me for a ride? Sure, he replied gently, ignoring Shizuka's joke. Be careful. Stick to the back roads. Daiki and Shizuka said in unison. Akira nodded repeatedly, took Shouko by the hand, and headed outside. Whoa. It's so pretty. Shouko gasped when she saw the beige bicycle. Wait a second. Shizuka's voice called out just as Akira was about to get on. The two turned around in confusion. Put on your helmets. You didn't need them earlier because your dad was with you, but I'd feel better if you wore them now, she said, handing them the black and white children's helmets Daiki had set aside. All right. For extra safety, Akira didn't mind. He handed the white helmet to Shouko, kept the black one for himself, helped her strap hers on securely, then turned back to reassure Shizuka one last time before getting on the bike. Ready, Akira. Shouko chirped. She'd seen girls on TV sit sideways on bike seats, so she gathered her skirt, sat sideways behind him, and placed her hands neatly in her lap. Hold onto my waist, Akira said, looking back. He was worried she might fall if he sped up or hit a bump. Without hesitation, Shouko wrapped her arms around him. Once she held on tightly, Akira pushed off the ground with one foot and began pedaling. Thanks to the training wheels, the bike stayed steady. Still, the moment the bike started moving, Shouko clung tightly to Akira's back, closed her eyes, and buried her face against him in fear. It had felt fine when they were stationary, but as soon as they started moving, she was terrified she'd fall off. Clicking sounds echoed from the wheels as they rode, but neither of them paid it any mind. "It's okay, Shouko. Don't be scared," Akira said gently after a while. He could feel her arms tightening around him. Hearing his voice, Shouko realized they hadn't fallen, and the bike was moving smoothly. Slowly, she opened her eyes and looked around at the houses and people passing by. This feeling was so different from sitting in Auntie Miyamura's car. With the wind blowing through her hair, Shouko felt peaceful, leaning on Akira's back and listening to his heartbeat. Chapter 46, A Sweet Afternoon Break. After riding for about 20 minutes, Akira slowly arrived at the door of his home. Shouko, sitting on the back seat, still seemed reluctant to stop. Hugging Akira from behind, she asked softly, "Can we ride a little longer, Akira?" "Let's take a break first," Akira replied with a small smile, slightly out of breath. When Shouko saw the sweat on his forehead and how tired he looked, she quickly changed her tune. "Okay, let's rest then. You worked hard." Akira locked the bike by the front door for easy access later. Walking inside with Shouko, they slipped off their shoes and changed into slippers. He removed his helmet and headed to the living room. His parents weren't around, but a note had been left on the coffee table. "I'm visiting the neighbor for a bit. From your beautiful mother." Akira narrowed his eyes at the message and let out a small laugh, reminded of his mother's playful personality. At that moment, Shouko's voice called out. "Akira, here, have some water." Instead of following him directly, she had gone to the kitchen and returned with a glass of warm water. "Thanks." Akira accepted it, testing the temperature before drinking it all in one go. "Here, wipe your sweat." Shouko grabbed some tissues from the coffee table and handed them to him, then gently turned on a small fan nearby. "It's okay, Shouko. I can do it myself." Akira tried to take the fan, but she stepped back, shaking her head. "Why not just turn on the air conditioner?" came a familiar voice. Akira turned to see his father, Daiki Miyamura, entering the living room. "Ah. Dad, why aren't you with Mom?" She took Hachiko to visit the Nishimiya family. "I'm heading out to fish," Daiki replied, proudly patting the gear on his back. Akira grinned, remembering past trips when his dad would come home with oddly mismatched catches. He used to brag about his sea fishing skills, but one time returned with only river fish, yet somehow still earned genuine praise from Shouko. "Good luck, Uncle." Shouko called cheerfully as she turned on the AC. "Take care, Dad," Akira added calmly. Before leaving, Daiki ruffled both their heads and promised to bring back something big. As the door closed, Shouko quietly sat down beside Akira and murmured, "Sorry, Akira. I didn't realize you were that tired." He gently patted her head. "It's no big deal, just a little bike ride. Besides, I'll be fine after cooling down. You're always helping me. I want to do something too." She looked up with bright eyes. "I can give you a massage." "Wah, no, that's okay." Akira waved his hands, clearly embarrassed. "You're still little." "Just a minute," she insisted, holding up a finger with determination. Unable to resist her earnest expression, Akira finally relented. Shouko stepped back slightly and began to gently press his shoulders. "You're pretty good at this," Akira commented, surprised by how natural she was. "I watched a show with Mom yesterday," Shouko said proudly. "I copied what they did and practiced on her." Akira nodded, amused. "Thanks. That's enough, though, I'm feeling better." "Already," she said, a little disappointed. "Really," he reassured her. Just then, the front door opened again and his mother's voice echoed through the house. "I'm back, Shouko." Shizuka Miyamura called out, noticing the parked bicycle. "Welcome home, Aunt Shizuka." Shouko stood up and walked to the hallway to greet her. Akira remained sprawled on the tatami, grabbing the remote to turn on the TV. "You're home early," Shizuka said as she entered the living room, holding Shouko's hand. Shouko explained for him, Akira was tired, so he came back to rest. "You should ask him to teach you how to ride," Shizuka smiled warmly. Then next time, you can carry him instead. Shouko's eyes sparkled. That's a great idea. If I learn, Akira can sit in the back and rest for once. She ran over to him and tugged at his sleeve. Akira, will you teach me how to ride? He chuckled. Since school started, she had been acting more and more spoiled toward him. He briefly thought about another classmate who might be influencing her, someone mischievous with twin ponytails. All right, he agreed, standing up and stretching. Let's go. Be careful, you two, Shizuka said from behind. At the entrance, Akira handed Shouko a white helmet. Here, wear this. She looked at him curiously. What about you? I'm just teaching, so I won't be riding much. No way, she said firmly, placing her hands on her hips. Okay, Akira laughed, ruffling her hair. You're really getting bossy lately. Shouko puffed her cheeks. I just want you to be safe. As they stepped outside, Akira couldn't help but feel that Shouko was growing up fast. There was something cheerful and determined about her, and maybe a little mischievous, too. Chapter 47, Family Dinner. The day passed by slowly. When Akira and Shouko returned home, Daiki Miyamura had already come back and was sitting on the living room sofa, watching TV. Akira flopped down onto the tatami with a sigh. It was strange, his dad usually wouldn't come home unless Akira's mom called and nagged him to come back for dinner. Dad, why are you home so early today? Akira asked curiously. I caught a few big fish today, so I figured I'd call it a day early, Daiki replied proudly. Shouko, who had been fanning Akira with a small electric fan, paused and clapped excitedly for Daiki. Wow. Uncle's amazing. Her praise made Daiki puff out his chest even more, his nose metaphorically reaching the ceiling. Akira, still lying on the floor, could tell from his father's tone that he must have caught at least something. But, there was one thing that didn't make sense. Huh? Then shouldn't you be out parading the fish around right now? Before Daiki could answer, Shizuka Miyamura's exasperated voice echoed from just outside the room. I went to the market this afternoon and saw him circling around with 2 fish. When I came out after buying vegetables, he was still there showing off. So I dragged him back. She added, I really don't get why he has to act like he just caught a sea monster every time. Daiki shot his wife an offended look, but Shizuka walked over, snatched the small fan from Shouko, and gave Akira's back a firm pat with it. Wife, you don't understand, Daiki tried to defend himself. Your catch this time wasn't even as big as the last one. What are you showing off for? Shizuka cut him off coldly. That completely shut Daiki down. Akira rolled over, giving his mom a silent thumbs up in his heart. As expected, Mom always had the final word. After Daiki was effectively silenced, Shizuka turned to Shouko with a gentle smile. Shouko, would you like to stay for dinner? Shouko shook her head politely and stood up. Thank you, Auntie, but I'll come play again later. Akira stood up with her, walking her to the door. Akira, let's fold some origami stars together later, Shouko said sweetly as she changed into her shoes at the entrance. Got it, Akira replied. He'd almost forgotten about that assignment their arts and crafts teacher gave them for the weekend. After seeing Shouko off, he returned to the living room. Shizuka gently patted his head. Come eat. Knock, knock, knock. Shouko arrived home and knocked on the door. I'm coming, came a kind voice from inside, but Shouko kept knocking with mild impatience. When the door opened, she was surprised to see her grandmother, Nishimiya, instead of her mother. Grandma. You're here? Where's Mom? She asked curiously. Kei stepped aside and gently guided Shouko in. She got a call this afternoon, someone asked her to cover a shift. She left in a hurry. Oh. Shouko's voice fell a bit. She'd hoped her mother would be home today since it was supposed to be her day off. But this had happened before, her mom often worked part-time at a local izakaya. Come, let's eat. Shizuka-san brought over 2 big fish today. Kei gently rubbed Shouko's head. Okay. Shouko perked up immediately. She planned to eat quickly and then go back to Akira's house. Smiling, she followed her grandmother inside. Inside the living room, her younger sister Yuzuru was lying on Hachiko, watching TV. She turned and lit up at the sight of her. Sis, you're back. Woof woof. Hachiko barked excitedly and wagged his tail. Shouko smiled and walked over, petting both her sister's head and the dog's. Wait, why is Hachiko still here? She asked in surprise. Yuzuru quickly hugged the dog's neck and pouted. I didn't get to spend much time with him during the week. It's the weekend, so I asked Aunt Shizuka if he could stay over. As long as Aunt Shizuka, Mom, and Grandma are okay with it, I won't take him back, Shouko said with a chuckle, understanding what her sister meant. Yuzuru loosened her hold on Hachiko with a satisfied look. Time for dinner. Kei's voice called from the kitchen. I'm starting. Woof. The three of them gathered around the dining table, with Hachiko laying beside them. Nishimiya Kei watched over them all with a soft, warm expression. Take care, now. Walk slowly, Yaeko Nishimiya called out politely as she saw off two slightly tipsy customers from the izakaya. She let out a tired sigh and rubbed her lower back. She hadn't planned to work today, but the manager promised her that a half shift would count as a full day of pay, so she agreed. Thanks for your help tonight, Nishimiya, said a rough, friendly voice from behind her. Just doing my job, Yaeko responded, recognizing the owner of the shop without needing to turn around. The izakaya was a small family-run place. The owner manned the kitchen, his daughter worked the register, and Yaeko served as the main floor staff. Tonight, however, there was still a customer left inside. Shouldn't you go back in? There's still a guest who might want to order more, Yaeko asked. Ah, don't worry. That's just my daughter's boyfriend, the owner said with a laugh. Oh, I see. Just then, the two drunk men they'd just seen off started heading toward their car. Hey! You two! Don't drink and drive, the owner shouted as he rushed forward to stop them. Yaeko had seen this kind of situation before. She knew better than to approach too aggressively. If the drunk guests became violent, she wouldn't stand a chance. Still, she followed behind just in case things escalated and the owner needed help. What's it to you? The bald man in the driver's seat growled, raising his fist at the owner in warning. Mind your own business, the other passenger yelled with a slurred voice. The owner threw up his hands, clearly fed up. Fine, fine. Suit yourselves. Some people just can't be helped. He stepped back and blocked Yaeko protectively, making sure she didn't get involved any further. Chapter 48, Folding Stars and Dangerous Roads. The shop owner watched the two drunks drive away while cursing. He took a deep breath, adjusted his demeanor, and turned to Nishimiya Yaeko behind him. Nishimiya, you can clock out now. There's nothing else to do. Nishimiya Yaeko nodded with a smile. Who wouldn't be happy to get off work early? Boom boom boom. Akira, go get the door, Shizuka Miyamura said as the family of three was watching TV in the living room. She gave Akira a light kick on the butt from where she sat on the sofa. Akira groaned, stood up, and gave her a look before jogging to the front door. I'm coming, I'm coming. Woof. Even before he opened it, Akira recognized the familiar bark of a dog. Sure enough, when he pulled open the door, there stood the Nishimiya sisters with Hachiko. Yuzuru's hand was still in midair, mid-knock. Look, Akira. I brought everything for folding little stars. Shouko beamed, waving a pack of colorful paper in one hand and a small glass jar in the other. Akira couldn't help but smile. She looked too cute like that. Instinctively, he reached out to ruffle her hair. Shouko closed her eyes slightly, enjoying the touch, which made her look even more adorable. Akira felt his heart skip a beat. Even though I'm not into this kind of thing, right? From the side, Yuzuru, who had been completely ignored, groaned in frustration. I said, can we go inside already? Woof, barked Hachiko in agreement. Snapping out of it, Akira quickly pulled his hand away and laughed awkwardly. Come on in, come on in. Once everyone had entered, he closed the door behind them. Come here, let Auntie hug you. Shizuka Miyamura smiled and opened her arms wide when she saw Yuzuru. She raised her eyebrows as if to say, you know the drill. At one point, she had even considered adopting another daughter. That feeling hadn't completely gone away. Hachiko, use lick attack on Auntie Miyamura. Yuzuru commanded with a grin. Stand aside. Without hesitation, Shizuka moved past the dog and scooped Yuzuru into a big hug. She playfully rubbed her cheek against Yuzuru's, making the girl burst into giggles and beg for mercy. Hachiko's really getting smarter, Daiki Miyamura chuckled as the dog obediently wagged his tail by his side. Akira, now holding the glass jar in his right hand and Shouko's hand in his left, entered the living room just in time to see his mom pretend to eat Yuzuru's cheek while she squirmed in her grasp. Daiki was on the tatami chatting with Hachiko, who occasionally nodded or let out a soft bark as if replying. Akira blinked at the sight, sighed, then turned to Shouko and said, "Shouko, wanna fold stars in my room instead?" Though he said it quietly, the entire living room turned their heads at once. Yuzuru, still caught in Shizuka's arms, stretched out her little hand in a silent plea for rescue. But Shouko didn't mind. As long as Akira was with her, she was happy. Okay. She noticed her sister's outstretched hand but assumed Aunt Shizuka was just playing with her and didn't think much of it. Sister. Yuzuru pouted, mentally subtracting points from Akira's future marriage score. He's not passing my test that easily. Too bad Akira couldn't hear her thoughts. He would have burst out laughing. At the stairs, Akira let go of Shouko's hand and said, "Go up and wait in my room. I'll grab us some snacks." He handed her the glass jar. Shouko carefully carried the jar as she climbed the wooden stairs. A short while later, Akira returned with a tray and placed it on the table. He handed her a warm glass of water. "Here, Shouko. Take a break first." Shouko happily accepted the water and drank deeply. Then, with a bit of water still on her lips, she offered it back. "Akira, you drink too." "I have my own." Akira chuckled and held up his glass to show her. "Oh." Shouko nodded, a little disappointed, but quickly bounced back and picked up the colored paper. "Okay. Let's fold stars." Akira sat beside her and joined in. Shouko did most of the talking while he listened and replied from time to time. When they got to the last step, Akira looked around. "No glue. I forgot to bring it." Shouko said, flustered. "It's okay. I'll go get it." Akira ruffled her hair again and left the room. "Mom, where's the glue?" he called from the hallway. "Check the storage cabinet in the dining room," Shizuka replied without looking away from the TV. After searching for a bit, Akira found a half-empty bottle of glue. It seemed like enough, so he brought it upstairs. "All right, let's finish it." He handed the glue to Shouko, who tried to squeeze it out but frowned. "It's no use, Akira. Nothing's coming out." He tried as well and sighed. "Guess I'll go buy a new one." "No, I'll go home and get it." Shouko jumped up, waving her hands. Without waiting for a reply, she darted down the stairs. "Be careful. Don't rush." Akira called after her. Knock knock knock. Nishimiya K opened the door to find a breathless Shouko. "Grandma, do we have glue at home?" she asked anxiously. K stepped aside to let her in. "Try the storage cabinet. I'm not sure if we still have any." "Okay." Shouko quickly took off her shoes and ran to check. After several minutes of fruitless searching, she gave up and decided to go to the convenience store nearby. "Grandma, I'm going out for a bit," she shouted before running off. Meanwhile, the two drunk men had driven a fair distance. The bald man in the driver's seat blinked at the red and blue lights flashing ahead. He nudged his passenger. "Bro, I think there's a checkpoint up ahead." "Then turn." The tattooed man was half asleep, nauseous, and annoyed. "Oh." The driver nodded, slowly turned the wheel, and pressed on the gas. The passenger cracked his eyes open, frowning at how fast they were going. "Slow down." When the driver didn't respond, he turned to look, and saw him dozing off. "Hey, wake up. You're driving," he shouted, slapping the man's arm. Just then, he spotted a small figure darting across the street. "Hey. There's a kid." Chapter 49, the night she was almost taken. Knock, knock, knock. "Open the door, it's probably Shouko," Shizuka Miyamura said, nudging her husband, Daiki Miyamura, who was leisurely munching on oranges at the coffee table. All right. Daiki swallowed the last piece of fruit and stood up, making his way toward the front door. As expected, it was the bright and beaming Shouko standing there, holding up a small bottle of glue with a triumphant grin. "Come on in." Daiki chuckled, giving Shouko a light pat on the head before stepping aside to let her in. He closed the door behind her as she slipped off her shoes. "Thank you, uncle." Shouko chirped before dashing off toward the stairs. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Akira," she called out as she pushed open his door, holding up the glue like a trophy. Her cheeks were a little flushed, and sweat glistened faintly on her forehead. Akira stood up as soon as he saw her, his brows furrowing with quiet concern. He pulled out a few tissues and walked over. "Why'd you rush back so fast? Look at you, you're all sweaty." He gently dabbed her forehead with the tissue, his voice soft. Shouko stood still, her eyes wide, watching his every movement with awe. Something warm bloomed in her chest. Even though she hadn't said anything, Akira's gentleness somehow made the run worth it. When he finished, Akira noticed her mouth slightly open, her expression blank. He smirked, leaning back a bit. "What? Staring like that?" He expected her to blush and snap out of it, maybe retort with something feisty. Instead, Shouko stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. She buried her head against his chest, rubbing it gently like a sleepy puppy. "Mum," she mumbled, nodding. Akira blinked, slightly stunned, but he didn't pull away. The room suddenly felt warmer. Meanwhile, Nishimiya was walking her usual route home from work. Turning the corner into a narrow alley, she saw a crowd gathered ahead. Normally, this area would be quiet after dark, especially near the back roads. Curious, she stopped a bald man who was walking away from the crowd. "Excuse me, sir, do you know what happened up ahead?" The man didn't seem bothered. Scratching the back of his head, he replied, "Car accident. Bad one too." The whole thing flipped and crashed into a telephone pole. Yaeko gasped. There were 2 guys in the car. One of them died on the spot, he added casually. "Why aren't there any police or ambulances here yet?" "I called M. They're just taking their time, I guess." Yaeko thanked the men and kept walking. She wasn't the type to squeeze into a crowd to gawk at tragedy. "No use watching death up close," she muttered under her breath. The next morning, Akira woke up unnaturally early. It was a weekend, yet he found himself unable to sleep in. Grumbling at the injustice of time, he eventually got up and made his way downstairs. "Good morning, Aunt Yaeko," he greeted as he saw her already seated at the dining table. "Morning, Akira. You're up early for a Sunday," she replied with a warm smile, then continued gossiping with Shizuka Miyamura. Akira just sighed and grabbed a sandwich from the kitchen. As he ate, he ignored the milk and poured himself some warm water instead. "I'm heading out," Yaeko eventually said, standing up and giving Akira a gentle pat on the head before she left. "Be safe," Shizuka called after her before sitting back down, and promptly pulling out her phone. One by one, she started dialing. "Mrs. Kitano, did you hear about the car accident?" "Mrs. Nohara, you know what happened last night, right?" "Good morning, Mrs. Fujino. Did you see the ambulances near the alley last night?" Akira paused mid-bite, slowly turning to look at his mother. "What is going on?" By the time Shizuka finally ended the last call, Akira's curiosity had reached a breaking point. "Mom," he said, sandwich in hand, "what is all this? You've been on the phone for 15 minutes. Shizuka crossed her arms smugly. "There was a car accident nearby last night. 1 dead, 1 injured, and a little girl narrowly escaped. Yaeko told me, so I called around for details. Got the full story now." Akira raised an eyebrow. "You're scarily good at this." Shizuka gave a mock-offended scoff. "What? Don't believe me." 20 minutes later, she returned to the table with all the gossip secured. "All right, listen to this," she began, eyes glittering. "The girl's name was Naoka Ueno. She's in 1st grade at Suman Elementary School." Akira blinked. "Wait, isn't that the same school as?" Shizuka nodded. She was out buying something at the nearby convenience store last night. Just as she came out of the alley, a car came speeding down the street, lost control, flipped, and slammed into a telephone pole. Barely missed her." "She's okay?" Akira asked, growing serious. "Physically, yes. Just shocked. The driver died instantly, and the passengers still unconscious." Shizuka reached over and ruffled his hair gently. "You be careful out there, all right?" Akira gave her a quick salute. "Got it, Mom." "Oh. Do you know this girl?" "Ueno Naoka," she asked suddenly. Akira muttered the name under his breath a few times, brows furrowing. "No, doesn't ring a bell." "Might be in a different class then," Shizuka murmured before sipping her tea, the morning sun gleaming softly through the window. Chapter 50, Role-Playing Teacher Shouko. It had been over 3 months since the car accident happened nearby, but life continued as usual. The day after the accident, Akira took Shouko to see the crash site, but by then the scene had been cleaned up. Unless you looked very closely, it was hard to tell that a car had even overturned there. When they got home, Akira noticed something was off about Shouko. After gently asking, she admitted nervously that she'd gone to the convenience store the night before, using the same path, just 10 minutes before the little girl had been hit. As a result, she was scolded for over half an hour by Yako Nishimiya, and even Shizuka Miyamura joined in. When Akira tried to defend her, Shizuka yanked him aside before he could get a word in. Only after Shouko apologized sweetly and promised not to do it again did the lecture finally end. About half a month later, Akira still heard from his father and the neighbors that the little girl had been so traumatized she hadn't gone to school for nearly 2 weeks. In the early days, she wouldn't even leave her house. Matsuoka. Akira stared lazily from his seat near the window as Mr. Managawa called out to the absent-minded girl from the front of the classroom. As expected, there was no response. At the start of each month, Mr. Managawa would rearrange the seating chart. Everyone got a new deskmate, except for Akira and Shouko. Somehow, they were always left together. The teacher tried again, voice calm. Matsuoka Mio. Mio. Ito Chika, standing beside Mio, nudged her gently. Mio blinked, coming back to reality. She looked at Chika, who signaled with her eyes to look forward. Mio turned her head toward the podium, locking eyes with Mr. Managawa. Mio Matsuoka. Yes, she stood quickly, snapping to attention. Holding up the Japanese textbook, Mr. Managawa instructed evenly, start reading from the 3rd line. Mio didn't even glance at the page. I don't understand Japanese, she said, puffing out her chest in defiance. Mr. Managawa stared at her. Then sit down. But Mio didn't move, still standing and facing the podium. The corners of Mr. Managawa's mouth twitched upward slightly. Class dismissed. Yeah. The room burst into cheers. Go stand outside. Mio shuffled to the hallway dejectedly, leaning against the wall with a grumble, why me again? She was a regular in the hallway. Every couple of days, she got herself sent outside, and no one in class was surprised anymore. All right, let's continue. Mr. Managawa lifted the textbook again, unfazed. Akira sighed and slumped over his desk. Shouko, listening attentively, turned to him in concern. What's wrong, Akira? Miyamura Akira. Mr. Managawa's voice cut in before Akira could reply. Yes. Akira jolted up with a screech of his chair. He really didn't want to join Mio out in the hallway. Pay attention and sit down. Akira sat back down with a nod. The teacher didn't press further and resumed the lesson. He always noticed how listless Akira looked in class, but the boy always scored perfectly on exams. Mr. Managawa had even called his parents once, wondering if Akira's behavior was due to cram school. The answer was simply, haha, Akira's been smart since he was little. After that, he stopped bothering Akira too much, as long as he wasn't disrupting the class or sleeping, it was fine. Akira turned to Shouko and whispered, don't worry. Just focus on the lesson. He wanted to reach out and pat her head, but Mr. Managawa's subtle cough froze him in place. Okay. Shouko beamed, nodding happily. She didn't remind him to pay attention, she'd tried that already back in the first week of school. At night, she'd even role-play as a teacher, reviewing lessons with him. He would listen quietly, until test scores came out and he became her tutor. But he wasn't nearly as strict as he'd been when teaching her pronunciation before. Still, she liked all versions of Akira. What are you laughing at, silly? Akira asked under his breath. He had just told her to focus, and now she was giggling. She didn't answer. He nudged her gently. Her ears turned pink as she quickly muttered. And nothing. You better study hard too. Ring. 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 The school bell rang. Mr. Managawa didn't delay. He closed his textbook and left, casually instructing, students on duty, remember to clean the classroom. Akira packed his books, looked at Shouko, and said softly, let's go. Akira, didn't you forget something today? Shouko was still packing up, looking up at him with wide eyes. Akira blinked. He racked his brain, birthdays, promises, anniversaries, nothing came to mind. Then a familiar voice chirped behind him. It's your and Shouko's turn to be on cleaning duty today. He turned to the blackboard and saw it clearly, Akira and Shouko, under the cleaning list. He gave a silent thank you to Mio Matsuoka. He didn't dare say it aloud, no need to boost her already inflated ego. Is that so? You two go ahead today, he told Mio and Chika. Ito Chika nodded with her usual calm. Mio, of course, made a whole scene, squealing, hugging Shouko, and rubbing her face against her cheek. Then Mio, how about staying to help us clean? Akira separated the two and gave what he thought was a great suggestion. See you tomorrow. Mio fled instantly, dragging Chika with her like a rocket.